Ladies and gentlemen, on the occasion of 24th Indian Veterinary Congress and 31st Annual Conference of IAAVR and National Symposium on Livestock, Health and Poultry, a paradigm change to maximize productivity for sustainable farmers' livelihood. Now I request our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. R.C. Agarwal, Guest of Honor, Honorable Vice Chancellor LUVAS, for the lighting of lamp to worship our Goddess Saraswati Ma. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to accompany them. Sir, please. Thank you, sir. Now, I request our worthy Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Dr. Vinod Kumar Verma, to welcome our Chief Guest, Dr. R.C. Agarwal, Deputy Director General, Agriculture Education, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, New Delhi, with floral bouquet and a shawl. Thank you, sir. I again request our worthy Vice Chancellor, sir, to welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Manoj Nesari, Advisor, Ayurveda, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, with a floral bouquet and a shawl. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Gulshan Narang, Dean College of Veterinary Sciences, LUVAS, Chairman Organizing Committee, to welcome our worthy Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Vinod Kumar Verma, Hisar, for flower bouquet and shawl. Thank you, sir. I again request Dr. Gulshan Narang to welcome Dr. L.C. Ranga, Deputy DG, Animal Husbandry and Dairying Department, Haryana, with a flower bouquet and shawl. Thank you, sir. I again request Dr. Gulshan Narang to welcome Dr. S.N. Singh, President, IAAVR, with flower bouquet and shawl. Thank you, sir. I again request Dr. Gulshan Narang to welcome Dr. Rishender Verma with floral bouquet and a shawl. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Gulshan Narang to welcome Mr. Robin Singh, Cluster in Charge, NABARD, with floral bouquet and a shawl. Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dr. Gulshan Narang, Dean College of Veterinary Sciences, LUVAS, for the welcome address. Sir, please.
Good morning, everyone. I feel great honor and pride to formally welcome you all on this momentous occasion of the inaugural session of 24th Indian Veterinary Congress. I extend my welcome to respected Professor Dr. R.C. Agarwal, Deputy Director General Education, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, who has graciously agreed to be the chief guest of today's function. Dr. Rakesh Chandra Agarwal is the Deputy Director General Agriculture Education of the Indian Council of Agriculture Research. He is setting the direction for improving the quality and relevance of agricultural higher education and attracting young people to pursue jobs in agriculture and allied sectors at the nation's 76 agriculture universities. Being the National Director, National Agriculture Higher Education Project, ICR, he is entrusted with the responsibility of developing resources and mechanism for supporting infrastructure, faculty, and student advancement, and providing means for better governance and management of agriculture universities. He coordinated the revision of PG, PhD course curriculum along with new academic regulations through Board Subject Matter Area Committee. He initiated studies on global university standards for agriculture universities and human resource requirement in various sectors of agriculture for the next 20 years so that a decision can be taken for the enhancement of gross enrollment ratio. Dr. Agarwal is a fellow of most prestigious National Academy of Agriculture Sciences. The FAO of the United Nations elected Dr. Agarwal in 2018 to head a technical expert group of farmers' rights for its implementation in 146 countries. As the Vice Chair of the Asia region of the Bureau of International Treaty of Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture, he negotiated on behalf of the Asia during the 9th session of ITP GRFA during 2022. He has represented the country as part of Indian delegation to more than 20 countries. He is recipient of most prestigious Rafi Ahmed Kidwai Award for Outstanding Research in Agriculture Sciences, Dr. M.S. Randhawa Award of NAS for Outstanding Contribution in Agriculture Administration, Digital India Award of Government of India conferred by President of India, Sir Syed Ahmed Khan Lifetime Achievement Award by Align Muslim University, Dr. B.R. Barwale Award by Indian Society of Plant Genetic Resources in recognition of contribution in PGR management, and many other national and international awards. Dr. Agarwal is an alumnus of Indian Agriculture Research Institute, New Delhi, and obtained his PhD in Agriculture Statistics. Sir, your presence here reflects a shared commitment to fostering a holistic approach to education system of state veterinary universities and agriculture university along with the ICR institutes. We welcome you, sir. I also welcome respected Dr. Manoj Nesri, Advisor, Ayush, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, who agreed to be the guest of honor for today's function. Dr. Nesri is doctorate on policy research on international laws related to traditional system of medicine and is a postgraduate in Ayurveda internal medicine from Institute of Postgraduate Teaching and Research in Ayurveda, Jamnagar, with specialization. He completed his university degree in Ayurveda from R.A. Podar Veterinary Medical College, Worli, Mumbai, which is bachelor course in integrative medicine. He has also successfully completed the postgraduate diploma in disaster preparedness and rehabilitation from Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, Delhi. He is topper in Union Public Service Commission 1991 batch. Dr. Manoj Nesri is architect of modern Ayurveda. For his significant contribution to the field of Ayurveda in terms of education, capacity building, integration of Ayurveda in public health delivery, developing, enabling legal provision, developing various national programs, and many such other initiatives for national as well as global promotion of Ayurveda, the All India Ayurvedic Congress felicitated him with the title Ayurveda Maharishi in the presence of Honorable President of India in May 2022. He was also felicitated with following notable awards: Ayurveda Maharishi 2022, Medscape India Award 2018, Maharishi Anna Sahib Patwardhan Award 2016, Pranacharya Award 2010. Dr. Nesri is a member to many national and international bodies, member of Steering Committee of WHO, International Regulatory Corporation of Herbal Medicine, member National Education Policy 2020, India Co-Chair of India European Union Technical Working Group on Ayurveda, Executive Committee member, National Commission for Indian System of Medicine, National Executive Committee member, Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and member to governing bodies of many national institutes and universities. Dr. Nesri has played pivotal role in framing many policies of national importance, for example, National Health Policy 2017, Ayushman Bharat Yojana, Integrative Medicine Policy of India, and various initiatives in integrating Ayurveda and Ayush system in public health, research, and education. Sir, your presence here is truly an honor and testament to your continued commitment to the academic community. We express our sincere appreciation for the invaluable role you are playing both as distinguished researcher and as an administrator. We welcome you, sir. A warm welcome to our esteemed Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Vinod Kumar, for gracing the conference. Sir, your gracious presence adds an extra layer of significance to this day. Your guidance and support have been very important in shaping the academic landscape of our institution. Your insights towards various global challenges and finding innovative solutions through shared knowledge is truly commendable. Once again, a warm welcome to you, sir. I also extend my warm welcome to Dr. Ranga, Director General Animal Husbandry, Government of Haryana, for joining us in this conference. We have to go a long way, sir, in serving the farmers of the state in collaboration with each other. Thanks, Doctor, for joining us. A warm welcome to Shri Robin Singh Ji from NABARD, and thanks to them for providing financial assistance for organizing this conference in the interest of farmers. Thanks a lot, sir. I also welcome to President IAAVR, Dr. S.N. Singh, Dr. Bhagerwal, Vice President, and other office bearers of IAAVR for their gracious presence in the Congress and for their commitment to various activities in the interest of veterinary sciences and farmers. Thank you, sir. I extend my warm welcome to Founder Secretary, Dr. Rishendra Verma, who is instrumental in managing and organizing such type of conferences and other activities of IAAVR with full enthusiasm. The annual Congress of IAAVR at LUVAS is one of the effective reflections of its contribution to the society. Welcome, sir. Special thanks to our Director of Research, Co-Chairman of Organizing Committee for his full-time support and suggestions as and when required for organizing this conference. Welcome, sir. It's my pleasure to extend heartily welcome to all my colleague officers of our university for their all-time support and contribution in organizing this conference and gracing this occasion. Welcome, sir. A very warm welcome to Director CIRB, Dr. Bhattacharya, and all distinguished directors of different ICR and other institutes to this Congress. A warm welcome to all the delegates, distinguished guests, speakers, heads of departments, faculty members, students, different members of organizing committee, non-teaching staff, and media person present in this inaugural function. I also extend a warm welcome to our sponsors who have contributed for organizing this beautiful Congress. It's my profound privilege to welcome you all to the patriotic land of Lala Lajpat Rai Ji, in whose name our university was established in the year 2010. This institute has a glorious history of more than 75 years, since it was shifted to Hisar from Lahore, Pakistan, after its establishment way back in 1882. An extensive network of alumni of the college, occupying important positions throughout the world, is a source of inspiration, enthusiasm, and commitment to hard work for the faculty and students at LUVAS. LUVAS is backed by an unenviable track record of academic excellence, cutting-edge research, and rendering quality services to the farmers as and when required. LUVAS has very good setup of teaching, research, and extension facilities, and state-designated laboratories for diagnosis of avian influenza, lumpy skin disease, African swine fever, Central Laboratory for diagnosis of mastitis and brucella, ICR Regional Center for research on foot and mouth disease, ICR Cough Center in the Department of Veterinary Microbiology, and many collaborative research projects with NCDC and other national and international institutes over here. As the name of the Congress and Symposium, there are 6 themes which has been placed in this symposium: academic and industry interaction, conventional versus molecular advancements, digitalization in livestock health and production, One Health approaches for prevention and control of diseases, veterinary practices for farmers, and scientists, entrepreneurs, students, farmers interaction. I hope that this Congress shall give a boost to the delegates in pursuing their research interest in the thematic topics of this conference and invoke newer ideas among them. Once again, I extend my heartiest welcome to you one and all and wish you all a productive and successful Congress. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Dr. R.K. Bhagerwal, Director Clinics, NDVSU, Jabalpur, Vice President, IAAVR, to say few words on IAAVR.
सम्मानीय मंच पर आसीन हमारे कृषि और पशुपालन के क्षेत्र में अलग अलग आयामों से जुड़े इस मंच के माध्यम से और IAVR के एग्जीक्यूटिव होने के नाते मैं आप सभी का हृदय से अभिवादन करता हूँ। जैसा कि आप जानते हैं IAVR की कॉन्फ्रेंस हर साल होती है, प्रतिवर्ष होती है, तो मैं आपको अवगत कराना चाहता हूँ खासकर युवाओं से जो आने वाले दिनों में इस एसोसिएशन से जुड़ने वाले हैं और इसलिए भी जुड़ेंगे कि वेटनरी साइंस के सारे सब्जेक्ट इससे एफिलेटेड हैं। मुझे याद है मैं 91 में डॉक्टर ईशन वर्मा जो इस IAVR के प्रेरक है, ज्योति पुंज है और आज भी इस उम्र में इस मुकाम पर बैठे हुए हैं, तो मैं दर्शक दीर्घा से एक बार कहता हूँ कि जोरदार से उनका एक बार स्वागत करें। मैं ऐसा नहीं है कि एसोसिएशन से जुड़ा हूँ तो मैं मंच के माध्यम से प्रशंसा करना चाहता हूँ, लेकिन व्यक्तित्व की पहचान उसके कर्मों से होती है और भगवद गीता यही कहती है कि अगर आपको जीना है तो भगवद गीता के साथ सीखें। तो मैं आखिरी में, बस समय बहुत कम है, यह कहना चाहता हूँ कि IAVR आज के दौर में एक वट वृक्ष के रूप में स्थापित हो चुका है, जो कि एक छोटे से पौधे के रूप में 1991 में 50 आजीवन सदस्यों के साथ जुड़ा था। और इसके जनक जो ऋषन वर्मा जी यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, इनके लिए 2 पंक्तियों से शुरुआत करता हूँ कि रोज गिरते हैं पत्ते मेरे, कि रोज गिरते हैं पत्ते मेरे, फिर भी रिश्ते बदले नहीं हवाओं से मेरे। ये मेरी प्रस्तुति है और युवाओं से मैं इस मंच के माध्यम से कहना चाहता हूँ कि आप बिल्कुल विचलित न होइए, जुड़े रहिए। एसोसिएशन का कोई भी हो, लेकिन हर एसोसिएशन की अपनी एक प्रक्रिया होती है, अपने नियम होते हैं, एक ट्रांसपेरेंसी होती है, क्योंकि इस परिवेश में आजकल बहुत ज़्यादा पायसनेस भी आने लगी है। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि IAVR तो बेस्ट है, लेकिन आप अपना आकलन खुद करें। और युवाओं से 2 बात कह के अपनी बात ख़त्म करता हूँ कि वक्त बदला है, हालात भी बदलेंगे, वक्त बदला है, हालात भी बदलेंगे, जरा समय ठहर, ख्यालात भी बदलेंगे और हमारे कद को कम ना आको, हम दरियाएं समंदर हमसे आके मिलेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Dr. S.N. Singh, President IAAVR, to present the report of IAAVR.
Good morning to everybody. Respected all the dignitaries on dais, all my delegates, all the friends in front of auditorium. I'm very happy to be here in Hisar with Lala Lajpat Rai University of Veterinary and Animal Sciences with 24th IVC conference at Hisar. As a president, I have seen IAVR going from place to place in India to inspire enthusiasm in veterinary field and veterinarians. IAVR is the organization why I joined being in BIF, worked with late Manibhai Desai as a Gandhian disciple in Urli Kanchan, Pune. Now I am based in Bangalore. We are the pioneer in making 2-3 things in veterinary which I learned from my young age. First thing, what knowledge we have, it must go to rural farmer community. Knowledge has no meaning if it doesn't generate wealth. In veterinary science, I learned from beginning, any knowledge which we get from academic and research must be translated to the economic strength of the nation. We worked in BIF. Today you see the crossbred everywhere in the country. When I went to Denmark, I saw there was no HF grazing in the field, but in Europe, everywhere myself saw grazing. I was surprised. I worked hard. Today you see in the nation crossbred everywhere in the villages of India. Second is the vaccine. We developed foot and mouth disease vaccine first in the country and developed with IAVRI, Mukteshwar. Dr. N.S. Dutt was a great scientist, first in the country, developed foot and mouth disease in 1953 in Mukteshwar. He was migrant from Pakistan, settled in Mukteshwar, joined and developed the vaccines. We worked hard. Today we are aiming foot and mouth control disease-free in the country. So I have learned, and in this profession, that if development has to be done in this nation, veterinary is the only technologist which we talked of biotechnology. I've given many projects to Hisar Veterinary College, being a task force member of Biotechnology Government of India, and I always think that Punjab and Haryana can show the way to the nation. in the animal husbandry. I am very much grateful to say that if I see the development as a bullock cart, animal health and production should be two wheels to proceed further. And this is my wish to the nation. Today, Ayush Department is here. When I was 10 days back in the United States, I visited Michigan, Virginia, many places in the US. I saw, and which I want to communicate to the decision makers here and all the veterinarians here, that digitization of the livestock which Government of India is pushing forward has to go in a big way in this country. Is going to be happen. Because I listened the talk of Bill Gates in New York, and when he talked one sentence that very soon I am going to inject artificial intelligence in our Microsoft company, and all the computer system which we are using today in the worldwide, it will change in overnight. All the IT fellows in Bangalore, they are very much concerned that if this is happen, India has to pick up. So my request in IAAVR to Rishan Verma, all the respected dignitary who are proceeding in this profession, that digitization and artificial intelligence must go. Because I saw in Michigan one lady managing 500 cows in the farm. What we concern in India always in ministry, labor is the problem. Field people are telling there is no labor to manage the dairy farm. There is no need of labor. She was managing alone, a lady in Michigan with a mobile app. What I saw, cows are coming, parlor gates are open, she opens, mastitis positive cow goes in another route, doors are open, and they go in the milking parlor. The positive, healthy cow comes through parlor, milking is done, milk is over, stop. Cow goes to the feeding hoppers. Hoppers are open. How many milk production is done by cow? 10 liter, 20 liter. The feed is calculated. It comes through mouth, it push cow, hopper opens, open by app, feed comes, takes it, goes away. Hopper is closed. So there is no need of labor at all. And what we are aiming, dreaming, labor is the problem, labor is the problem. There is no problem if we train the young generation of this country. And I always tell to the Planning Commission, since I was also a member, that 10th fail and pass could be trained in the villages who are failed. Pass can be PhD, Nobel laureate, let it go. But the failed boys and girls, 10th class in the villages, they should be put in this type of job. They learn the IT, we make the dairy and digitization. 56,000 crore, ministry must be knowing, has been approved in the budget for digitization given to NDRI, Karnal and Bangalore. But there is nobody to take it to demonstrate in the field. So money is lying, work is there, knowledge is there, but it has to be translated. So this is my request to Rishan Verma, that IAAVR should plead such things, take the seminar and symposium like this, and I request all my dignitaries to take these new messages, inject the knowledge through this profession, and best. Thank you very much. Nice.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Dr. Rishendra Verma, Founder Secretary, IAAVR, to address the gathering.
Very good morning to all of you and the distinguished dais. His Excellency Professor Dr. R.C. Agarwal Sahab, the Honorable Deputy Director General Agriculture Education from the ICAR headquarters and the chief guest of the day. Professor Dr. Vinod Kumar Verma, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of this esteemed university, LUVAS, most respected other distinguished dignitaries from the Ministry of Ayush, Dr. Manoj Nisaria, Mr. Robin Singh from the NABARD, and Dr. Lalchand Ranga Sahab, the Honorable Director General, Dr. Gulshan Narang, the Dean of this esteemed veterinary college, the President and the executive members of the IAAVR, among the audience, Dr. T.K. Datta, the Honorable Director of the ICAR CIRV, Hisar, Dr. T.K. Bhattacharya, the Honorable Director of NRC Equine, Dr. Ashok Kumar Mohanty, the Director ICAR CIRC Merit, many of my colleagues from the IVRI, Dr. D.K. Day, Dr. Nitin Bhatia, the Vice President in TAS, Mr. Vijay Singh, President in TAS, Dr. Dhaka Saab, the Honorable Registrar of this esteemed university, my old colleague, Dr. Jindal, the Director of Research, Dr. Rajesh Khurana, the Director of HRM, Dr. Pawan Kumar, Dr. Dharmenji, the second in command from Indian Tibetan Border Police Force, Colonel Rao Saab, many of my other friends and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's a matter of great privilege to stand before you. It reminds me and it takes my mind back to 21st December 1981. Probably again I have come on the same auditorium from where I was relieved through the kind hands of Professor R.P.S. Tyagi, very eminent scientist and the surgeon of that time. I was selected in ARS and he called me, Dr. Verma, think again, you can take your resignation back. And he was insisting not to go to ICAR system. Dr. N.K. Chandi Ramani, who was my head of division, he rushed to my residence. I was staying in Defense Colony and convinced my wife that you ask him to call her mother here, his mother here. Ask him not to leave HAU. My elder brother served HAU, Dr. Surendra Verma, for more than 25 years as a Deputy Director Publications. His wife, mine Bhaviji, was in College of Animal Science. Dr. Khokar, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, has been her student. She expired recently at Hyderabad. All those memories are reminding to my mind. In the evening, I was relieved from here, sir. And in the morning, by whole night travel, I went to IVRI. Without break of my service, I joined IVRI Nagar on 22nd December 1981. In 1995, we hosted this Indian Association for the Advancement of Veterinary Research in the newly constructed, the biggest auditorium of this HAU, Indira Gandhi Auditorium. Am I right, sir? And Kumari Selja was the chief guest when I was very young that time. And when I was speaking from the dais, she was looking to my face. I still remember. Mr. R.S. Verma, Secretary in Animal Husbandry, was the guest of honor. Dr. Arya was the Vice Chancellor. Many dignitaries all over India. It is a very big hall here. So with these words, these were some of my memories which I thought to share from you. And also as in person, as a secretary of this association, which I founded after my return from United Kingdom in 1991. There have been instances for those जो आज मुझे पहली बार सुन रहे हैं, वो याद रखेंगे बारंबार. There are some instances which should probably at this juncture of my age, experience and length of service should be shared. In my life, there have been a very important occasions, like I mentioned one at HAU Hisar. The second was when I was selected as scientist C in CSIR. The head of department, Dr. B.R. Gupta, asked me not to leave IVRI. I will talk to director. That time I was not PhD, and you complete your PhD. Then, when I was in CDRI, I received a phone call from the PS of the Dr. P.N. Bhatt. And that time Bhatt Saab was very powerful director in India. And he asked me, sir is calling you back, sending you UK. I have to rush back. Then the same thing happened there. The head of division, the director, Dr. B.M. Dhawan, they asked me not to go. I will give you one step more promotion in CDRI. Many scientists came, head came, don't go. But I can't disobey Dr. P.N. Bhatt, and I returned from there. इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ सेवादार, damdar, wafadar, service, courage, and loyalty is the name of Indian Association for the Advancement of Veterinary Research, which was born on 8 January 1991 in the Bareilly, Makkah Medina of veterinary science and Jhumka city of Uttar Pradesh. You see that the vision of our association has been to be a trusted leader in protecting, promoting and advancing a strong, unified veterinary profession that meets the needs. And we are struggling, rather serving on that basic ground. Because of the paucity of time with our Honorable DDG Education, I have to be very restricted. And I would like to share very frankly, boldly, some of the issues which are floating on the surface of the mind and the heart of our veterinary profession. You see, as the Indian Association for Advancement of Veterinary Research, which has been witnessed by the top veterinarians of the country, in 2017 it was inaugurated by Professor Mahapatra Saab, the Honorable DG of the ICR at IAAVR Zandnagar. You see that as early as in 2007, September, during the regime of Dr. A.L. Chaudhary, who has been chairman SRB also, president VCI also, a national seminar on education and practice made a recommendation that each state should have a veterinary university. The National Commission of Agriculture in 1976, after that there has not been any commission in India. We should, I told to the DADF, we should have a revision of the commission, which recommended that there must be one veterinarian for a 5,000 bovine population. These are the basic foundation information about our profession. Now you see that our association is a multidisciplinary platform, having been funded by DST, DBT, ICR, many other, GALMED, and FEVA from the Bangkok, time to time. It is a spokesman to the government agency. We put forth for the NPA in the 5th Pay Commission. In the 7th CPC, we have fought enough. And the scientist at IAAVR then got the NPA. We provide an equal opportunity to all the type of the experts in different subjects. Our association provide an opportunity for individuals to learn about different scientific disciplines. ICR has been always stressing to have interdisciplinary collaborative projects, cutting edge research, participate in various scientific activity, enhance their scientific knowledge, and develop critical thinking and skills, cultivate a passion for science. In addition to that, we recognize excellence of scientists, teachers in teaching and research because it motivates staff and highlights their achievements. So far, gentlemen, ladies, and gents, that the association has covered 11 states in India. Each year we have been organizing this veterinary congress. Up to 2000, we used to call only conference. In 2000, I coined the term congress in context of being a competitor to the World Veterinary Congress. So I coined this word, and from then onwards, the major heading is Indian Veterinary Congress. And the conference remains to our annual conference as a general body for the general body meeting, so we call it as a conference. So these are some of our achievements, and we ensure the quality of science education in the future generation. How? I will let the house know very shortly, enabling greater numbers to become scientists and the teachers. Some of the issues you see that which are flagged here, IVUA, 7 vice chancellors are on the dais in Calcutta Veterinary Congress, our veterinary congress, and I floated agenda that let us have a newsletter initially as the Indian Veterinary Universities Association, IVUA. And I asked the Honorable Vice Chancellors to nominate one of the nodal officers from each university, and IAAVR will take a lead. And slowly some of the university vice chancellors should come forward to make an office in one of the university. But this agenda still remains incomplete. Today, for the House, it is our luck that Honorable DDG Education is with us. Otherwise, most of the time, DDG Animal Science have been with the Congress. Now we see that recruitment education, because it's a very important area. Research is okay, we talk more on the research. Today we should focus on the education, taking the advantage of the helm of affairs, the apex body of the country, Professor Agrawal Sahab. So in that context, not criticizing anything, but own experience may be lied by many of you, or may give you a thought-provoking idea that this recruitment and the quality of the research paper are now two confronting issues in the mind. When our Prime Minister has said make in India, when I am making the indigenous bovine purified tuberculin, why our Prime Minister is always, and he's right, that we should be passionate to our India. We are after the Springer and the elsewhere who are charging lakhs of rupees, and many of us, even at IAAVR, not able to get any paper published in this type of the journals. And that impact factor, for your kind, very readily information, I was in a science academy as an expert for 8 days in Odisha. There were 40 experts from the country. I was representing the veterinary sector. And INSA has now not giving any importance to the impact factor. The National Academy of Science is not giving any importance to the impact factor. And in that context, because they are the policy makers, they are administrators, you see that it reminds to my mind that I was selected 1 out of 11 in the CDRI in 1987 at the age of 34 years. How was I selected 1 out of 11? How was I selected here? In 1982, in India, in Haryana state, when I was doing job here, the Gamboro disease was reported first time by Rishan Verma and all from here. And the paper has been published in Indian Journal of Animal Science. If we go by the impact factor, what do you mean about these research papers? When I published a paper out of my MBSc, and from there I got a progress, that people started keeping my name in editorial board, that I proposed that the first vaccination of Ranikhet disease, which many people call Newcastle disease, should be delayed by 5th day. That was not a research? That should have not been attributed to your attributes, credentials? Why to impact factor a numerical of the National Physical Library in the USA, and we are after these impact factor? Similarly is the NAS. Recently there has been a meeting of the NAS and PAS, and I represented IAAVR, and I also made my views to the Honorable DG, is incidentally the president of the NAS. Many people were complaining about this NAS score. When NAS has specifically said that this score is only for the evaluation of fellowship and awards. So, sir, Honorable Sir, you are more near and close meeting DG and other dignitaries who are conducting meeting of the deans of veterinary colleges, vice chancellors you represent. Kindly look into that. The recruitment should become a qualified on the quality basis. How was it done when you were recruited, I was recruited, and this scorecard now is bringing down the profile of enthusiasm. If I get 75, it is okay. In ICR, I have been chairman of many DPC. If there is a outstanding CR of the 5 of technical officer, no need of any marks out of 15, which the committee is to give. So this is one agenda. The second is the ICVR. Only 1-2 agenda, then I will stop. ICVR is a very cherished dream of the veterinarians in the country. Indian Council of Veterinary Research कि इसको बनना चाहिए, अब बन के क्या होगा भगवान जाने। I understand many of you must be aware that like ministers, even the Mr. Santosh Gangwar from Bareilly, he has raised this agenda in the parliament. Anusur Rahman Saab from Calcutta, MPs, Dr. C.K. Rao, who is no more. Many people have written letters, thousands of letters, agitation in IVRI by students. But why there is no ICVR? Many councils are there. Nisari Saab knows, homeopathy council is there, every council is there, but not the ICVR. Why it is so? It is a very moot question. All of you must think why we are failing. Why the Honorable Prime Minister is not attracted to create what he wants, he can create within no time. Why he is not wanting that ICVR should be created? Who is responsible for that? Where are we lacking for it? We say that we are doing this, we are contributing GDP more from the crop than the livestock. We are first world in milk production, in egg production, in fish production, in this and that. But then still it is not being done. Why it is so? In my opinion, I have been with Dr. Sanjeev Balian, the Honorable Minister in IVRI. He asked, give in writing, why you want ICVR. He said in his speech, and in my opinion, unless my dear veterinarians, my senior veterinarians, fellow veterinarians and junior, unless you identify a leader in the country, nobody is going to hear you. Swaminathan Sahab, after his expiry, death, lot of things are happening in his name. He was heard everywhere. He was given respect everywhere. Where is your leader in veterinary? To the Prime Minister or President of India used to talk Dr. Lalji Singh. I saw the photograph also. So from today onwards, unless you decide that anybody, Rishen Verma or anybody who is doing the professional work, let him do. Cast vote only on the basis of leadership. Not that he is my batchmate from the Mathura Veterinary College. He is of that caste. Oh, he is my junior, he is my student. Unless you remove all these defects from the mind and the heart, and you make a firm leader in the veterinary who can speak boldly before the minister. I have spoken number of ministers on the dais. I don't think ICVR will take a step forward. So this is another agenda. Now the VCI, 1984, the act which I have got a copy, pages have become yellow. Like in archive, in your ICR near National Archive, pages yellow, climate effect. 1984, 24 now. You can understand 20 years. No change in Indian Veterinary Council Act. Even the fees written is the same, 10 rupees, something like that. Veterinary Council was instituted as a statutory body. Need not to work as a federation, as an association, as what we can shout. It is a statutory body under a framework passed by IBC Act, by the Act of Parliament. Now in an election, there is a heavy disparity, Dean Saab. There is a heavy imbalance when 2-3 judges bench sit in the Supreme Court. They decide by the ratio of the judgment. You must have gone through some of the judgments. And here, everybody knows that 80% is tentatively is a population of field veterinarian. 20 academics. In that, we are not integrated, cooperated, coordinated. How can you become the president of the BCI? You can never. Then you start saying, field veterinarians are asking professor, he is not doing this, he is inspecting college. So there is a very imbalance, I can say, in terms of the ratio would demand a draft change in the Indian Veterinary Council Act, which nobody writes, but after return from me here, I will write to the DADF because DADF is a custodian for it. And the last is the disparity. Somebody is getting NPA, somebody is not getting NPA, somewhere some pay scale, somewhere some internal payment, somewhere something. So it is going, and then litigations, both in the army also, paramilitary also, and here and there, everywhere. So these are some of the agendas I hope that they may be considered some of our ideas, which I am speaking, extracting on behalf of the veterinarians of the country, having been attending the meetings here and there. And you see, before I leave, I think it is very important to let in particular Dr. Manoj Nisaria, who is very kind enough to travel from Delhi. That's the Ayush Ministry. Dr. D.C. Katoch, incidentally, I was together in Veterinary in one of the program, that the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, when it came into existence under Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, I was the chairman for about years in the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission. And after my efforts, I have worked with the Mr. Ashni Kumar, DCGI, Dr. G.N. Singh, present DCGI also knows. And then I separated the Indian Pharmacopoeia for Veterinary because the Honorable Vice Chancellor is an expert in the area of pharmacology, toxicology. So I think all of you should appreciate, agar tali na bhi bajaye, and then you see that when Dr. Raman Singh joined as a director in Ayush, what do you call the Pharmacopoeia Commission of Indian Medicine and Homeopathy? Kyun sir, sahi keh raha hoon? Then I asked him to utilize my expertise. He has worked with me. We both have worked together, if I say like that. But nothing has happened till to date. The herbal drugs, the DVT proposed IVRI to give 2 crores rupees. The director made me the chairman. I started collecting the information from the Davar, everybody, Himalaya, everybody. But things could not proceed. I hope with the diligent presence of Dr. Manoj Kumar Sahab today with us, I hope that there is something will come out. And these are very important because from the student life in BBSC and AH, Himalayan Batisa Churan for the cattle and buffalo, indigestion problem, has been the popular and the famous. So with these remarks, I on behalf of the IAAVR, by heart thank to Professor Verma, who has been very, very generous, very kind, and he respected my relationship as a colleague, and he gave his kind permission to join all of you here today. Thank you so much for having patient hearing.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I invite Mr. Robin Singh, Cluster in Charge NABARD, to address the gathering.
Good morning to everyone. The chief guest of today's program, Dr. R.C. Agarwal, Dr. Manoj Nesri, Dr. L.C. Ranga, Dr. S.N. Singh, Dr. Ishendra Verma, Dr. Gulshan Narang, and Organizing Secretary, Dr. A.K. Pandey, all the esteemed dignitaries on the dais, I welcome you to this program. From NABARD side, I am extremely glad to be associated with these programs. So I'll just give a brief, क्योंकि gathering में काफ़ी students हैं from government departments, काफ़ी officials हैं and काफ़ी professors हैं यहाँ पे. Some of the initiatives जो NABARD जो programs हैं जो NABARD undertake करता है at national level and also at cluster level. जैसे रूरल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फंड है अंडर विच NABARD अंडरटेक्स ऑल मेजर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट्स इन द रूरल सेक्टर. इसमें एनिमल हस्बेंड्री रिलेटेड हमारे कुछ इनिशिएटिव्स रहते हैं, जैसे वेटरनरी हॉस्पिटल्स, ये डिस्पेंसरीज एंड क्लिनिक्स जो हम रूरल सेक्टर में करते हैं. अदर देन दैट NABARD डेयरी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट फंड में ऑन द मार्केटिंग साइड जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है उसके अपग्रेडेशन के लिए वी आर सपोर्टिंग. इन एडिशन टू दैट जो वुमेन हमारे डेयरी फार्मर्स हैं उनकी स्किलिंग के लिए लाइवली एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम NABARD अंडरटेक करता है, माइक्रो एंटरप्राइज डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम एंड स्किल डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम, सो दैट जो लेटेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस हैं एनिमल हस्बेंड्री सेक्टर में और जो टेक्नोलॉजी रिलेटेड इंफॉर्मेशन है वो हमको प्रोवाइड कर पाएँ. नाउ कमिंग बैक टू, I'll speak from my own personal experience. I'll be very brief. Sir, I came to the field around 3-4 years back, and my first interaction with the farmer I still remember. I sat with him and he had so much information. He was a potato farmer and he said, "Sir, I am growing 20 varieties. These potatoes are cultivated in my region and I am cultivating these varieties, and these are my specific issues. What is the solution?" I have to admit I didn't have any solution for that specific farmer. But it got me thinking that when we meet farmers in any particular specific local context, they expect very specific solutions to their problems. We all have these general schemes and these are already there in place, but how to tailor-make them, customize them so that his issues are addressed. Now I joined Hisar cluster office around 1.5 years back, and we took some new initiatives in the fisheries sector. Just to dovetail with the animal husbandry sector, I'll give a brief on this, the initiatives that we have undertaken and our learnings from that I believe will be relevant to the initiatives we'll be taking for the animal husbandry sector in the coming year. Now, when we came here, we found that, sir, shrimp cultivation is being taken on a large scale in this semi-arid region. It was a surprise for us also that farmers are doing shrimp cultivation for 2 cultures, 7 to 8 months, and they are getting good returns. The farmers were earning 5 to 6 lakh, and all of a suddenly the shrimp sector encountered certain problems. So we took initiative from our end and we formed the first FPO of shrimp farmers in Haryana, the Haryana Shrimp Farmer Producer Company. Simultaneously, we also felt that the latest technology has to be grounded from the beginning itself. So we took an artificial intelligence project, a startup in Hyderabad that was exporting its devices to Ecuador, an Indian startup with high-tech technology which is exporting to Ecuador, and Ecuador is competing with us in the shrimp farming sector. So we roped them in, and the first in India project was set up here in Hisar, an artificial intelligence project with some of the progressive farmers, 1 unit in Hisar and 2 in Sirsa, and it gave us tremendous results. The farmers saw the demonstrative effect of the latest technology. Rather than we going and telling them that you need to adopt these latest technology, when we showcased it to them on the field, they joined our FPO in large numbers. And now they are replicating that project at their own level. They are going for adoption of that technology. And from our side, supporting role we are playing to address all the 360-degree requirements of the farmers, be it credit linkage, be it insurance, be it refinancing this sector, be it their training through universities, through research institutions, or their marketing tie-up with the leading exporters. So all these interventions we are undertaking. Now, sir, similarly, it is from our experience, I believe that the allied sector has a great potential for income enhancement of the farmers. For instance, fishery sector, we took some these initiatives, and now in this year we are planning to take some similar initiatives in the dairy sector also. For instance, we have recently sanctioned 4 FPOs in the dairy sector in which we will be targeting women farmers. So we are creating an action plan, a blueprint for them. We will identify certain villages, certain areas. We'll stay associated with them for 2 to 3 years. We'll sit with them and try to dovetail all our interventions as per their requirement. Be it their skilling, be it their marketing tie-ups, or the latest technology in the dairy sector that we can bring to them through these FPOs. What we feel is that there is a need to create these platforms, and FPO is a new institution at a ground level. It is very difficult for us to reach individual farmers directly, but there is need कि हम यहाँ पे एक model projects create करें, जो एक specific solution provide करते हैं farmers को, and which can be replicated also. So, sir, this is our objective in the coming year, and I hope that with the university support and other research partners, we will be able to achieve our objectives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I invite Dr. L.C. Ranga, DG AHND, to address the gathering.
Dr. R.C. Agarwal, DDG, Agriculture Education, today's chief guest of this August House. Dr. Manoj Neshari, Advisor, Ayurveda Ministry of IAAVR, Government of India. Worthy Vice Chancellor, LUVAS, Professor Vinod Kumar Vermaji. Dr. Gulshan Narang, Dean, College of Veterinary Sciences and Chairman of the Committee. Dr. S.N. Singh, President, IAAVR. Dr. Rishendra Vermaji, Founder Secretary and key resource person for this IAAVR. Dr. A.K. Pandeji, Organizing Secretary of IAAVR and Head of the National Institute of National Importance, rather International Importance, CIRB, Director CIRB and RC, and all other delegates from different state institutions, staff, and students. On behalf of the Animal Husbandry Department and on my personal behalf, being the alumnus of this college, I welcome all of you in this conference and symposium. 24th Indian Veterinary Congress and 31st Annual Conference of IAAVR and National Symposium is being organized by LUVAS here, and I congratulate all of the executives here of the LUVAS and the IAAVR committee for organizing and selecting this venue of very great importance. As we know, this is a city where Lala Lajpat Rai ji, the freedom fighter, who has been a freedom fighter and birthplace of Lala Lajpat Rai ji has been Hisar itself, as he was a practicing lawyer at Hisar in 1928 when he sacrificed his life for the nation, and that this university is in the name of Lala Lajpat Rai ji. I wish a grand success for this conference, and I hope that the conference will put forward many conclusive customs and further nodes and beats for the research for future. We know that the knowledge is mandatorily meant to be targeted a certain group, like the research and technology developed and evolved for the agriculture sector must go to the farmer of the agriculture sector. Similarly, the research and upgradation and the knowledge should be in the field of veterinary animal husbandry should go to the animal husbandry sector, especially the livestock owners. So the key programs like dissipation of knowledge, transmission, should be a part and parcel of the all educational institutions. And the symposium like this one, conference and conclaves of technical experts, certainly paves the way for further research and development in the field. And at present it is an hour where the more technological evolution, involvement, and upgradation is mandatory and is a need of an hour, because the technological evolution and involvement at present is much more faster due to mass media and even social media, because every person who is a layman even have a smartphone in his hand, and he has accessible to all the universities, research institutes, scientists, and we have many WhatsApp groups and other social groups which certainly give a lead and approach to a layman, even a farmer, even a person who don't even know the technology, but he had an access of this research institutions, even universities, even professors, even experts of the department, and in this way, it is an hour that we must continuously organize such symposium conferences so as to dissipate our latest technology and knowledge to the end user, that is the farmer. So I again thanks all of you to be a part of this August House, and I welcome all of you in this important city of the Haryana. I welcome you in the state of Murrah. I welcome you once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I request all the dignitaries on the dais to release the compendium.
इधर से ले लीजिए, सेंटर से फोटो। आप कहाँ हैं? छपेगा हमारा।
Again, I request all the dignitaries on the dais to release the book प्रजनन से उत्पादन तक पशुपालक मार्गदर्शिका. Now I request our chief guest, Dr. R.C. Agarwal, to inaugurate the Smart Classroom Board. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to accompany the chief guest, sir. Now I request all the dignitaries on the dais to release the latest issue of INTAS Polyvet.
Thank you, everyone. Now proceeding further with the Society Awards. First of all, I invite Dr. Rishendra Verma to present the Corporate Member Certificate and Memento, and Dr. Professor Vinod Kumar Verma is requested to receive this Corporate Membership Certificate and Memento on behalf of LUVAS. Sir, please.
There are 14 veterinary universities in India out of 28 states, and it is the 5th university becoming the corporate member of the IAAVR. So we are pleased to acknowledge
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Mr. Vijay Tangs, Senior Executive President INTAS, to read out the citation for the Ahilya Animal Health Industry Leadership Excellence Award 2024, which goes to Mrs. Anuradha Jitendra Desai,
G. Desai.
Queen of Poultry, Chairperson Venky's Hatchery. Ma'am, please.
I request Mr. Vijay Tang to briefly read the citation. Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning to all of you, and before I read the citation, I'll just thank IAAVR for building a strong bond between industry. So, all of you know that Mrs. Desai is a legendary and luminary of the industry, and her contribution to the poultry industry is very immense. I'll request the team from Venkateshwara Hatcheries. She has not been able to come here. Mrs. Desai, BA LLB, serves the Chairperson and Managing Director of Venkateshwara Hatcheries Private Limited and holds the position of Chairperson in Venkateshwara Hatcheries. She has been instrumental in significantly increasing per capita egg consumption in India and expanding its exports. Recognized for her outstanding contribution, she has been honored with several prestigious awards, including Udyog Ratan Award, Institute of Economic Studies Award, Best Women Entrepreneur Gold Award from the Institute of Marketing Management in 1990, Best Women Entrepreneur Award from Yuva Bharati, and Honorary Doctorate from Tanuvas. I would cut it short a little bit, but I'll just like to say that she has continued the great passion from her father and has taken the legacy forward. Mrs. Anuradha Desai's visionary leadership and commitment to excellence have earned her accolades and recognition from industry bodies such as the National Egg Coordination Committee. Her contributions to the advancement of animal health industry has been instrumental in shaping the trajectory of the poultry sector in India. We at Indian Association for Advancement of Veterinary Research confer Animal Health Leadership Excellence Award for the year 2024 to Mrs. Anuradha Desai. Big round of applause for her outstanding contribution to the animal health industry and the society at large, and her unwavering dedication to advancing the mission of her late father, Padam Shri Dr. B.V. Rao. Thank you very much.
May I request Dr. Santosh Pandey from the VS Group to kindly receive on behalf of Madam Anuradha J. Desai ji the award, the Leadership Award, first time introduced in the IAAVR. Dr. Pandey, please, through the kind hands of the Chief Guest and Honorable Vice Chancellor and other distinguished dignitaries on the dais. Thank you, Mr. Teng. May I request to please stay a few minutes. I trouble you a few minutes more, so that quickly, because of the paucity of time. So the first award goes to Major, in the name of Major Mrs. Malika Trivedi IAAVR Award, which was introduced first time in our association to Honorable Dr. Gulshan Narang Saab. I request him to kindly receive his certificate and the memento through the Chief Guest. Dr. Narang Saab is a pathologist and Dean since 22. He started his career as a scientist in the Faro USDA project on avian health. He has handled a number of projects, has a patent on a process of testing urea in milk from the Indian Patent Office, associate editor, and briefly he has been working throughout his life on the poultry in different areas of the diagnosis, surveillance, epidemiology. Thank you for accepting our award. Now, sir, I present before you Dr. Ashok Kumar Mohanty, the Honorable Director of the ICAR, Central Institute for Research on Cattle, Merit, who has been elected as a fellow of the IAAVR. May I request him to receive his fellowship certificate through the kind hands of the Chief Guest and other dignitaries on the dais. Fellowship was introduced in 1996. In our association, fellowship is purely a scorecard based. The scorecard is available on the website of the IAAVR. He has got a very high profile academic record, research record, and recipient of Jawahar Nehru Award, DBT Overseas Association, and a number of patents. And he has published a high impact factor paper of 14 impact factors. Next, may I request Dr. Abhijit Dey. Thank you, Dr. Mohanty. Dr. Abhijit Dey is a principal scientist and head animal nutrition and feed technology at the ICAR Central Institute of Research on Buffaloes, Hisar. A young, dynamic, and bubbling scientist of the ICAR system. He is alumni of Calcutta and Karnal, IBRI, and postdoctorate from the University of Sydney, Australia. He has been recipient of a number of awards. He has got a FAO IAG Proficiency Test Accreditation Certificate, Fellow of Animal Nutrition Association, number of extramural projects, and visited the Sri Lanka and Australia. Now in the series, the last fellowship, Dr. Satyabrat Dandapat, Principal Scientist and in charge of Immunology Section, IBRI Izzanagar, has been elected as a fellow of the IAAVR, and he has made a duck vaccine, chicken embryo fibroblast culture-based live attenuated duck vaccine and live attenuated canine parvovirus vaccine candidate. This vaccine is under commercialization from the IBRI, and he has got also ISBIB Young Scientist Award and is a fellow of Indian Society of Veterinary Immunology and Biotechnology. He has been a gold medalist as a student life. Again, I say that the fellowship is purely scorecard based, very objective. People say very tough scorecard. This year, many people applied and asked me, Rishan Verma, bhej nahi pa raha hu form. Anyway, now in the series, Shyama Singh Balamati Memorial Award in the area of veterinary biotechnology goes in favor of Dr. Soni Day, the Principal Scientist Division of Biotechnology, IAAVR, Izannagar, and she has been recipient of ICR Jawaharlal Nehru Award, 4 gold medals as a best student of LUVAS, postdoctorate training in the United States of America and United Kingdom, under competitive fellowship, Outstanding Women Scientist Award in 2021 of ICAR, project coordinator and PI of 5 multinational institutional projects funded by DBT, DST, NASF, and the VIRAC. And she has developed a technology on the subviral particle-based IBD vaccine through VIRAC, which is under commercialization. Congratulations, Dr. Soni. Now in series, I invite Dr. Anand Kumar Pandeji, who is Professor Head, young, ambitious, enthusiastic, Department of Gynecology and Obstetrics from the College of Veterinary Science, Hisar. Dr. Pandey has completed 2 extramural research projects. He is also recipient of Gold Medal University, Niels Lagergroff Award, Dr. G.V. Singh Memorial Award, 70 publications, and his unique work has been on the RAD50 gene, on the knockout mice, on a Brazilian government scholarship. So his contribution is enough, and he has been working on the in vitro fertilization and sex-sorted semen and other reproductive problems. Now we never ignore ladies. So I invite Dr. Sangeeta Sharma, who has traveled from Bhopal, and the details of the applicants will be available in the general body in the evening. However, the applicants, however they decided. And Dr. Sangeeta Sharma, born in 1966, alumni of Jabalpur, 32 years of service in the field. On panel of FSSI, veterinary drugs, milk products, and worked in Gokul Gram Mission, involved several animal husbandry programs, radio talk, Doordarshan, extension activities, and governance of the animal husbandry department in the districts. I invite Dr. Harshad Chauhan ji from the SKNR in Kamdhenu University, Gujarat, for Gaon Gyan Paritoshik Award. He is a professor and head department of microbiology, recipient of Sri Hari Om Ashram Petrit Professor J.P. Trivedi Award, ISBIV Scientist Award, PI of Infor ICAR, co-PI of ANIP Blue Tongue ICAR, co-PI DBT network on brucellosis. He has done quite sufficient work on the zoonosis work like buffalo pox, E. coli, jaundice disease, methicillin resistant Staph aureus, RT-PCR also. He has taken a responsibility during COVID, and his lab has been recognized for LSD diagnosis. Thank you, congratulations. Dr. R.M. Sujotia Award. This award is either pharmacology or medicine. And Dr. Charan Singh Sharma, Dean, Apollo College of Veterinary Medicine, has been recommended by the committee this time. He is a person of medicine. He is recently elected as a joint secretary of Indian Society of Veterinary Medicine. And he has done a lot of work on the parasites and others, experimental work using some of the drugs. Alumni, ICR Net Best Field Award. Now in this, the awards which have been given, I request the awardees to kindly check that the check is intact with the award. In so far the awards, there are check of ₹1,000 other than the memento and certificate in some of the awards which have been already given away. Now Distinguished Veterinarian Award. It is with the mutual collaboration of IAAVR and Intas Pharmaceutical Limited since a few back years. Dr. Lanchan Ranga Sahab, born in 1976, alumni of HAU and Bijpuri, Agra. I was happy to see he has been a student of Bijpuri, Agra also, and received a JRF. Director General at the moment, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Government of Haryana. Managing Director of Haryana Livestock Development Department, Government of Maharashtra, Haryana. Director Haryana Veterinary Vaccine Institute. Director of Central Sheep Breeding Farm, nodal officer for AI, and a patent he has got on a green fodder cum salt block for sheep and goat, applied in 2019, and he has worked enough on the reproduction side of the sheep. This award carries a memento, a certificate, and rupees 10,000 cash in the form of the check. And now the last one is the Lifetime Achievement Award, which goes in favor of Professor Dr. Vinod Kumar Verma Sahab, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of this university. And he was born in the village Bhushan, Kalan. Shal kahan hai? Shal लाई आप? Shal ले आए. President साहब, शाल पहना है BC साहब. शाल. हाँ, उनका भी लिया. अभी बोलता हूँ. He has spent most of the time in HAU Hisar, and he has been head of department before joining as the Vice Chancellor. He is recipient of Dr. B.D. Garg Outstanding Pharmacological Award. He is a fellow of Indian Society of Pharmacology and Toxicology. He has guided a number of students. शाल पहनाइए प्रेसिडेंट साहब अपने लोगों की तरफ से, IAAVR की तरफ से साहब का अभिनंदन कीजिए. 139 national international publications and expert in selection committee of many universities, and he has organized FAO ICR New Delhi for preparing operational plan for animal health component of Indian National Action Plan on Antimicrobials. And the most important his contribution is the development of curriculum on Ayurveda. So I am shouting on it because of Dr. Manoj, that he has been a member of the committee, and he has developed this curriculum committee constituted by the DADF Ministry of Animal Husbandry and Dairying. The last award is in the favor of Dr. Chirantan Kandian. Dr. Chirantan Kandian, daughter Shikha is with us. Dr. Chirantan Kandian is another fighter in the veterinary profession. And he used to call me Guru Ji. The award is not because of Guru Ji. And he wanted to align with IAAVR, with me in person. But he followed some other line. And he became my contemporary. And he became a president of so-called Indian Veterinary Association, which is one is from Dr. Umesh Sharma, who claims as the president of the IVA, and he also claims as the IVA president. He has been struggling and fighting for the profession. So no other tribute would have been the best for him as my good friend than honor him in his absence, the IAAVR Field Veterinarian Award. Thank you for his daughter that she spared time and came here. With this, the award and fellowship ceremony is closed. Thank you very much, sir.
We should convey the message to Sansuta to start this.
आप करो कैसे करें मेल करो नहीं इससे करो आप नहीं आप ईमेल से हो जाएगा. Now actually what happened as per the program conveyed to headquarter IAAVR, every time it happens the time runs out, and one Dr. Acharya Selisuta, she is a pathologist, has been working in the College of Veterinary Science in the Thailand. She is the executive director of the Federation of Asian Veterinary Association, which is funded by WHO, OIE, FAO, and we are members of the FAVA. Therefore, we have requested to utilize their expertise and their vision, their mission, their work, in particular on the AMR. She accepted our invitation, and because the Bangkok is 1.5 hours ahead to Indian time, so it is going to be 1:30 p.m. from Indian point of view. So her lecture is fixed there at 12. So because to keep respect of India, we have to adhere to the time. So Dr. Pandey, please go ahead and invite her. It is a lecture of 10 minutes or 12 minutes. They are very short, they make very brief talk. So let us enjoy what she says. रविदा शुरू करा कैसे सिग्नल कैसे आएगा आप जूम पे लिंक ऑन करो चालू करा
Thank you very much, sir. Now I invite Dr. Manoj Nisari, Advisor, Ayurveda, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India to address the gathering.
Dignitaries on the dais, Dr. R.S. Agrawal, the DDG, ICR and the two chief guests, Professor Dr. Vinod Kumar Verma, the Vice Chancellor of this university, Dr. Ranga, DG, the Animal Husbandry Department of Haryana, Dr. S.N. Singh, Dr. Robin, Dr. Gulshan Narang, Dr. Risень Verma, and all the dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, and the students of this university. Sabhi ko mera namaskar. Probably I am the odd man out in this gathering, not from the field of veterinary science, but I believe that the Ayurveda is equally important to the field of veterinary science. There are so many reasons. As you know that I'm the expert from the Ayurveda side and have been involved in the policy planning related to the Ayurveda and the health. In this context, I would like to mention few things related to Ayurveda and which are the past of our ancient history, but it is equally relevant today. So we know that Ayurveda is probably something jadi booty, many of the people they understand, but Ayurveda is not just the jadi booty, but Ayurveda is the knowledge of life. And when we say knowledge of the life, and if you see the history of not only India, but the entire world, in this you will find many gods having the human body and the animal face, or otherwise that the human face and the animal body. So these both are kind of the gods, they are available. They can seen in the Egyptian history also. They can be seen in the Indian history also. They can be seen in the Malaysian history also. I mean to say the Malaysia, Indonesia, there also you can see this. In Egyptian, there used to be the cat or the lion and the human being. In the Indian, we have seen the Lord Ganesha. At the same time, there is a character called as Tumbaru. There is a character called as Jambuvant. So all these characters, they have the combination of the animals and the mankind, and that reflects that how closely actually we are linked together. And when we are closely linked together, so health is also equally linked together, and because of that, Ayurveda is not just for the human being, but it is also for the plant kingdom, that is called as the Vriksha Ayurveda, as well as for the animal kingdom. And for every animal category, there is a separate text for that. For example, for the elephants, it is called as Hastya Ayurveda. For horses, it is called as Ashwa Ayurveda. For cows, it is called as Go Ayurveda, and likewise. And overall together, it is called as Mriga Ayurveda. So Mriga is not the deer, but Mriga means all the animal kingdom. And in the ancient texts, we find various references not only to the diseases of the animals, but also to the diseases of the fish. And we know that even today, there are various kind of the disease conditions which are observed in the fish. And these diseases, if they are in the fish, if they are in the animals, obviously they are going to affect to human as well. And that's why this concept of One Health we are now talking together, especially during this G20. We spoke about the One Health, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is the concept of the One Health that the WHO is also speaking of. And when we talk about the One Health, when we talk about the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, when we talk about the animals, the plant kingdom, the human, as well as the ecology and the environment. So Ayurveda is one solution. We actually have the reflections of all these things, and Ayurveda is linked to all these various factors. If we talk about the Hasta Ayurveda, the Palakapya Samhita is an ancient text, and Palakapya Samhita that was probably constructed, or it was written probably somewhere 2000 BC. Now that is the ancient history, and it is relevant even today. So similarly, the Ashwa-Ayurveda. Now Ashwa-Ayurveda, the Shalihotra Samhita. So Shalihotra Samhita is especially for the horses. So Shalihotra was again an expert. We know that among the Pandava, the Nakul and Sahadeva, they were the experts in the horses. So these various texts are there, and when we go to the details of those texts, now in those texts, one part is related to how to actually train the animals, that is the horses and the elephants, especially for the battlefield and other thing. That is one aspect which is mentioned into it. At the same time, how to actually provide them the good nutrition, because nutrition is a very important aspect. Ayurveda says that swasthasya swastha rakshanam aturusya vikar prashamanam. That is, first of all, we have to promote the health. So promote the health and prevention of diseases to have the optimum quality of the tissues, because when the animals, they are to be used in the battlefield, they have to be of the optimum strength, optimum quality. So how to improve their strength? So that is one aspect which is related directly with the good nutrition. And then second is, if at all they get the diseases, so what kind of the diseases are there, including the heart attacks and the infections and many other things. When we talk about the infection, there is word very known to everybody, it is virus. And this virus word, it actually came from the original Greek word, it is ios, eos. And this eos has come from Sanskrit word visha. So these things which are linked to each other, whether it is in the form of the grammar, whether it is in the form of the applications, whether it is form of the nutrition, so they are very much interlinked. Unfortunately, is past 75 years, though actually we have been independent physically, but probably the mental freedom is yet to be gained. And this mental freedom, when actually we get out of the colonial era, then we will think of the various strengths that we have 6 biodiversity hotspots. And these 6 biodiversity hotspots, they have a lot of the resources which can be used either for the purpose of nutrition or for the purpose of the medicines. There are 3,900 edible plant species. I repeat, there are 3,900 edible plant species in India, and still we are having the hunger, still we are having the malnutrition. And why it is so? Because we are not utilizing the resources that we have. And the same thing is applicable even for the animal kingdom, whether it is the animal kingdom, that is the animal husbandry, whether it is the fishery, whether it is the poultry. So any aspect, and not only for the development of the health of the animal husbandry or the poultry, but at the same time the various products which are generated out of the animals, whether they are the wool, whether they are the milk, whether it is the their meat, whether there are other byproducts, and these various products, so they have a lot of commerce into it, and this commerce can be increased. We are talking about India to make the third largest developed country, and we are talking about the 5 trillion economy, and in this 5 trillion economy, the animal husbandry, the agriculture, it has a greater role to play, and this we can further actually improve with the help of Ayurveda. Some of my friends, those who are especially in the place where Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, so they are actually working, they have these in the business of shrimp farming. These people, they are using ashwagandha in the shrimp farming, and because of the use of ashwagandha, the viral infections in the shrimp, because we know that they are very susceptible to the viral infection, and once the viral infection is there, then the entire crop can go. So they can improve the health of the shrimp. At the same time, the size of the shrimp is increasing. So there can be a lot of commerce into it. At the same time, there are no policies at present, but we can actually work on the policies, how we can utilize the animal resources for the purpose of medicine. There is a lot of this literature which is available in Ayurveda. We have to work together. The present government is working in the form of the holistic approach. That is the one government. And this holistic approach, I believe that will be very useful to develop these policies. So the ICAR, the Ministry of Ayush and the Ministry of Agriculture, so we have signed an MOU. It is a tripartite MOU, and this MOU, there are various provisions. Definitely we can work together. At the same time, providing this education of Ayurveda or the training in Ayurveda to in the course of the animal husbandry. So this initiative has been taken by the Ministry of Animal Husbandry and the Dairying, and Professor Verma, he was the chair of this committee. So whether the recommendations, they are being accepted by the Veterinary Council or not, that's a different thing. But I believe that we can start this experiment right from this university. Because whatever actually you teach over and above the Veterinary Council, what actually has been, so there is no any objection for that. So we can start this. And the Ministry of Ayush, I assure you that we will provide you all the technical support. So our professors, they will come to the university, they will actually teach to the students of this veterinary courses in this LUVAS, and we will start from here. I am also happy to inform you that because of this, the collaboration that the Veterinary Association and the various programs that you are conducting, so because of that, now the Thrissur University in Kerala, they have come out with a MSc course in veterinary Ayurveda. So this is a new development, and recently actually I saw the advertisement on the newspaper for the academic year 2024-25. So these developments are there, and I think that LUVAS is the biggest university, so we can take the initiative, we will work together and we can start this course. It could be a supplementary course to begin with. Right from this academic year 24-25, and let us be the pioneer in this, and I believe that ICR will definitely cooperate with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I am honored to invite Professor Dr. Vinod Kumar Verma, worthy Vice Chancellor LUVAS, to address the gathering.
Good noon, friends. Dignitaries sitting on the dais, Dr. R.C. Agrawal, DDG Education Division, ICR, Dr. Manoj Nesri, Advisor, Ayush, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, Dr. Rangaji just left because he has some important assignment at Chandigarh, Dr. S.N. Singh, President IAAVR, Dr. Risindra Verma, Founder Secretary IAAVR, Dr. Gulshan Narang, Dean College of Veterinary Sciences, Sri Robin Singh, representative from NABARD, Dr. A.K. Pandey, Organizing Secretary of this conference, then dignitaries sitting off the dais, the Director CIRB, Dr. Datta, Director NRC, Dr. Bhattacharya ji, then Dr. Bhagirwal, presenter here, Vice President of IAAVR and Professor in the Veterinary College, Maho, then Colonel Rao, Colonel Nehra ji, Mr. Vijay Tang, President Animal Health, INTAS, Pharmaceuticals, Dr. Nitin Bhatia, Vice President INTAS, and my officers of the university, faculty members, head of the departments, dear delegates, and media persons. I welcome you, all of you, in this 24th Indian Veterinary Congress and 31st Annual Conference of IAAVR. I heartily welcome Dr. Agrawal ji from ICR, who has accepted our invitation in spite of his busy schedule. And day before, yesterday, he was at Bikaner. He traveled from Bikaner, came to Delhi, attended so many meetings, and then started for Hisar late in the evening at 7:30 and reached here at midnight. Sir, I welcome you. In spite of your busy schedule, you spare time for this conference, for visiting LUVAS, and we are honored by your presence here. I also welcome Dr. Manoj Nesri ji. Dr. Manoj Nesri is also widely traveled person, remains busy. He is very busy schedule. Whenever I telephone him, either it is switched off because he remains outside the country or remains very busy. And sometimes then I have to drop the message on the WhatsApp and then get the reply. So being so busy, because he is one of the policy makers in the field of Ayurveda and is a highly demanded person, he has great knowledge of Ayurveda, and everybody likes that he should be present. His presence should be there whenever there is any activity related to Ayurveda. So we are very much honored, sir, for your gracious presence in this conference and at LUVAS. Then I also welcome Mr. Robin Singh ji, Dr. S.N. Singh, Dr. Rishendra Verma ji, that the IAAVR accepted our invitation and organized this conference, 31st Annual Conference of IAAVR at LUVAS. So I am very much thankful to you, sir, for giving us the chance to organize this conference. Dear friends, a lot of things have been said by Dr. Nisendra Verma, Dr. Manoj Nesri ji, but I have to put some points here through this platform. We know that India is the largest producer of milk and largest consumption of milk. We are the third largest producer in egg. We are the 8th largest producer in meat. So there is lot of scope so far as animal husbandry is concerned. We have to be, as a nation, we have to be at number 1 in other fields also. And Haryana to be at the top of all states. This should be our goal, and we have to work hard in this direction. LUVAS is well prepared for that. We are making all our efforts to contribute ourselves, our expertise to the maximum for the benefit of farmers. Our target is our external end user, that is the farmer. How farmer can be strengthened, how his income can be increased, how he accept animal husbandry as the sole mean of making his career, we have to look for that. We know that there are a lot of challenges so far as animal husbandry sector is concerned. But as an institution, as a university, we have responsibilities for that also. We have to look into all those constants, all those problems, and solve them. There are problems related to health sector, there are problems related to production sector, and there are many diseases which are very important so far as the economy is concerned. Foot and mouth disease is there. Likewise, Brucella is there, which causes lot of loss to the farmer. We have to work for that. We have to solve, or we have to find out preventive measures for that. So far as animal husbandry is concerned, because nowadays there is shortage of land, and because of that, because of the shortage of land, pastures are not there, and animal husbandry practices are being done in confinement. Now, due to this, again, many problems like sanitary problems, managemental problems arises. And because of that, we make use of so many, chemicals, so many drugs. And because of that, the problem of microbial resistance is also coming up. This is again an area where we have to look into. Now, there is need to adopt integrated approach so far as treatment is concerned. We have to make use of Ayurvedic drugs. We have to, along with, allopathic drugs. We have to find out the solutions, how the residual effect of, drugs, antibiotics can be reduced. And the way, there is only one way, which is there. And by using, Ayurvedic drugs, we can reduce this problem. And there are evidences that there are so many recipes by which we can treat the animal by using Ayurvedic drugs and without using, antibiotics. So this is an area which has to be adopted in veterinary sciences also. And, just Dr. Nesri told that we have already formulated one course for undergraduate classes, and this will be, included in the MSV 2016. And for that, I am thankful to Dr. Nesri that he was very much instrumental in preparation of that, or in formulation of that, course curriculum. We were not having any expertise of Ayurveda. We were trained in allopathy. I went so many times through that course. I was having a much vast literature, but from where to start and from where to end, it was a big challenge for me. I discussed this issue with Dr. Nesri, and he was kind enough that he gave me the plan that it would be discussed among the directors of various institutes of Ayurveda, and he just sought our objective and put that objective before the team of directors of Ayush institutions, and we developed that course. And not only the development, it was limited up to the development. I am very much thankful to Dr. Nesri that he was kind enough, he was very instrumental in putting before the ministry that the implementation part of that course was also taken up by Ayush Ministry. And they said that it is on the written document that up to 5 years, the training of the faculty, the teaching of students, the evaluation of students, that will remain with Ayurveda people. And so there was no much burden on there will be no much burden on the, veterinary institutions. This is the beauty of that course. So for 5 years, they have taken responsibility in all ways. And then, if still the need arises, then it will be reviewed and, appropriate decision will be taken. So, if we include this Ayurveda through integrated approach, then we are going to reduce the cost of treatment of the diseases of animals, and certainly a greener and cleaner way of therapy will be developed. I hope so. So, with these words, because all the speakers have been elaborated various issues, I thank the organizers of the IAAVR Society, the office bearers, for bestowing Lifetime Achievement Award to me. I also thank the society for making LUVAS the corporate member of IAAVR, and I congratulate all the prize winners, all the award winners who have been awarded with different awards in this conference. I thank all the dignitaries, Dr. R.C. Agrawal, Dr. Manoj Nesari, Dr. S.N. Singh, Mr. Robin Singh, and other dignitaries who are sitting off the dais for gracing this occasion and accepting our invitation with short notice. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Jai Bharat, Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I request our chief guest, Dr. R.C. Agrawal, to enlighten the august audience with your words of wisdom. Sir, please.
Thank you very much. Honorable Munch, great visionaries who are sitting on the dais. I could listen to them, and the ideas which they have got, they are full of ideas. So first of all, I'm thankful to the Honorable Vice Chancellor and to the organizers for adjusting a misfit person to this important conference and this veterinary congress. Because I think being in the education, directly I don't fit in this veterinary science, but still, sometimes mid-fit persons, they contribute more, I feel. Because there is a very important book, if you have read, Outliers. I think some of you must have read that book, Outliers. Malcolm is the writer of that. And you just see how the different outlier persons, they contributed most in the world. So let us hope that I may be of some importance and I may be able to contribute something for this. So thank you, Vermaji, and heartiest congratulations to all the awardees for getting this award, and especially the person sitting on the dais for getting this Lifetime Achievement Award, the fellows, and many other awards. So I want to congratulate first to the organizers for initiating such a wonderful initiative for these awards. So वर्मा जी आपको सभी को बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद. And it was really a great opportunity for me to learn so many things from this single platform. Friends, as you know, this is a time of everything one. Our Honorable Prime Minister says, one nation, one subscription, one nation, one data, everything, one nation, one ranking. We have stopped the ranking also of ICR. One nation, one award, everything, one. And then one nation, one health. We heard Dr. Manoj ji कि किस तरह से आयुर्वेद को भी हम इसमें साथ ले सकते हैं. So in the same way, we say for the One Health program, if you just talk, we talk for the One Health by taking into account the soil health, we talk for animal health, we talk for human health, ecosystem health, everything else. And there, this animal science, veterinary science becomes really very important. And now people have started realizing this. that you cannot take any health out of this whole cycle. So it's really very important, and we have of late realized the importance of this One Health program, especially after the COVID. And the COVID taught many lessons to us, and I think a lot of emphasis is being given for this zoonotic disease, for this One Health programs, and for that really we can learn a lot from universities like LUVAS. We have a very strong base in the country for the veterinary science education, I can tell. 15 universities, I don't think any country has got so many universities like the one we have got. More and more are coming. Just day before yesterday, I was told that a new university is coming in Rajasthan for veterinary science now. They have already approved. Recently, one more university in Karnataka has come up. So more and more universities are being added because the importance is there for this veterinary science. If you see more and more girls students especially, I can tell, they are being attracted more for this veterinary science than for the human science, human health. I have personally contacted many young students at the class of 8th, 10th, 12th, that why they are choosing the veterinary science. And I think in one of the meeting, you were also there in Srinagar. When you were there in Srinagar? Oh, no. Dr. Indrajit Singh from Gadwasu was there. And there were many other vice chancellors from the veterinary university. And a student of 10th class was giving extempore about the importance of the veterinary science. And they were saying that even our PhD students or MSc students, they cannot talk such detail as they are talking, these young students of 15 years, 16 years. So that is the realization among the youngsters now about this importance, and they were saying that you are very close to the ecosystem. You are very close to such kind of living being who cannot speak. You are treating such kind of animal which cannot express the pain, or which cannot do any such kind of thing. Now, our esteemed speakers, Dr. Singh Saab just told that we should have, Vermaji just told, we should have the great leaders in the veterinary science also. And for creating the great leaders, we have taken a lot of steps, and the latest step you all must have seen, that how much investment we made for exposing our students to any kind of developments taking place anywhere in the world. Sending more than 2,000 students to 80 countries at a cost of around 250 crores. It was not a small investment. And that is just to create the leaders for the future. And we have got a very good success in that. If you see the latest statistics, we analyzed about 10 years data, and we could find that about 400 agripreneurs have been developed. That is only the recorded data. There are much more than that. And the average turnover for these 400 agripreneurs was about 28 lakhs. But the maximum turnover was only from those who are from the veterinary science. Only from veterinary science. Even up to 200 crores in 1 year, 2 years. So that is the kind of inclination from the veterinary science for this entrepreneurship. We are giving a lot of emphasis for this entrepreneurship, and we are creating more and more incubation centers, innovation centers in the universities, and that's really creating a lot of good atmosphere in the universities to have all these things. If you see another latest statistics, you will just find in the last, because government is giving a lot of support for this entrepreneurship, startups, agri-startups or startups. In the last 8 years, about close to 1 lakh entrepreneurs or startups have been created. The exact figure is around 99,000 something. Out of which around 55 177 startups are from the agriculture side. And out of that, if you see, the maximum is from the agri-tech side, technology side, but this also includes a substantial amount from the animal husbandry, about 320 from the animal husbandry. So that's really, again, a very encouraging figure. About 11% they deal with this food processing, agriculture and beverages. So it's a very encouraging figure. Now more and more students, they are coming for this entrepreneurship. But there is a fear now. And the fear is, people just say that in times to come, the agricultural entrepreneurship is going to be taken over by the non-agricultural persons. And that trend is really very alarming. We have seen many IITians, we have seen many MBA persons from IIMs, from other, coming to the agriculture and dominating this. So why our own students, they cannot dominate? What is the hitch? What is the difference? Or what are those shortcomings? Why they are not being encouraged for this? Though the figure which I have given, this is only from the agriculture side, which have come to this agripreneurship. But in future, because in the future we are not really focusing, we are not showing to the students the big vision or what are the future challenges which really we need to, as Dr. Singh told, artificial intelligence. Are we really teaching the students what is artificial intelligence? How in the future artificial intelligence is going to take up our all the activities? So those kind of visions really we have to show to the students, and for that only we have invested so much. The classroom which you just see, this classroom is not just the standalone classroom. We have created 76 virtual classrooms, these smart classrooms, not virtual classrooms. Virtual classrooms, I think in all universities you must have on an average 10, 12, 13. But smart classrooms, one we have provided to all universities. That is just to connect anybody from anywhere and ask them to take lectures for the students. And that has really helped us. Why we cannot connect to the Nobel laureates? Why we cannot connect to the world top leaders and ask them to take lectures for our students? Why we cannot see the big dream when we just talk for the adjunct faculty? We just see adjunct faculty means somebody who has been alumni or something. Okay, that's fine. But why we cannot take the Nobel laureates? Why we cannot take the world food laureates as the adjunct faculty and ask them to take a few classes, and at least they will motivate the students. So that kind of vision, until as we show, I think we cannot succeed. We have to see what are the future food. I was just seeing at one conference, and that was really again very encouraging to see that what are those future foods. How you can have the food matrix, how you can design your own food using the 3D printing. And how many universities we have this 3D printing of the food. We have supported some of the universities with the funds, but still the students have to be taught all those things which are really required for the future. Otherwise, we cannot say that our students are going to compete in the future. They will be just in the queue for getting the jobs and not as job providers. And that's what now we are trying to see from this new ecosystem, the national education policy, which we are forerunners in the implementation in this country. And I think we are lucky that we have been born in a country which is full of resources. हम लोग कहते थे कि भारत एक सोने की चिड़िया है, लेकिन मेरा ये मानना है कि हम लोग अभी भी एक सोने की चिड़िया हैं. क्या कोई ऐसा कंट्री आप लोगों ने देखा है जहां पर जितनी सॉइल्स होती हैं वर्ल्ड में, सारी सॉइल्स अगर कहीं एक जगह अवेलेबल हैं, दैट इज द ओनली इंडिया. हैव यू सीन सो मेनी रिवर्स इन एनीवेयर इन द वर्ल्ड? हैव यू सीन सो मेनी माउंटेन्स इन द वर्ल्ड? सो मेनी माइक्रो क्लाइमेट्स, -50 से लेके आपको +52 तक टेम्परेचर मिलेगा. So that means we can grow anything. इतनी diversity, livestock diversity, have you seen anywhere? So many examples are being given कि ब्राज़ील ने जर्म प्लाज्म कहाँ से लिया? इंडिया से लिया. But still we are not leader in one single commodity in the world. When you just think for any flower, हमें नाम आता है कि हमें Dutch flower चाहिए. When you see for any other product, so we are not able to dominate because we don't have the big visions. We don't see the big dreams. हमारे बच्चे आगे जाके ये नहीं सोचते हैं कि हमें अगर आपको एंटरप्रेन्योर बनना है तो why you don't think like I want to become the richest man of the world? Why you just see नहीं एक छोटी सी दुकान खोलनी है, क्लिनिक खोलनी है मेरे को? And always they just say नहीं पैसा नहीं है मेरे पास में. पैसे की जरूरत नहीं है, दिमाग की जरूरत है आपको. You need really the vision. अगर आइडिया है आपके पास में, पैसे देने वाले आपके पास में, there will be hundreds of persons. I think NABARD will support me. Money is not the problem. Idea is the problem. So, for giving the idea, I think we all can support, and we can really boost our students. We can provide a lot of good platforms to the students so that they can really become big leaders for the future. Because future we cannot predict. We can only be prepared for the future. And again, I give example like COVID. I think the first lockdown was on 22nd of March, and up to 18th of March, we were not knowing what is the meaning of lockdown. We never realized, but we were all prepared because we were having sufficient food. Sitting at home, getting everything was the preparedness for us. Our internet, our value chain, our everything was so perfect that no single death was because of this food, shortage of food or stampede, that there is a big queue for the food. So that kind of preparedness now again we have to have for the future. And I'm happy to inform you all that looking at this COVID experience in agriculture education, we have come out with a resilient agriculture education system. We have invested around 125 crores in that. And that was only the lesson which we learned from there. And we have digitized almost all the courses. We have implemented already the blended learning platform. We are going for micro learnings. We are going for many such new concepts so that students learn more and more. And because of that, because of the NEP now, very soon we are going to announce the new course curriculum for the undergraduate programs, where we are going to have this multiple entry, multiple exit. We are going to start more and more vocational programs. More than 400 vocational programs we have started just to take along these rural youths. How we can really train them, how they can be motivated to start their small business or to start their own entrepreneurship. So all those things, until unless we just make the big planning, we just take along everybody, I don't think we can really take advantage of these young minds. We always say we are the country of young minds, but until unless you take advantage of those young minds, I don't think we are in any advantage of being in this demography. So that really needs to be focused. We all need to sit together. We really need to do the big planning through such societies, through such conferences, through such congress, and then submit those plans and execute those plans. And I think then we can see, yes, our country can do anything. We can become leader. We can really become the developed country. There is nothing which can stop us. We can not only become 5 trillion economy, we can become 10 trillion economy. Then nobody can stop us. The only thing is the commitment, the passion. And for passion, I can just tell you, passion doesn't come with the education. You cannot say that if you are PhD, then only you can do the innovation. No, anybody can do it. And the one example I just remember, if you know Mr. Haldar Nag, who is a poet from Odisha, and he got Padma Shri Award in 2019, I think. You must have seen. And you know what is his education? He is third pass. He could not do even fourth. And he was just cleaning the utensils at a dhaba, but his passion was to write the poems. And today, 6 students are doing PhD on his poems. So that is a passion. So his passion was to write the poems. You see, in olden times also, कबीर रहीम जो भी हैं कहाँ से पढ़े हुए थे, न्यूटन ने कहाँ से पीएचडी की, आर्किमिडीज ने कहाँ, ये सब पैशनेट लोग थे. तो वो पैशन हमें क्रिएट करना है स्टूडेंट्स में. एंड आई ऑलवेज बिलीव दैट द बेस्ट टीचर इज नॉट द वन हु इज डूइंग द स्पून फीडिंग, बट द बेस्ट टीचर इज द वन हु makes the student think. The day you make a student think, I think then you don't require to teach anything. He can do a lot of things. He can learn on his own. So that kind of ecosystem really we need to create in our universities, so that students, they really think about the future requirements, what is going to be the life in the future. And I recommend all of you to read a book, Life 3.0. I think many of you must have read that book also. And that book just says that how your life is going to be after 10 years. When you will be all dominated by driverless cars, you will be all dominated by this artificial intelligence, robots, all machines everywhere. And it concludes, and that book concludes, that the man is going to become a cockroach. In the sense that you will become useless unless you go along with this technology. You will have nothing to do because everything will be done by the machines. About a week back, I just read one article in the newspaper, Hindu, and it was saying there was in Las Vegas, there was a big exhibition around 10 days back, and there was a small device called R1 device, which got maximum attraction, though it was not having any formal allocation of the exhibit place. But maximum people just saw that device, and they are saying the future of mobile is also now in danger because of this R1 device. And that R1 device is so intelligent that it records your behavior also. Okay? So even if you take it to the fridge, it will take a look at the fridge and just tell you that, okay, what you can cook now. What is the available ingredients? What are the things in your inventory? So it is becoming so intelligent. You just say, okay, I want to go to Banaras, please book my accommodation. So that device knows that what kind of hotels you stay, how much you can pay. Accordingly, it will make payment, do everything, and submit your Aadhaar card, submit your everything, whatever is there. So that is the future which is going to. Are we really prepared for that kind of future? And you cannot say that I will not go along with the technology, because the one mool mantra is that unless you go along with this science, technology and innovation, we cannot feed another, we cannot create another 70% of the food by 2050. Unless you take help of this. That all we agree. But we have to really prepare our ecosystem in such a way that we are able to create innovative minds, we are able to create these entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs, and capture the young minds so that they go in the right direction and they really help us to meet the future challenges of the future. So thank you very much, sir, once again for inviting me and for giving me this opportunity. And for me, it's really a personal learning, a great learning. So thank you all. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir. Only 10 minutes. So kindly bear 10 minutes because after all she is from Thailand, Bangkok, and our lead speaker.
Just a moment. I try to share my slides. Just a moment, please. Sorry. I try to share the slide. What happened? It doesn't go up. Could you please share my slide? Could you please share my slide from the file? Yeah. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, everyone from FAWA office, Bangkok. Yes, I'm Professor Dr. Acharya Sairasud, the director of FAWA office, Bangkok. It is such a great pleasure for me to join the 24th Indian Veterinary Congress and 31st Annual Conference of the IAAVR National Symposium on Livestock Health and Poultry, a paradigm change to maximize productivities for sustainable farmers' livelihood. Today, yes, could you please share the slide? Yes, today I'm going to talk with you about the FAWA AMR strategy to tackle the AMR and the way forward, that which we have already done started from 2021 to 2025. It's really a great pleasure for me to join you today, and I really appreciate the IAAVR on your kind collaboration and very active collaboration with FAWA as always. Thank you. Is this okay for the slide? Please share. Yes, yes, yes. Please start. I have already submit to you. Yes, the one on the AMR and way forward. Yeah. Hello. Yes. Yes. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Please. 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 Please make it bigger. Big screen. Yes. Yes. Today I'm going to talk with you and all the participants and all the share on the FAWA strategy to tackle the AMR and way forward. Yes. Please kindly make it bigger, and then you just change the slide for me. Kindly change the slide for me. Yes, FAWA is the association for the Asian Veterinary Association. We have 20 right now. We have 24 FAWA countries members, and 2 associate member and 1 affiliate members. Yes, next. We are going to talk with you about the AMR. Why AMR is real? Because we are really recognize that the AMR is really very important in Asia. Next, why the AMR is very challenge for Asia? Because it is very important for the for working with the thing that is for the health, sustainable engagement, behavioral change, sustainability plan and transparency, international collaboration, One Health approach, and integration with the environmental sector. For FAWA, we are really working as the international collaboration. Yes, next. Yes, why AMR is challenged in Asia? Why is a challenge? Because the legislation should be very actively uh, mandatory as well. And of course, the standard of the treatment guideline that we are really concerned. Easy access. This is very important because they are still easy of the drug in the market. Irritation because normally people really would like to use as a self-administration, non-therapeutic, and of course the use of antimicrobial as non-therapeutic drug in animal. Withdrawal time very important, and also the surveillance that should be concerned. Yes, next. Yes, of course. Next is the information sharing. We are really requiring the large complex company to share the information. Prevention is very also important. The weak infection, prevention and control. And other thing is counterfeit, poor quality counterfeit of drug in the market. So there's still many areas that concern and the gap for combating the AMR. Yes, next. We are going to talk that why FAWA is very actively on the AMR, because we are working with the FAO as a FAWA collaboration. We starting in 2020 continuously till present. We have a project on the empowering veterinarian in Asia toward fulfilling their roles on the global action plan, which has been successfully done. And after that, we adapt and gliding to strategy of the FAO that you will know what is going on for the strategy. Next. We have so many activities around, and of course seminar in many countries in our members, and this is very important for awareness. Next. Yes, next. Thank you. Yes, we have the goal action plan and FAO action plan. It's going to be the FAO and FAWA is a AMR strategy for FAWA in 2021 to 2025. Next. And the FAWA strategy to tackle the AMR 2021 to 2025, the vision is we are really would like all the FAWA members use antimicrobial responsibly, prudently, and appropriately. This is very important. And the mission FAWA is committed to program and activities to reduce the AMR in our region. Yes, next. Yes, next. Thank you. Yes, the goal, we have 3 goals. Reduce the risk of emerging spread of AMR, practice of the veterinary medicine to enrich its national, regional, and global relevance is promoted, and the quality of people life in the region was enhanced. Yes, next. Yes, next. Thank you. Yes, the first strategy is to increase the awareness and understanding of AMR related to risk among current and future with the current and future veterinarian. You can see this is important. Even the vet student. Next, we are also working with the strengthening the knowledge. This is for promotion and research and survey. And of course, we are very appreciate India very much on help on this survey. Next, next, please. The other thing, advocating the good practice for the prevention and control. Next, we having farm design contest with poultry in 2020, and next in 2021 in pig. Next, yes, it is in pig in 2021. Yes, next, please. We also have a seminar in with area on the food farming practice last year, which was very successful with the FAO and OR in Bangkok. Yes, next. We have to promote the responsible and prudent use in the FAWA among the FAWA antimicrobial stewardship. We have so many activities consequently until present. Yes, next. We have the seminar in the FAWA Congress in 2022 in Japan, Fukuoka, on the AMS among Asian veterinarians. Yes, next. We have to strengthen the governance mechanism on sustainability by we have the drafting and so we have the FAWA AMR strategy 2021 to 2025. Next. Yes, this is the FAWA strategy to tackle the AMR. We have already available in FAWA website. Next. And then also agree with the FAWA strategic plan 2021 to 2024. Yes, next. We have the in 2022, we have announced the Asia One Health Declaration in Fukuoka, Japan, which was very successful one. Next. FAWA right now, we have the FAWA One Health Fukuoka office in Fukuoka, Japan, starting in September 2023. That was very actively on One Health activities. Next. We have also the small step and big impact for the FAWA AMR pledge starting in 2023 in Kuching, Malaysia. You can also scan this one to sign in as the FAWA AMR pledge network. Next. We have also the FAWA AMR pledge campaign workshop in Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia that last December, which was we have a network of the AMR pledge signing more than 200 veterinarians. Next. Yes, we are going to conclusion of my talk that we are really working for animal benefit, which is going to be the farmer benefit to reduce the cost because we don't use so much antibiotic. That is the benefit to the public health to reduce the AMR, and finally is really for the better ecosystem, which is very important for the future of our environmental in the global level. Yes, next. Yes, the way forward for NMR, we continue educating on good practice and constantly disseminate update information through our website. needs. And of course, we also encourage and support members and be thankful to the IAAVR on your support always, on the collaboration on the AMR and One Health, and provide kind support to our country's members, especially for the AMR. Yes, I'm going to finish my talk. Yes, and thank you very much. Yes, next to all the contributors, FAO, our executive members, and also all the activities that come up for the AMR during the time. Yes, thank you very much to all. And finally, our team together to fight with AMR. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much from FAWA, and also thank you to IAAR and all the Indian participants. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, I hope that you receive a good, very informative one, and we look forward to collaborate with you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. We look forward to welcome you as well. Thank you for your time. And I really, it's a pleasure for me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank you. See you. Thank you. สวัสดีค่ะสวัสดีค่ะ
and reducing environmental influence, however it fell short of for traits measured later in the life or post-mortem as well as for sex-limited traits, which have certain limitations. If you go to the progeny testing, overcome all these limitations, whatever is there here, enhances selection intensity and providing sires for breeding purpose. So over a period of time, you are getting good sires for which semen is ready for subsequent AI. However, it comes with higher costs because it is very high time consuming, time requirements, longer generation interval leading to slower genetic gain. The more the genetic gain, more is the productivity. So we have to plan accordingly. Next one is if you talk of progeny testing, there is a SOP for this. So you have to have a young bull, test dose, test AI, daughter has to be selected, performance recording has to be done, a light animal has to be identified, here the bulls has to be there, there will be nominated AI from their parentage, testing, disease testing, procurement or quarantine bull calves distribution to the semen station or selected bulls to semen station, so that this is a kind of cycle. Every set, this is one cycle. Likewise, every cycle there is gain of genetics, genetic gain and breeding value is gain, so that you can see the performance. But it's very high time consuming, always may not lead to success. So, parents of progeny with higher, here evaluate and select bulls and use them to produce future bulls. Parents of progeny with higher performance for desired traits selected for future breeding strategy. Majorly this is a breeding strategy which is a long-term goal. So, ICAR CIRC was established in the year 1987, with a aim for producing a high producing crossbred animal. So, just to declare to the house in 2023, this is a cross Frezwal, is a cross of Holstein and Sahiwal, and the institute has established this crossbred animal, and this has been declared as the first synthetic breed in this year 2023, and we are calling this as a national milk breed. So started 37 military farms, which included 15,000 cattle over 33 years, were bred by systematic breeding program, and this is best suited to all climates of India, and declared as synthetic cattle breed by ICAR NBA and 23, and now Gazette of India it will come, and production potential somewhere in between 4,500 to 7,500 in the farm conditions. Tharparkar, Kankrej, Red Sindhi, at least their production will slowly increase and slowly go for again line breeding, continuous breeding, so that their blood level is more than 95% to the indigenous breed. Like suppose you are choosing Sahiwal, you are choosing Tharparkar, like that. If you do that, then at least the nondescript breed animal will be there. But I don't say that don't cover all. At least sizable proportion, 50% or 40% animal can be upgraded to a sizable number, so that they'll give milk. So the target that Government of India is fixing, that can be achieved over a period of time. So we have 29 million I told, out of which these are cattle constitute this much. If you go for grading up, nondescript cattle using respective native allied germplasm, you have Gir, Sahiwal, Rathi, Devani, Tharpa, Red Sindhi, Kankrej, and Rashtriya Gokul Mission has suggested up to 40% nondescript breeds can be upgraded, and grading up nondescript using high yielding crossbred bulls to increase production also. We can do that. So biotechnology is the buzzword these days. Without biotechnology, there is not going to be faster development. So if we talk this one, what should be our approach? First thing, increase the genetic variation. Second, reduce generation interval, that is the major thing. Faster multiplication of genetically superior germplasm. Increase the selection intensity, and we have to increase accuracy of selection, skewing sex ratio, and all advanced techniques like transgenics, as well as the genome editing has to be followed afterwards. All these things has to be taken wherever it is applicable. So, just because time is less, I'll quickly go through genomic molecular technology. If you talk of genomic selection, that is the buzzword these days. So the progeny testing, if you are telling, it's a longer. If you want to reduce the generation interval, the genomic selection is the best thing. The question is, for genomic selection, you should have a phenotypic. You should have a population for this, about which the all phenotypes is known. So you should have a reference population. But in the absence of reference population, what you are going to do? Good thing is CIRC has produced 5 lakh animals in the field, out of which 2 lakh records are available. So we are going to start the genomic selection, the crossbred. And NDDB is already giving us the genomic value. So at least the genomic value correlates 70% with the production potential. You can predict. So in the calf food itself, you can predict whether the bull is going to be productive or no. Same thing is applied to our indigenous cattle also. So if you get the genomic values, at least you can predict that, yes, this bull is going to produce either a male, female, which is going to give more milk. So coming to the basics, I'll just quickly, because I have 5-10 slides. Should I be allowed, or I should just quickly pass on to the slides? So, okay, so I'll just touch upon the title then. So you have to go for genomic selection. So we have to reduce the generation interval, greater accuracy of selection, not limited to sex, and the entire superior animal identification applied for any type of traits. And it has very less negatives. Genomic selection of India, already NIAB, NBHR, NDDB, BIF, they have developed chips, and this moderately developed, which has 60,000 60K chips are available. Now they are going to integrate it, and anybody can use in India, both for cattle and buffaloes. Candidate gene approach already known. You have to select out few selected genes which are related to the production traits, and they have to be linked. If you talk of these candidate genes, it may not directly influence, but it will have additive effect, so we have to look for this one. Third one is marker assisted selection. These are very old term, already people are working on. The beauty of marker assisted has to link to genetic disequilibrium, whether they are segregating well or no in the next generation. So they include restriction fragment polymorphism, SSR, single nucleotide polymorphism, SNP. Now people are targeting to link with the production traits, production, disease, resistance, then reproduction traits. Marker assisted integration, where you are trying to integrate a gene which can enhance your productivity through natural breeding process. So coming to the next one is assisted reproductive technology. So artificial insemination, everybody knows. I'll come to specifically sex semen, because we need more female. Already Government of India is actively pursuing this, for which has 12 different stations, and already they are in operation through Gokul, Rashtriya Gokul Mission, and Government of India has already started. We have so many states which are already doing. Till now, this thing is need to see. 30.3 lakh sex-sorted semen, 51 lakh pregnancies, and government giving is in a subsidized rate. 2 different companies have established their facility, and it is going on. So if you come to next one, ETT is a old term. Already there are some agencies, government agencies already they are doing, but I'll come to this one, OPU, IVF, in vitro fertilization. CIRC is already doing this, we have started doing this, but OPU, IVF, ETT is the next thing, where from one animal you can get many ovum, subsequently go for IVF, go for embryo transfer. In a quicker time, you can go for faster multiplication of germplasm. Embryo cloning, I will not speak. Gene transfer technology, transgenesis is an old term, difficult, but the latest thing is genome editing tools to enhance. So if you this, we should work on this. We have started working on this, where there is a very good potential to enhance the milk yield in animal in the shortest possible time with the desired traits. So my conclusion is molecular technique plays a crucial role in identifying and in introducing genes linked to improved milk production. Reproductive methods facilitates the faster multiplication of superior genetic traits in cattle. The 2 synergistic application offers a comprehensive approach to optimize the genetic potential of cattle herd in India, leading to enhanced milk yield. So these are some of the recommendations which I think the organizers indigenous cattle milk and dual purpose showcase greater milk production potential, continue to be selected through progeny testing and paired using AI tools. Then we have to go for genomic selection, looking into their genomic value as well as the known phenotypic traits. Use of sex semen already we have to intensify. Multiplying top performing cow offspring by OPU, IVF, ETT to maximize high yield. Then developing molecular diagnostic technique, strengthening skills in genome editing technology for enhancing productivity, and deciphering molecular insight into meet the specific nutritional needs in high-yielding cattle, better FCR. If you take all these things in a very shortest possible time, we will be able to enhance the milk yield and production potential in our indigenous cattle. Thank you so much. Thanks for your time.
थैंक यू डॉक्टर मोंती सर, और बड़ी विस्तृत आपने जानकारी दी सर। ऑडियंस से मैं चाहूँगा कि कोई डिस्कशन या पॉइंट हो तो पूछें। सर मेरा एक छोटा सा सवाल है, जो अपन शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में अपन अनुसंधान विस्तार एकेडमी का काम करते हैं, तो चूंकि आप डायरेक्टर हैं वहाँ पे, तो अगर जैसे पशुपालकों को आपके इस बात के बारे में अगर संक्षिप्त में कुछ बताना चाहें, तो हम कैसे उनको अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम में इंक्लूड करेंगे ताकि वे अपनी इस योजना के तहत हमारे साथ मिक्सअप हो सकें।
तो हमारा इंस्टीट्यूट जो है CIRC रेगुलर बेसिस पे ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम कंडक्ट करती है। हमारा एक्सटेंशन डिवीज़न भी है, सेक्शंस है, जिसके थ्रू हम क्या करते हैं, समटाइम्स जैसे फार्मर्स को बुलाते हैं, वी हैव इंटरेक्शन विद द industry also. Some industry are coming, but majorly through our extension approach we are giving awareness to the farmers through SCSP program, through Northeastern Hill Council program, through normal extension program. But we categorize what is the level of the farmers. Farmers niche group का है, या they are having self help group है, या they are already FPOs है, उसी हिसाब से we give the training. And for this already students are coming, but they are less. But we are open to interact with the industry, dairy entrepreneurs, with the idea also we are regularly having. But our aim is to disseminate the knowledge that our scientists have. Anybody approaches, most welcome.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर.
Thank you so much. कोई क्वेश्चन है तो पूछिए, नहीं तो जस्ट आई यस ओके
यस. तो हमारे नेक्स्ट स्पीकर हैं.
थैंक यू सो मच.
TK भट्टाचार्य एंड डॉक्टर BC बेरा. उनका विषय इक्वाइन इंडस्ट्री प्रेजेंट स्टेटस एंड हेल्थ इश्यूज एंड देयर कंट्रोल. डॉक्टर भट्टाचार्य. देन नेक्स्ट अजीत कुमार, prospect of sex sorted semen in India with reference to quality of germ plus. डॉक्टर अजीत कुमार के संक्षिप्त जानकारी के लिए मैं डॉक्टर नितिन भाटिया से अनुरोध करूंगा कि उनके बारे में 2 शब्द कहें.
Dr. Ajit Kumar is working as a professor, Department of Veterinary Gynecology and Obstetrics, Gadwasu. He has 22 years of experience of teaching and research. Dr. Kumar is also today the chief editor of Indian Journal of Animal Reproduction, which is the official arm of Hisar. Dr. Kumar is actively involved in undergraduate and postgraduate studies. He has guided 7 postgraduate students as major advisor, and has been working on protocols for cryopreservation, especially for buffaloes. He has handled more than 14 projects till date and published 136 papers. He is a coordinator for various ICR projects. We welcome Dr. Ajit for his deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Respected chairman, sir, co-chairman, reporter, sir, and dear audience. At the outset, I would like to thank organizer for inviting me to present a talk on prospects of sex-sorted semen in India with reference to quality of germplasm. Since it's a multidisciplinary society, so I tried my best to summarize in a very simple manner. Sex-sorted semen is in Punjab, Haryana, it is commonly known as Bachchiyan wala tika. Farmers tell, because after inseminating with this semen, more chances of female born offspring are there. So as far as artificial breeding is concerned in India, there are 3 methods which is quite widely popular: artificial insemination using conventional semen, as well as sex-sorted semen nowadays in couple of years. Superovulation and embryo transfer, that is the traditional under ET program, and nowadays OPU IVF is gaining more momentum under different RGM projects. So what are the advantages of sex-sorted semen? First, it might reduce unwanted males, because more number of eggs carrying spermatozoa are packed, and there will be, after fertilization, there will be more female, so stray animal menace will be very less. Then more replacement heifers. There will be more heifers. So since in India, there is a dairy-centric approach is there, so more females will be there. And in Europe and US, beef over dairy program is also there. So after first lactation, they sell it for beef purpose. So that is another advantage. Then production of breeding bulls. This is not very popular here because we need to produce Y-skewed semen pack. We need to pack Y-carrying spermatozoa, and upon insemination there will be production of breeding bulls from superior parents. Then if there is less stray animals, then there will be less chances of greenhouse gas production, which is very common here nowadays. Then faster genetic improvement. So these are the common, most important advantages of sex-sorted semen usage. Then in India, there are 10 sex sorting facilities available nowadays, 5 from ST Genetics and 5 from ABS genus. And this sex sorting is a patented technology, so only 2 companies are operating for production of sex sorted semen. One is ST Genetics and ABS genus. So as far as sex sorting technique is concerned, flow cytometry technique is used, and it is depend upon so the basis is the DNA content. X carrying spermatozoa are bigger and in size and having 4% more DNA content, and when it is dye with some fluorescent dye, it gives better fluorescence or higher fluorescence as compared to Y spermatozoa. So using flow cytometry technique, it is separated. So the technological differences between ABS genus and ST Genetics is ABS genus uses killing and packing. So Y carrying spermatozoa are being killed and whole X plus Y is packed, while ST Genetics uses killing and sorting. Both Y killed and X live, both are separated, and later X carrying spermatozoa are packed. So these are the technological differences between cell sorting between ABS and ST Genetics. As far as usage of the sex sorted semen is, first is preferably in heifers it should be done, because it is well established that in heifer and it is basically decided by the size position score. A heifer has got less size position score as compared to multiparous animals. So under same set of experiment, it has been well established that the conception rate is higher, around 43% reported by Young and co-workers, as compared to multiparous animals, 27%. Same set of experiments, heifer is getting good conception rate as compared to multiparous. So it indicates that since the sex sorted semen having less spermatozoa, only 2.1 million sperm per dose, as compared to conventional semen that is 20 million sperm. So this study has been conducted using conventional semen, but it gives a very good trend that for best results from sex sorted semen, heifers should be selected because size position score is favorable in the heifer. Then second is thawing technique. So this is very important. As we know that thawing, recommended thawing procedure is 37 degrees centigrade for 30 seconds in a water bath. So while freezing, ice crystals are produced in spermatozoa, and during warming, this ice crystal grows in size and number. So this is ice crystallization, this is ice recrystallization. So this photograph indicates that during thawing is more harmful than freezing, because during this freezing point, around freezing point, the ice crystal size grows if there is no proper thawing procedure. This is evident from, again, this study, and this indicates if the warming rate is 0.01 degree centigrade per minute, see the ice crystal. This is the cryomicroscopic study of this ice crystal formation in semen. If the warming rate is very low, then see, this is very big ice crystals. It causes damage, extensive damage to the spermatozoa. And if the warming rate is very high, 120 degrees per minute, ice crystal is very grayish granular, is very smooth, homogeneous. So sperm damage is less. So what I mean to say is, thawing is very specific, and it should be followed in a very systematic manner. There should not be the similar picture is there. Rapid, so that's why it indicates rapid thawing is recommended. I want to play one video. So see, this is ice crystal growth. During freezing, this is ice crystal is growing. And when it is warmed, ice stop karna. Yes, that was the image. Stop karna. So that was the first image. First video was that when you start thawing, ice crystal present in sperm head starts growing, and due to the increase in size and number of ice crystal during thawing, maximum sperm damage is there. Secondly, if there is any interruption, the ice crystal pattern gets changed. When I temporarily stopped this thawing procedure, when I put off that electrical signal, then ice crystal pattern is no more grayish granular. It is different leafy pattern. Play karna. So there are two things which is quite clear. One, thawing should be rapid, and secondly, there should not be any disturbance. Otherwise, the ice crystal shape, see, the ice crystal shape and size gets changed whenever there is intervention or break. What are the interventions? Interventions may be if the straw from water bath is picked up before 30 seconds. Like if somebody has dipped inside and immediately took it out. So it is a disturbance. So the ice crystal pattern gets changed. So this is the typical ice crystal while warming. This is ice crystal growing. So that's why it is told that thawing should be proper, and there should not be any disturbances during thawing. So another recommendation this is the recommendation by the sex sorting company who markets this. The canister level should not be above frost line more than 10 seconds. Means while taking out semen straw, within 10 seconds it should go down. Otherwise, it will provide shock to the other straws also. take out the straw with pre-cooled tweezer. So this is again, this is very small thing, but it is never followed. We try to, or inseminator try to take out straws by hand, bare hand. Place the straw in water within 5 seconds. So water bath should be next to the AI container. Otherwise, what will happen if water bath is somewhere else, while taking it out, it might reach more than 5 seconds. So there will be more damage to the spermatozoa. Then thawing procedure recommended by ST Genetics is for cattle bull semen 37 degrees centigrade for 30 seconds and buffalo bull semen 37 for 120 seconds. See, but this recommendation by manufacturer or producer of the sex sorted semen is never followed in field conditions because we omit this. We simply remember 37 degrees centigrade for 30 seconds, but for sex semen, the company says 37 degrees centigrade for 60 seconds for cattle bull and 37 degrees centigrade for 120 seconds for buffalo bull. This should be this information should be disseminated to farmers, inseminators for better thawing procedure. Then wiping the straw with tissue paper for avoiding contact with this water, and inseminate within 5 minutes or as early as possible. This is the conception rate of sex sorted semen by different livestock boards, reported by different livestock boards. It is 25 to 38%, so it is not that much good. But when the same conception rate is reported by different educational institutes like IAAVR, Palampur, UP, LUVAS also, they are reporting 43 to close to this 60%. So it means the technique also matters, because since these studies are conducted by educational institute, trained personnels are there and specific procedure is being followed. So field consumption rate reported by educational institute is little bit better than the state livestock development boards. This is very important slide. This is the data of last 6 months CASA-based semen quality reports. We receive at Gadwasu Semen Station, we receive lots of semen for testing. We have CASA facility, we receive lots of semen from field, local Punjab, peri-urban area. See, to hide the identity, I have just omitted the bull number. Otherwise, mortality is in the range of 1%, 7%, 12%, 6.7%. So this is not fit for doing insemination. So this is the ground data. This is the real thing, what is prevailing about the sex sorted semen. If you talk to field VO, they will tell hardly 5 to 10% consumption rate they are getting. This is the main reason. And secondly, see the under last 6 month data, conventional semen, I am getting this 64%. Conceptional rate, this motility or progressive motility in conventional semen, it is very good, but for sex semen, it is just for rejection. So, in conclusion, for getting optimal result from sex semen, selection of animal, that is, it should be done preferably in heifers. Then quality of sex sorted semen should be ensured. Then appropriate thawing procedure should be followed and without any interventions. And semen handling procedure and proper hygiene at the time of AI should be followed. AI technique is, of course, very important. Thank you very much.
Any questions to the presenter? I would like to ask that whether have you compared from both sources, the sexing technologies as well as from the ABS genus technologies, have you compared the results in Indian conditions?
No, sir. This is the data what I have received for testing from field.
Okay, okay.
It is not directly from ST Genetics or from ABS.
No, not from ST Genetics.
Yes.
Because last 2-3 years back, there was a large hue and cry in UP government, particularly because of the conception failure with the sex-sorted semen. And then a committee was formed, and I was also a member of that committee. And we conducted at CIRC, and we tested both the sources, and the results I will present in the afternoon also. So we have some basic differences, I think, with this technology also. So can you throw some light on those aspects? Thank you.
Okay. So technology-wise, sir, this, as far as both are claiming you are the best, right? But the thing is, the ST Genetics seems to be better because it is killing and sorting, ABS killing and packing.
Yeah, I think because in one of the technology where killing and packing is there, the reactive oxygen species plays a greater role, and that's why the mortality you have shown, it is far below the required. And under field conditions, as we know, the persons using the semen, they take it as just like the conventional semen, and that's why the success rate is much, much less, I think. But others, where rather than killing, they are just sorting and packing. They are removing the killed or dead spermatozoa. That's why the differences are there. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
Any more questions, please? I have a small question, sir.
Yeah.
What is the motility in a conventional versus sorted semen when produced? I'm not saying when it comes back to you, but ideally.
Sir, in conventional semen, we are getting around 67% even for conventional semen, 60 to 67% maximum. But as far as this, the manufacturer, they are telling we are getting, passing quality control test 50%. But it is claimed we never saw sex-sorted semen having 50% post-thaw mortality.
Because your data shows 1.5 to 25.
Yes, yes. Yes,
thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
We come to the next session. Dr. Sachin Kumar, he will be talking about impact of probiotics on animal health and production.
जब तक डॉक्टर सचिन अपना प्रेजेंटेशन देते हैं तो आई थिंक मैं शॉर्ट में बताना चाहूँगा सचिन कुमार इज साइंटिस्ट इन द एनिमल न्यूट्रिशन डिवीजन ICR NDRI Karnal. He received PhD in animal nutrition from Indian Veterinary Institute, pursued postdoctoral training at Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research, Agriculture and Food, Brisbane, Australia. Dr. Kumar served as expert meeting of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations on alternative and advanced feed practices to promote the responsible use of antimicrobial. Dr. Kumar is working in the area of human microbiology, nutraceutical and biotechnology. He has handled more than 24 research projects of different sponsoring agencies as a principal investigator and co-principal investigator. He developed safe and eco-friendly probiotic technology and filed a patent. He also developed symbiotic formulation to the enhanced growth of calves and deposited about 130 novel microbial culture from indigenous animal to the National Repository of ICR. He has published more than 61 research papers and he is awarded several early researcher awards, namely National Academy of Dairy Science, and Dr. S.K. Siroi Memorial Outstanding Young Researcher Award, Dr. U.B. Singh Memorial Young Scientist Award, NAVS Young Scientist Award, Pai Young Scientist Award, Dr. Pradhan Young Scientist Award, ISAP Young Scientist Award, Muhammad Ismail Siddiqui Award, and Sri A. Lakshman Award. We feel very proud to deliver you lead paper. Thank you, Dr. Sachin.
Thank you, sir. Respected jury member and the delegates, I am thankful to the organizers for providing the opportunity to present my work that I am working from last 15 years. The title of my presentation is Impact of Probiotics on Animal Health and Productions. more than 2000 years ago, the Hippocrates stated that all disease begins in the gut, and a bad digestion is the root of all diseases. Death sits in the bowel. So this is the statement which was given by Hippocrates in 400 BC. And now in the last century, especially particularly the focus on the gut health was more pioneered. A lot of the research article has been published highlighting the importance of the gut microbiota and health. That's why there is a direct relationship between the gut, effect of the gut microbiota on the health of the animals and the production of the animal. And particularly in the ruminants, ruminants is having a very most complex ecosystem of the microbes, particularly in the rumen. And at the same times in the last century, another magic discovery was the antibiotics. So these antibiotics are being also used in the animal feeding to boost the growth. But because of the this one threat, that is antimicrobial resistance. So development of the antimicrobial resistance is a threat to the animal. So there is a need to find out the alternative of the antibiotics in animal feeding. And this antimicrobial is so, it is a so big threat, means the left diagram indicate that this purple area indicates the hot spot in the world where this antimicrobial resistance is a big threat. And even it is so highlighted, even our Prime Minister has highlighted the importance of the AMR in Mann Ki Baat 2016, and the David Cameron, who was the Prime Minister of the UK, he even defined that antimicrobial resistance is it is so important, it is more dangerous than terrorism. So that's why AMR is becoming a very challenging issue in management. So this left diagram indicates that largest 5 consumer of the antimicrobials in 2010, and among the largest 5 consumer, India is at 5th position. But if we see the D diagram, this means the largest relative increase in the antimicrobial resistance from 2010 to 2030, India is at 1 position. That's why this antimicrobial challenge is a bigger challenge in India also, because the highest percentage is in India. And among this different category, pig is having highest AMR issue, followed by the chicken and cattle. Recently we have conducted a survey in which 100 essential questions for the future of the agricultures were carried out. A online survey was carried out, and the near about 500 questions were identified from the 100 different scholars. And then in that scholar, this word frequency diagram was conducted. In that word frequency diagrams, the change is one major word which was highlighted. Change means change of the antibiotic to alternative. So this alternative may be probiotic. So what is the antibiotic and what is the probiotic? Antibiotic means against microbes. Probiotic means for microbes. So probiotic, these are the live culture of the microbes which when administered in adequate amount confer a health benefit to the host. If we see the journey of the probiotic was first discovered by Alan Marchinkov. Alan Marchinkov in 1907, he found that the people of the Bulgaria was having very healthy lifestyle as compared to their own country. So then he gave a concept of theory of longevity, for which he also received the Nobel Prize in 1908. So he indicated that because of the consumption of the fermented product, that maybe have some bacteria, especially this lactobacillus, this Bulgarian is having a higher, better or healthier lifespan, life pattern. So, but he did not give the term probiotic. In 1965, the term probiotic was given by Lillian Stelwart, and from there the journey was continued for the isolation and characterization of the different probiotic, particularly the lactobacillus and bifidobacterium. The latest definition of the probiotic was given by FAO and WHO in 2002, and this definition was again revised by a group of the scientists that comes under an umbrella of International Society of Probiotic and Prebiotic. This IAAVR is now think tank for the probiotic and prebiotic research. So they have again defined the they have adopted the same definition that was given by the FAO, and they have just a minor change. Word was changed in this definition. So this IAAVR definition of 2013 is the most recent and accepted definition of the probiotics. Probiotic means live microorganisms that when administered in adequate amount confer a health benefits. So here there are 3 most important aspects of the definition. One is live microbes, second in adequate amount. When we are talking about the supplementation of the probiotic, there should be adequate amount, means the probiotic dose should be defined, particularly in terms of the CFU, colony forming unit, and that supplementation may also be monitored by a particular health effect that may be noted. So these are the three aspects for the probiotic definitions. So why there is a interest in the probiotic application in animal nutrition, particularly because these probiotics are having the efficiency to enhance the weight gain. They can also improve the immunity, so these probiotics may reduce the usage of the antibiotics, so that they can be an alternative to antimicrobials in animal sectors. And there are different mechanisms of action of probiotics by which they can mediate the different health benefit. I will discuss later on. So these are the impact of the probiotics on general health. General health means these probiotics, they can act as a biotherapeutic agent. They can enhance the milk production, feed conversion efficiency, nitrogen flow. They can also erode the incidence of the mastitis. Now recently, the application of the probiotic has also been proven in the prevention of the mastitis, particularly by the teat dip or some probiotic spray. In animals, because if we are talking about the ruminants, they are having different type of the this digestive system at different stage. In pre-ruminant stage, the digestive system is different. In large ruminant stage, the digestive system is different. So in large animals, the mechanism of action is somewhat different. Here they will produce the different type of the volatile fatty acids, which can regulate the pH of the gut. Again, they can produce different type of the bioactive peptides, particularly the bacteriocins and ruterin, as well as the some probiotics of fungal origin. They can help in the oxygen scavengers. Because of the oxygen scavengers, the redox potential and the anaerobic pH of the rumen can be maintained. Here there is another term that is known as DFM, direct fed microbes. So generally this probiotic and DFM, both are interchangeable, but there is a little difference. Probiotic means until those strains which are not means characterized for different category of the probiotic, we can not say that all probiotic may be DFM, but all DFM are probiotics, because direct fed microbes, in case of the ruminants, generally they are not acid tolerant, they are not bile tolerant, but still they are giving some beneficial result. So probiotic and DFM, they are interchangeable, but they is not the same. If we see the effect of the probiotic in calf health, so probiotic based on the origin may be of two types. One is autochthonous probiotic, another one is allochthonous probiotic. Autochthonous probiotic means those probiotics which are isolated from the same host to which we are planning to supplement. For example, if we are planning to give probiotic to calf, the probiotic should be isolated from the calf. If we are planning to give probiotic to sheep, the probiotic should be isolated from the sheep. So those probiotics known as host specific probiotic or autochthonous probiotic. Second term is allochthonous probiotic, means those probiotics which are isolated from one species and supplemented to another species. For example, probiotic of the calf origin supplemented to the sheep, that is known as allochthonous probiotics. So for defining any microbes as a probiotic, there are different criteria. For example, they should be acid tolerance, they should be bile tolerance, they should be characterized for their cell surface hydrophobicity, their autoaggregation potentials, enzyme production ability, and the most important, the probiotic should be evaluated for safety aspect. Safety aspect, particularly, they should not degrade the mucins, and all the probiotics should be resistant to the most of the, not resistant to most of the antibiotic. Means probiotics should be susceptible to the antibiotic, because there should not be any antibiotic development gene or resistance gene in the probiotic. So because when desired, by the help of the antibiotics, probiotic can be eliminated from the gut. So probiotic should not be resistant to the most of the antibiotics. So these are the some basic criteria after which we can characterize the different isolate as a probiotics. So our group has isolated of the probiotic of the Indian animals, particularly the Sahiwal, Murrah buffalo, Gir, and even goat animals. We have isolated the different microbes and we have submitted to the national repository of the ICR, that is also available for the commercial purpose for application in the animal sectors. And we have also conducted the research, means whether these host-specific probiotic, they are giving better result as compared to the allochthonous probiotic, and we have reported and very clearly that autochthonous probiotic, they are having more potential as compared to the allochthonous probiotic or non-host-specific probiotic. And again, when probiotic, they are given in supplementation of the prebiotic. Prebiotic is another category, means prebiotic, these are the substances which can enhance the growth of the probiotics. So when we supplemented this probiotic and prebiotic together in the form of the symbiotic, the effects gets, in a symbiotic relationship, the effects were more pronounced. So again, this we have developed, and because the probiotic should have one challenge, means they are having less shelf life. So that's why we have developed the different product for the application in the field. We have developed gel, this microencapsulated product, we have developed lyophilized product which are having more potential as compared to the live culture, so that they can be storage, they can be supplemented from one place to the another place. So this work we have also carried out at NDRI. The probiotics, they are also having role in milk production and mastitis prevention. This is the basic mechanism how this probiotic, they can help in the milk production and mastitis prevention by modulation of the immunity and by modulation of the nutrient flow in the digestive system. And these probiotics, they are having also ability to modulate the gene expression of the some genes which are responsible for the higher nutrient absorption in the gut. So this is a study where Jew and his co-worker, they have reported that supplementation of the probiotic was effective in improving the milk yield, as well as the somatic cell count was less in the probiotic supplemented group, which may indicate that the probiotic was effective in controlling the case of the subclinical mastitis. This is also one study where this lactobacillus based probiotic was compared with the iodine. Probiotics, they are also having a role in the methane emissions, particularly because these probiotics, they can increase the production of the propionate. When the propionate production is higher, hydrogen will not be available for the methane production. So these are the some aspects how the probiotic can reduce the methane mitigation. So because of the time constraint, I am just speaking. Lactic acid bacteria and lactic utilizing bacteria, they are having role in prevention or in mitigation of the methane, because this lactate producing bacteria will help in the production of the propionate, which will utilize the hydrogen, and hydrogen will not be available for the methane productions. And some scientists, they have compared the microbiota of the high efficient and low efficient animal. In high efficient animal, because of the presence of the synergistis, this megaspirilla alcidinae population was higher, which is responsible for the better production, because this megaspirilla alcidinae is able to utilize the, or it is able to produce more propionate. So based on that, this methane production was less. There are a number of the study, because this application of the probiotic as a methane mitigation is a recent area, and still a lot of the work has been carried out. So this is my last slide. There are some challenge for the probiotic, because these probiotics, they are the live culture, so for their transportations, their survivability, there is some issues. Again, I am concluding my slide based that what Hippocrates said in 400 BC, again he said that let food be the medicine and medicine be the food, means we know the importance of the gut even before 2000 years ago, but at that time that was not scientifically proven. Now that the facts are scientifically proven, so the scientifically proven facts can be accepted by the society. So these are the take-home message I already discussed. Thank you. The acknowledgements, I am acknowledging to my director and the people who was associated for my study. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sachin. I think यदि कोई क्वेश्चन है तो कर लेते हैं, समय हो गया है, और आपका मेल आईडी, मोबाइल नंबर सभी होगा, अगर कोई जिज्ञासु है तो आपसे बात कर सकते हैं. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, और इस सेशन को सुचारू रूप चलाने के लिए मुझे डॉक्टर डे और नितिन भाटिया का बहुत सहयोग मिला, मैं इसलिए उनका बहुत बहुत आभारी हूँ. धन्यवाद.
चाह रहे थे करनाल, चूँकि मैं जॉइंट डायरेक्टर रहा हूँ, कि प्रीबायोटिक प्रोबायोटिक पे कितने साल आपने काम किया, और आपने कहा कि कमर्शियली कल्चर अवेलेबल है, किसने आपसे लिया या नहीं लिया, रेगुलेशन पर कोई बात आपने नहीं की, कंसर्न सेफ्टी तो दिखाया, तो वही तो रेगुलेशन है. तो जो ह्यूमन का पेट है जो हम बीबीएससी से समझ के आए हैं, वो बड़ा पेचीदा है। और आपने जो हिप्पोक्रेट का पहला स्लोगन बताया कि गट जो है वही बिल की ठेकेदार है, तो वही ह्यूमन है। तो ये प्रीबायोटिक इतने बड़े पेट में कहाँ पता चलेंगे? जब हम देंगे तो पहले वो ओमोजम में जाएगी, फिर ओमेजम में जाएगी, रेटिकुलम में जाएगी, ह्यूमन में जाएगी, कहाँ जाएगी, कहाँ चिपक जाएगी? और आपने जैसे और ना जो ड्रग वाले दुनिया भर की बातें लिख देते हैं, ये भी करती है, वो भी करती है, ये भी फ़ायदा, वो भी फ़ायदा, मास्टाइटिस भी ठीक हो रही है, आपने लिखा है, ग्रोथ भी हो रही है, मिल्क यील्ड भी हो रही है। तो ये सब इरोनियस टाइप के डेटा होते हैं। हम लोग ये उम्मीद करते हैं साइंटिस्टों से अपने आईसीआर सिस्टम में कि ऑडियंस जो आई है उसे कोई कॉन्क्रीट बात पता चले, और वो तभी पता चलेगी जब हमारा डेटाबेस कुछ सालों का काम किया हुआ होगा। ठीक है, तो इस बारे में अब चर्चा समय नहीं है, और मैं कोशिश करूंगा कि मैं एक फिर से पूरी राउंड टेबल इसकी ऑर्गेनाइज करूं। और मैंने कोशिश भी की, शायद जेनेक्स वाले आ नहीं पाए, दोनों बोलने वाले आई वाला भी नहीं आया, लिमिटेड लोग काम कर रहे हैं। पोल्ट्री में पेटेंट किया है जेनेक्स ने, जायडस ने, और उन्होंने उसकी काफ़ी तारीफ़ की है। और अभी जितने जो चीफ गेस्ट और हम लोग स्टॉल में हम ले गए थे उनको जानबूझ के कि ये बेचारे आते हैं, दुकान लगाते हैं और फिर शिकायत मिलती है, कोई जाता नहीं देखने को, तो कम से कम इनको देख के आशीर्वाद दे दीजिए। तो मोस्टली सब फीड ही की बात कर रहे थे, सबके पास फीड सप्लीमेंट ये और वो, ठीक है। तो ज़रा इस बारे में सोचें आप, धीर सिंह से बात करेंगे, वहीं क्यों नहीं ऑर्गेनाइज कर लो। टेंग साहब हम लोग सब कम से कम करनाली आएंगे एक बार, क्यों साहब?
सर एक मैं सप्लीमेंट भी करूँगा, जो ये वर्क था इट 70% वाज कंडक्टेड एट एनडीआरआई ओनली। जी सर,
Thank you very much. We have successfully completed our session 1, plenary session and academia and industry interaction. Now I request Dr. Ashok Kumar Mohanty sir to come on the stage, and request Dr. Rishendra Verma sir to felicitate for such a knowledgeable lecture. Now I request Dr. Ajit Kumar sir to come on the stage. Dr. Sachin Kumar sir, please come on the stage. Now I request Dr. R.K. Bagarwal sir, chairman of this session, to receive the felicitation for successful coordination of this session. I request Dr. Natin Bhatia sir to come on the stage. Dr. D.K. Day sir. Thank you very much. So we will have the session 2, conventional versus molecular biotechnology advancements in vaccines and diagnostics in animal health and production in the ABT lecture hall. And session 3, parallelly, it will be run in this auditorium, that is digitalization in the livestock health, production and reproduction. So these sessions will sharply start at 3:30 p.m. Please stipulate to the time, and we will start our technical sessions at 3:30 p.m. after the lunch. Please have a lunch. Thank you. Please upload your presentations in the session 2 and session 3. कर दो आप.
And monitoring of the other health status. So conventional treatment based on the pathogen specific mastitis, suppose staphylococcus mastitis and coliform mastitis, and if this mastitis is associated with the acute infection or systemic reaction, then we have to give additional treatment besides the antimicrobial therapy, either is the intramammary or systemic therapy. Then antimicrobial therapy in the mastitis, it is a really present concern, the why the antibiotics are not working properly in the mastitis, or not 100% antibiotic cure rate is obtained from the mastitis therapy. Because of the several reasons are there, like intramammary, and although it is a conventional option, but drug tolerance, resistance is the primary importance. As you all know, antimicrobial resistance is a matter of concern. Then intracellular location of the pathogen where drug distribution is not proper. Then quiescence and metabolic state of the micro where pathogens are less susceptible to antibiotics. Then also the ill form of the organisms, escape from antimicrobial effects of the milk through different mechanisms by the pathogen, adverse effect of the drug on immune cells, and organisms that are very short-lived antimicrobial gland which reach for and they go out other sites where antimicrobial do not get the scope to act on this pathogen. Again, this pathogen will come to the mammary parenchyma, which leads to the recurring of mastitis. Improper distribution, physical obstruction, if there is a pus necrosis is there or edema is there, then drug distribution will be less. Necrosis of the tissue of the mammary gland, again we will impair the proper antimicrobial therapy. Infection in the teeth canal is also another reason. So in spite of having the different mechanisms are there for to escape the pathogen for proper effect of the antimicrobials, there are so many other therapeutics has been tried from time to time and reported in different literatures, like homeopathy, oxytocin, ozone therapy is there, herbal therapy, plant-based, natural product-based therapy, suppose musty herb. Another some herbal intramammary also come up in European dairy herb or some US dairy herbs like phytomast. Then recombinant cytokines, lactoferrin, bacteriophage therapy, bacteriocins, and vaccine, J5 vaccine, which is directed against the Escherichia coli pathogen. So developing, that's why the different type of to address the different type of disadvantage of the antimicrobial therapy, this type of alternative approaches has come up nowadays. Then homeopathy is very important. It also reduces the antimicrobial residue in the milk, and so many homeopathic preparations are coming up in the market, but these are mainly used for the preventive measures, not clinically it is that much affected. Then nanotechnology delivery based therapy for the better delivery of the antimicrobials, they are nanoparticle coated, different type of antimicrobials has been used, but though these are reported in the literature, in the research articles, but in practice it is not, still now we have to wait. Then bacteriocin is the that have the broader spectrum activity and advantage over the antibiotic in the infectious disease. Suppose lactobacillus, they are using bacteriocin, nisin. This type of bacteriocin has been used for this antimicrobial therapy in intramammary infections, and this will also help to reduce the antimicrobial usage in the mastitis therapy and antimicrobial load in the milk. Then apart from the bacteriocins, ozone therapy that I have already told, ozone therapy. Then cytokine therapy also, these various type of recombinant bovine cytokine, suppose IL-2, colony stimulating factor, interferon gamma, like that. These have been used through the intramammary route. Where it is? नहीं फॉर आगे आगे बढ़ो, प्रोसीड। Then oxytocin I have already told. Natural products. It is not working. Proceed. Oxytocin next. Natural next. Lactoferrin also told, you have to iron binding protein. Lysozymes also, these have been used. Lactoparacinates next. Then although this type of different type of alternative approaches have been applied for the effective antimicrobial therapy in case of mastitis, now main cornerstone of the mastitis prevention in case of commercial dairy herds, 10-point mastitis control program will be the cornerstone, which are been outlined by the National Mastitis Council as well as National Research on Dairying, National Research Institute on Dairying, where the 5-point mastitis control has been directed for the contagious pathogen, and another 5-point mastitis control program has been designed for the control of the environmental mastitis. So from this talk we can conclude that application of hygienic measure during milk collection and using milking machine, lactation, dry cow therapy, teat sealer, dietary supplements and cullings are likely to reduce but not control the incidence of both clinical and subclinical mastitis. Effect of mastitis in dairy herd health program, milk production highlight an urgent need to develop the effective strategy for prevention and control, and constant changing of predominance of the etiological agents is the different geographical location must be considered while adopting developing mastitis control strategy. And research towards the development of effective broad spectrum vaccines could be helpful to reduce the mastitis incidence where wide range of bacteria is responsible. Suppose nowadays only J5 vaccine is available, which are used in the European dairy herds, which is only targeted towards E. coli, but we have to include the Staph aureus, Streptococcus, dysgalaxia, agalaxia. Then we can address the mastitis or preventive measures, because mastitis is a managemental disease rather than the clinical disease. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Day. Any quick question from audience? Sir.
Yes, sir.
You told about oxytocin can be used for treatment of mastitis. Just for my knowledge, can you speak little bit how oxytocin?
Oxytocin actually not used as a therapeutic purpose. Before some papers are there, before where the milk accumulation is there in the udder, then sometimes oxytocin can be used to the removal of the milk. And when the milk, infected milk amount on the udder will be reduced, then bacterial load will be reduced. After that, the intramammary therapy will be effective. This paper, but because oxytocin is not recommended for the therapy of the mastitis, but it is for preventive and temporary use.
One more thing is these days, many antimicrobial peptides, even antimicrobial metabolites are coming in the urine of the cattle, and many groups have also tried, and they have tried to use it in an ointment form.
Okay.
Like take the metabolites, take this, and if you put the ointment, even if a little bit inject, probably it will have also some applications. Those things have to be looked into.
Yes, sir. Yes. Like as regards to antimicrobial, some nisin is there. It is also antimicrobial peptide in nature. These are also being reported.
Yes.
Like that, you are telling that.
Yes. In the urine, actually, just after metabolism, lot of breakdown products come in the urine, and many metabolites and peptides are antimicrobial in nature. Those things also can be tried.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, that I will read and update my knowledge. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Day.
Thank you.
Now I invite our next presenter, Dr. Mrigank Hon Parkhe, and I request Dr. Rajesh Kumar, co-chairman of this session, to introduce Dr. Mrigank Hon Parkhe, please.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Mrigank Hon Parkhe, sir, is a principal scientist cum head in Department of Veterinary Gynecology and Obstetrics from Gadwasu, Ludhiana, Punjab. Dr. Rohan Parkhe sir got his doctorate in veterinary science and obstetrics and gynecology from Gadwasu, and his area of research interests are manipulation of follicular dynamics in bovines and bovines, and infectious form of bovine and equine infertility. His academic experience has 23 years, and Dr. Rohan Parkhe is awarded by many awards like Best Young Scientist Award, Professor Niels Lazaroff Award, Canadian Commonwealth Scholarship Award, Professor Yancy Sharma Memorial Award, and International Travel Award by Department of Science and Technology, New Delhi. Dr. Rohan Parkhe has published about 35 international and 120 national research papers in many reputed journals. Thank you, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you, Dr. Good afternoon to all chair bearers on the dais and the delegates present over here of the dais. Being a man of animal reproduction, the organizing committee has given me the opportunity to talk on this topic. Improved reproduction is the way forward for increasing productivity. So in this topic, basically I will be discussing about current scenario and the challenges, major issues that we face when we come across with the bovine reproduction, and the possible solution that I guess we can come up with the problems, and then what can be done. So if you see the current scenario in Indian conditions, the dairying is an important secondary source of income. Why I am saying so? Because if we compare the agriculture with the livestock sector, here you can see there is a great fall in the agriculture and allied sectors for GDP contribution. Percent GDP is drastically reduced in case of agriculture, whereas livestock is contributing more than double to the GDP. So that is why this has become the main or secondary source of income, and this is for the past 40 years. Now bovine population, you all know it is increasing, and in previous lectures also the lead speakers told about that. If you see the population since 1997, it has increased up to 302.3 million, and out of this population 243.4 million is the breedable population. So no doubt India is the largest producer for milk, but it is largest producer because the bovine population is more. But if you see the per animal productivity, if you see the average per animal productivity per year, it is far less than the other rest of the world. If you see, it is very high for the rest of the world, but for Indian condition it is this much. So this is the issue, and we should improve for that. So as far as low milk production is concerned, many factors are there as I have enlisted here, but one of the most important factor is poor reproduction. So what are those poor reproduction factors? Here I would like to say here, there are many challenges as far as bovine reproduction is concerned, but I am highlighting here the major one. So major one, if you see here, the lesser AI coverage. See, AI is the oldest ART, animal reproductive technologies. When we talk about it, is the oldest one, but as far as its coverage is concerned, it is still low. It is not up to the level that it should be. Then second is there is less production and supply of superior bulls or semen. Then the third one is problem of infertility. You go to any farm, you go to any dairy farm, be it a progressive farmer, be it a submarginal, or be it a poor farmer, you will get these three conditions all the way. Either it is repeat breeding syndrome, or it is any stress, or it is delayed puberty. So problem is still in existence despite so many efforts. The third one is genomic selection, for which Dr. Mohanty has already discussed in his previous lecture. So, and one more important thing is poor infrastructure to implement ARTs in the field. So because the work has to be done by the manpower, and man is not there. Everybody cannot be done by artificial intelligence. So if you see the AI coverage for the past 10-11 years, you see there is a plateau, there is the stagnancy, means the AI coverage is just 32%. If you see, as I told you about, there are breedable population is just 243.3 million. But if you see, the coverage is just 32%, so which is far, far less than the other developed country where it is 95% coverage of AI, but in India it is just 32. So it is major issue. It is matter of concern for us. Then the facts associated with the less AI coverage is, if you see here some data, so if you see the total AI coverage is just 77.9 million cows or bovine, only 32%. Secondly, the AI centers in India, number is this, and semen production centers only 56, and semen doses as far as this 2017 is concerned, 115 million. And the last but not least, the total number of veterinary officers or para-vets, number is this, and area served by per veterinarian is 48.49 square meter. It is too large, because one VO is catering 3-4 villages around, or sometime even more than that. And if in one village, if you consider 1,000 households, so you can imagine that one VO is covering this much of area. So maybe he may not be available all the time there. So gap is 38% in Indian scenario presently, means only 62% veterinarians, 62% area is covered, while 38% is still without veterinary services or veterinary practices. So you can imagine how can we expect large coverage of AI. So possible solutions that I guess is here, means the target of AI coverage, it should be at least 70% if we want to compete with the other developed countries. Then there is need to increase production of frozen semen doses, and the availability of the paravets and veterinary officers should be more, means they should be available for weekends and holidays, because as and when I go to the field, and if I ask the farmers to go for some protocols, and if AI days on Sunday or Saturdays, they usually say me, डॉक्टर साहब आप संडे और सैटरडे की बात मत करो, बिकॉज इस दिन वेटनरियन अवेलेबल नहीं होगा. So that is a major concern, because farmer अगर वो चाहे भी कि if he want to go for synchronization protocol, so these are the hindrance, this is the interruption, that veterinarians are not available on holidays and Saturdays, Sundays. So that there should be availability. Then refresher training course for updating the knowledge of those veterinarians and those who are working for specifically paravets. Then the second major issue is this one, less production and supply. So for this high genetic merit bulls doses should be available in large scale. Then lesser availability of pedigreed bull that is also a problem. And poor post-thaw attributes, that Dr. Ajit has already mentioned about that, ki poor post-thaw attributes are always there. So we need to be little more careful about that. So possible solution are these. The field performance means we generally we are not able to find out the animals, good animals. So if state level competitions are more to find out the animals, specifically milk competitions, and the details of the animals can be available if you do some competitions, and more number of competitions are held in the state and different states. Then one more thing, some institutes are doing that work, that sperm dose can be reduced to the half, like NDRI and CIRB, I think they are doing this, and now Gadwasu has also started work on this particular aspect to reduce the sperm dose. Then there is need to improve the record keeping. Now here I would like to say that digitalization of record keeping should be there. Nowadays, as in morning session they were saying about artificial intelligence. So before, if artificial intelligence has to be in existence, the record keeping should be there, proper record keeping, and digitalization, because every farmer is having mobiles and we are also having, so there should be digitalization. Then The next is this, the problem, major issue is repeat, as I told you about. So in a recent study that we conducted in Gadwasu, so we submitted our report to National Adoptive Funds for Climate Change. So in final report also, we found that stress, delayed puberty and repeat breeding, these are still the major issues. And if you see the delayed puberty, the 33% of animals are facing from this problem, followed by stress and repeat breeding. So, and this is the data, it is very large data, means we covered 3,000 households, and the number of animal, if you see, 13,309 animals we have covered for this, generating this data. So, it is still alarming. Then, what we can do is, this is the problem, why these problems are still in existence, because farmers are not aware. Farmers' awareness is also very important if you reduce the incidences of stress, repeat breeding and delayed puberty. Then the second point is the interventions. They are, as I told you that veterinarians are not available, paravets are not available, so the quackery is developing there. So most of the interventions are done by quacks, so that creates some huge problems. Then estrus synchronization, if we expect good synchronization protocols and the results, so but cost factor is very important. So that is less in field, because farmers himself will not use any synchronization protocol unless you give him some subsidized, or if you are having any project, then certainly you can provide the hormones. But if you are not having in project and you simply prescribe the hormones, farmer will not opt that. So that is the problem. And then the important thing is ultrasonography is under the purview of PCP&DT, which should not be there, because we are not here to go for female fetishism. Rather, we want that female should be there, and no veterinarian is doing I mean, if somebody is doing bad practices, or if he is guilty, he should not be spared at any point of time. But if the veterinarians, they are using it for noble cause, for the betterment of the animal husbandry practices, so why not to use, and why this PCP&DT is the big hurdle for them. So possible solution, as I told you, that farmers awareness. So under the same project, we conducted many farmers awareness camp, and we came to know that before project and after project, only make them aware about the stress management and when to go for. Sometimes farmers don't know the stress signs also. So if they are waiting for bellowing, even the animal is giving some discharges too. So they wait for the bellowing. So unless the animal is bellowing, so they don't go for, even the discharges are coming, good discharges are coming. So that is sort of stress management and awareness. And when we gave them this awareness, when we make them know about this thing, so you can see there was this much of huge changes, means percent increase to ability of detect stress and timely breeding. So all these parameters, they were there, and finally we got good results for that. Then farmers awareness, not only for the stress management, but also we should make them aware about don't go for the treatment by quacks. So intervention should be done by the qualified veterinarians. Then ultrasonography should be out of the purview of P&DT. Then there will be development of indigenous quality hormone production, so that the treatment cost of synchronization can be reduced. Then fixed time AI protocol should be adopted at much wider scale. So genomic selection of animals, this is also again a problem, and much has been discussed about this. So I'm not going into much detail for this. So possible solutions, some of the solutions are here, that ETT, OPU, IVF should be promoted at large scale, and the team should be prepared for it, is because OPU IVF is not a one-man army job. It is a teamwork, and you cannot expect the result fortnightly. It's a long going process, but at least we should prepare a team that can go and that can implement the techniques so efficiently. I would like to summarize this because time paucity was there. So we should increase AI coverage, not up to 95%, but at least up to 70%. And then there should be increase in the availability of the field practices, veterinary practices in the form of veterinary officers or in the form of paravets. Then a strict implementation of the laws and acts. There is one Bovine Breeding Act is in existence, but not completely. Only few districts are doing that, but I hope in coming future that Bovine Breeding Act will be in the implementation throughout the country. So to reduce the malpractices specifically. Then there should be increased supply of high genetic married bulls, and we should take some steps to stop the quackery for the interventions of the diseases. And ultrasonography machine should be out of the purview of PCP NDT Act. And the last is farmers awareness. All the time we need to do more trainings and workshops at field level to make them aware about the better reproduction management, and refresher training course not only for the farmers but also to update the VOs and paravets. So this was all about my topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Parkhe. I think we should move ahead, and audience can get time to interact with Dr. Parkhe during gala dinner session in the evening. Yeah. So now I request quickly Dr. Suresh Kumar Jirwal for his presentation, and just to introduce Dr. Suresh Kumar Jirwal, Assistant Professor, Department of Veterinary Surgery and Radiology, is serving in College of Veterinary and Animal Science, Bikaner, Rajasthan University, and he has become the first veterinary surgeon of Rajasthan state to perform successful cataract surgery by phacoemulsification method in dogs. He won 3 consecutive gold medals for his best paper in Annual Congress of Indian Society for Veterinary Surgery from 17 to 19. He was awarded on the occasion of Republic Day 2018 by District Administration Bikaner. Dr. Jirwal also felicitated with Vice Chancellor's Award for getting recognition as veterinary ophthalmologist on the occasion of Independence Day 2022 by Honorable Vice Chancellor LUVAS. So with this, I request Dr. Jirwal to present his paper, please.
Thank you very much, sir. Respected jury on the dais, chairman, co-chairman and rapporteur, esteemed delegates in the auditorium. Myself, Dr. S.K. Jirwal, a man of surgery and particularly dealing in the ophthalmology section. And this session is on digitalization in animal health, production and reproduction. So this lecture is, most of the slides you will see that lot of digitalization is there in ophthalmology. Yeah. So title, as you have seen, is the ocular health, prospects of ocular health management in farm and companion animals. Ocular health management has been a matter of concern since time immemorial. We have seen that Sushrut was the first Indian physician. He has also written one Sushrut Samhita, and in this he has stated about 76 eye diseases, out of which 51 were surgically treated, and in that he have described regarding glaucoma, cataract and trichiasis and something like that. And moreover, the cataract surgery that is nowadays becoming popular in veterinary field, that was already that is already in a routinely being done in human beings, is now getting popularity in animals also, and more and more people are coming over there. And way back, Sushrut has also described something, a procedure to treat cataract just by putting the lens out of the visual axis. So that was, I think, the first intracapsular cataract surgery that started in 90s in human beings. So we have got this data from there. Then we all know that how the eyes are important to human beings. Like animals also have a great importance of eyes for their regular duties and performing the routines. Okay, like cow to graze, then horse to race, then dogs to play and guard, all the tiger to prey. They all need a good vision to perform all these routines. And if there is no vision in the animals, their life becomes very miserable, and they all become very much helpless creatures. Then we all know that vision and a good ocular health is a matter of concern in human beings and in animals also. And if a vet cannot identify or observe the first tear in the eye of any animal, he will certainly lead to the blindness. Then there are many ocular pathologies that leads to blindness if they are not timely treated. Then detailed knowledge of these pathologies is very, very much necessary for the veterinarians. It is not necessary that every veterinarian should go for a post-graduation in veterinary surgery or like that. Even a undergraduate pass student, a graduate student can perform all these medicinal treatments. We all know that nowadays veterinary ophthalmology is growing very, very fast, and people are performing this in private sector, earning a lot. So this is because that the animal owners are coming up with lots of problem in their pets or their animals' eye, and more technologies and instruments are daily being introduced into the market in the ophthalmology section. Growing awareness among the owners is another factor that is a good symptom for ocular health management in the coming time. Then growing interest of vets. This is something very important. Nowadays, many vets are approaching to us that, okay, sir, we want to organize some workshop, and we already have started organizing, and not only as at Rajasthan, many at Punjab, Gadwasu, Chennai, Mumbai, all over India, they are performing lots of seminars and workshops are going on. Then the industry is coming up with latest instruments like human beings. In veterinary also, veterinary specific instruments have been introduced nowadays for ophthalmology. Lot of instrumentation, and the latest advances in you can say like in cataract surgery is being introduced in veterinary also. Then increased demand to train the vets has led to organize all these CVE programs, and you can see lots of organizations are doing this. Now, the issue is that before you go for getting the treatment of eye, the basic need is at least a vet should be aware of the basic anatomy and physiology of the eye. So that is very important, that he should know the anatomy, and after that he can learn simple ophthalmic examinations to maintain the ocular health. These are very much simple that even a graduate student can perform that gross examination, Menes, obstacle, CRT, PLR. All these are simple ophthalmological examinations and can easily be learned. And every vet should be able to observe and address the runny or sticky eye, irritation in the eye, visual loss, dull eye, tear stains, asymmetry of the pupil. All these things are to be observed. Here you can see the runny eye. If it is not treated at this level, it will make the animal blind. You can see here a lot of irritation is there. There is one video, last video. Chalega kya? Okay, leave it. Then you can see there are many gross examination. If a veterinarian can address these pictures and can easily diagnose that what's the problem with the eye. This is the initiation. And if he can diagnose that, okay, gross, in such kind of cases, even he didn't know any kind of instrumentation, just know, the need of the hour is just he should have a knowledge of, basic knowledge of anatomy and physiology of the eye, and he can diagnose. Otherwise, you see, very simple tests are there. Menace reflex, a test for vision, very simple, just move your head towards the eye, and if the eye is visible, having vision, it will move the head away. Then obstacle course test to see the vision, CRT, corneal reflex, to know the ocular status, to know the health status of the cornea. Very simple. These are very simple tests. Serum test, the most popular test. This strip is readily available in the market for human beings, and the same strip can also be used for the veterinary purpose. And every case of epiphora should be addressed with this STD. And if you can perform this, you can, save many eyes. Fluorescent dye test to, diagnose any kind of ulcer. You can do this. Now, these were the simple tests. Now, if we move a step ahead, then you see there are certain advanced ophthalmic diagnostic tests like slit lamp, tonometry, gonioscopic examination. All these are easily performed and can be easily learned also. They are very much popular in human beings. You can see slit lamp. You see, whenever you go to any ophthalmologist, he just asks to put your chin over here, and that is a desktop. All the instruments, all in one machine is there. But in veterinary, we need handheld instruments. So this is handheld slit lamp. This is tonometers. Various kinds of tonometers are being introduced in veterinary, and they are very, user-friendly instruments are there. They can be easily used to note the intraocular pressure. Then comes indentation tonometry, rebound tonometry, lots of. This is a kind of non-contact tonometry being performed at our end also. My dear, this is not working. Working? Yeah. Then ophthalmoscopy to diagnose the various ocular affections of surface ocular, then to go with the retina also. Direct ophthalmoscopy, indirect ophthalmoscopy, and these are the instruments, not too much costly, and if once it is learned, they can be easily used. Nasolacrimal duct patency, very important. Every case of epiphora should be checked for the patency of the nasolacrimal duct, and if it is checked within time, you can save the eye. Then cytological, bacteriological examination, it should be a routine in any clinic or any research station. Ocular health management in farm animal is little bit different from the pet animals or the companion animals. Unlike, companion animals, these farm animals are not brought to the clinic for regular examination of the health examination. We have to search for these cases at some gosalas, or if you want to do some work on ocular health management of cattle, you have to move out to the gosalas, and we are doing this in one of the gosala near 250 kilometers from Bikaner at Jodhpur. We have screened thousands of blind cattle and found lot of causes of blindness in these cattle and started treating. See, these are the simple pathologies of the eye of a cattle. Simple eyelid laceration. If it is sutured well in time, you can save the sight. Not sutured, it is not a too tedious job. It can be easily performed. Then lot of affections of cornea and sclera are there. Then lens luxation, cataract. Cataract, again I told you, from human beings it comes to the pet, and from pets now we have moved on to the cattle also. We have performed hundreds of cases of cataract and get the good vision. Then simple techniques. I just want to show this slide, that a simple technique of corneal ulcer can be treated just by putting the eyelids closed. A simple TARS therapy, if it is performed well in time, you can save the cornea. You see, TARS therapy done, and after 60 days, cornea will be clear. If it is go untreated, cornea will be damaged completely. Eyelid laceration, simple technique to suture the these eyelids. Then this kind of, in media, these success stories, they provide, very success is awareness among the animal husbandry people and also among the animal owners. Lot of work is being done. Recently, we have also operated one lion for cataract surgery that was having blindness for last 5 years. We have operated it and it gained the vision at Jodhpur. Now, if we move little ahead, veterinary ophthalmology is, moving very fast, and you can see the advances in ophthalmology. Simple autologous platelet-rich plasma. If we give it subconjunctival injection, the corneal opacity is treated. Then companion animal eye registry. It's a common process in Europe, not being performed over here for diagnosing some hereditary diseases and for breeding purpose. They don't allow the animal if it is not registered in this. You can see for many hereditary diseases like PRA, progressive retinal atrophy, like in human beings, it is also a congenital disease. Then like retinal dysplasia, this is also a systemic inherited disease. Then if we move on to certain next step, again, advanced imaging system in ophthalmology. The same imaging system that is being used in human ophthalmology is now being transferred to the veterinarian also. They can use provided you have some basic knowledge regarding the ophthalmology, USG, ERG, MRI, pachymetry, all these kinds of ophthalmological processes are being done in veterinary also. You can see A mode USG, then B mode ultrasound. You can see such kind of images are received on B mode ultrasonography. This is the normal picture of USG, and if you see some abnormalities, you can see a large vitreal cyst here, you can see, and then a retinal detachment that will lead to complete blindness. In human beings, a lot of treatment have been evolved regarding this treatment for retinal degeneration and retinal detachment. When in veterinary, still we are lagging behind. The basic thing is we should learn to diagnose, and if you learn to diagnose, you will certainly move for some treatment also. So by B mode ultrasonography, you can diagnose. ERG, that was a very popular instrument in human being to know the retinal, to know the status of retina, the photoreceptor cells in the retina, the status, either they are working or not. Even if you perform a very successful cataract surgery and if there is no vision, ERG is the only answer that yes, photoreceptor cells are gone. This will tell the status of photoreceptor cells. Either the animal will have vision or not. If it is gone and if straight lines are there, you can say now this animal will never see. No vision will be there. Technology is fast changing. ERG we were doing with the anesthetized animal, and now you can see handheld ERG system is there, and you can perform in standing animal also. MRI, you can see the lot of images nowadays, it is being regularly performed. You can see the retrobulbar space mass in the eye. Then pachymetry, commonly for doing the corneal, measuring the corneal thickness. Specular bimicroscopy, again to know the endothelial growth before going the cataract surgery or any corneal surgery, we have to see the status of the endothelium of the cornea, how much the cell density is there. Then optical coherence tomography, like human beings, it is being used in veterinary very successfully nowadays. Then fundus photography, you can see that a lot of fundus cameras are available in the market like this, desktop, then handheld, but these all are costly matters. It costs about 2.5 lakhs. Recently, we have invented this one, smartphone funduscopy. We have performed some research also on camel and dogs, and now presently we are going for cattle also. It costs only the smartphone. Rest other thing, 20D is there and one pipe is there, and easily you can go for a survey of the fundus status of the animals. And if you find something different or abnormal, then you can go for advanced. But for survey, it's best one. Then future vision. What is the future? Now, human beings, they are going for laser surgery. We are lagging far behind. We don't know the name of laser in the veterinary field. We are not using because we are at this primary level. So this could be the future. If many and more veterinarians are engaging in ophthalmology to themselves, this will be the future. One day we will be performing cataract surgeries and other by laser, future corneal transplantation you can see. Then future vision, robotic eye, very soon. Recently, I have been invited to help me see organization at Mumbai, those who are training to human ophthalmologists to see their simulator and robotic surgery also. Then robotic retinal surgery is very prevalent, and in human beings it is being performed very successfully, and soon it will be a matter of pride for veterinarians also. Now friends, take home message. Already I have taken 16 minutes, sorry sir. So livestock owner should be made aware regarding this ophthalmological affections, and friends, now it is high time to get it with the latest technology, telemedicines. If anybody can send some images and tell you, okay sir, please see what is the, sir, yesterday somebody was telling me that he just sent me some pictures in the WhatsApp, and I tell the treatment that I was okay. And periodic examination of the farm animal and companion animal is very, very important. Now friends, farm and companion animals expect a big leap in advancement of veterinary ophthalmology, for which we have to be committed, and we are trying to be committed. Thank you. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am ready to answer any questions. Thank you very much. Sorry for taking some more time.
No problem, sir. Thank you, Dr. Jirwal, for your nice presentation. And audience are requested to contact him during gala dinner for personal contact. As in.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. And now I request organizers
sir,
to announce.
I request Dr. S.N. Singh, sir, President IAAVR, to come on the stage to felicitate the lead speakers. I request Dr. Jirwal, sir, to be in the stage. Now I request Dr. M. Hun Parkhe, sir, to come on the stage. Dr. Ujjwal Day, sir, to please come on the stage to receive the felicitation. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now we will continue with presentations, other presentations listed for students and faculty. And let me quickly check how many presentations are there. Effect of CLC supplementation in semen extender by Pramod Kumar G.S. Mehta. Is it available? Okay. Please wait, please. Then secondly, evaluation of different therapeutic regime on management of exocrine pancreatic inefficiency, Anand Kumar Singh. Somebody to present? No. Then therapeutic management of thalidosis by K.P. Khillare. No. Pheromones in livestock, Aparna Hebbar. No. Then nutrigenomics, Aparna Hebbar. Nutrigenomics, a promising tool? No. Then clinical management of lumpy skin disease by Tejinder Singh? No. Comparative efficacy of modified ovsing protocol by Pushpendra Maravi? Yes. Performance index of chicken broiler supplemented with Vishal Sharma? No. Dystocia due to holocardias amorphous, Gitesh Shaini? Yes. And comparative study of combination of semen additives, Dipti Nain? Yes. Study on effects of Moringa oleifera, Devendra Singh? No. Study on effect of Moringa oleifera, Sandeep Dillon? No. Studies on efficacy of GnRH, KP Singh? No. Comparative diagnostic sonography, this Amit Sharma? Yes. Effect of bull urine exposure in augmentation of early resumption, Sachi Kamal, yes. Effect of dietary curcumin supplementation, Manisha Yadav, yes. Strategies to improve consumption rate, Suresh Kumar, okay. Clinico-pathological study, Sulekha, no. Cryopreservation of bovine semen using aloe barbantis, Abhishek Kumar, yes. Comparative radiographic and ultrasonographic, Tarun Kamal, yes. Comparative radiographic and ultrasonographic evaluation, Tarun Kamal, yes. Then management of obstetric urolithiasis, Jyotsna Bhatt, no. Prevalence and characteristics of uterine torsion, Gyan Singh, no. Record flushing embryos in Devani cows, A.M. Walikar, yes. Fertility response following supplementation of composite herbal, this Muhammad Mujahid Pasha, yes. Molecular detection and hematobiochemical, Shivani Bante, no. Then endometrial messenger RNA expression of TLR, Pradeep Dangi, no. Surgical management of soft palate injury, Ankita Kumari, yes. Okay. Surgical management of salivary fistula, Sonu Meena, yes. Surgical management of GID in goat, yes. Ultrasonographic ovarian biometry, S.H. Kapane, no. Then last one is successful surgical management, Manoj Kumar Ahirwar, yes. So all together, so total 17 presentations will be in this session. So now I invite Dr. Pramod Kumar on to present effect of CLC supplementation in semen extender on mitigating oxidative stress. So time for presentation will be 4 minutes plus 1 minute question answer. फैकल्टी टिक कर दो, ये विल बी फैकल्टी, इसको पूछ लेता हूँ. डॉक्टर प्रमोद, you write, this is first, you are first author? Faculty, na? Sir, are you a faculty? Yeah, faculty.
As we know, artificial insemination is most popular in the equine industry also. And in equine semen cryopreservation, there is a problem in the semen cryopreservation. So in many species, cholesterol phospholipid ratio is also an issue, because cholesterol phospholipid ratio has an important role in semen cryopreservation, and cholesterol has an important component in the regulation of the membrane fluidity and the stabilization of the spermatozoal membrane. So supplementation of the cholesterol loaded cyclodextrin has been improved beneficial effect in many species, but it is that is the cyclodextrin which if we preloaded with the cholesterol, then that is called cholesterol loaded cyclodextrin. And keeping in mind that if it affects many effect of many species, then what is the effect of this is in equine species. So my aim is to investigate what is the oxidation status of this intervention in Marwadi stallion. For this, this study was conducted in EPC center, and a total 6 stallion was taken having the age group 4 to 7 years. Cholesterol loaded cyclodextrin was preparation as per day and gram 2004. We make the cholesterol add in chloroform, then methyl beta cyclodextrin was add in methanol, and this liquid was put in mixed these solutions, then poured in petri dish, air dry by nitrogen gas, and additional 24 hours for the crystal formation. Then stock solution was prepared, and the working solution of the CLC was made by the further dilution. In control, there is no addition of the CLC, while different treatment groups having T1, T2, T3 and T4 having the concentration of 1.5 and 2 and 3 milligram respectively in different treatment groups. And after this taking, we add the CLC in the semen extender and take the different sequential process of the semen cryopreservation, and we examine at the semen at the cold condition and the post-thaw conditions. We examine the oxidative stress of these semen, we examine total antioxidant capacity, GSH, and the MDA concentration. Statistical analysis as per the standard protocol provided by the Snackdor and Cochrane 1994. As we talk about the result and discussion, so first slide you showing the data of fresh semen that indicated that the total antioxidant capacity was mainly due to the seminal plasma, and this result showing the pre-freeze condition of the spermatozoa. As we seen in the treatment group, there the lower values on the MDA, while in the GSH and the total antioxidant capacity was the higher due to the antioxidant nature of the cholesterol. And as we know, cholesterol also having the antioxidant property that reduces the reactive oxygen species or the free radicals. And this results of the post-thaw, and also as we see that the MDA level was increased, but in control group is a higher concentration, and the treatment group having the lower concentration. But as we know, as the cholesterol concentration was increased, there is a reduction in the MDA group, but beyond a certain limit, there is no positive effect. What we see can say the dendrimal effect after the 2 milligram of concentration, these data also found in the GSH and the total antioxidant capacity. In these graphs, we also at the MDA level there is a decrease in different treatment group, while the GSH and the total antioxidant capacity was increased in the treatment group. If we are concluded that at my present study, there is the supplementation of the extender with the cyclodextrin in 2 milligram at the concentration, improved the post-thaw sperm quality of the Marwadi stallion through the preventing the drop in total antioxidant capacity and GSH activity, and thereby significantly reduced the oxidative threat as indicated by the reduced melandihyde activity. And this would allow a more efficient use of the cryopreserved stallion semen for the insemination and the establishment of the sperm banks. Thanks for the attention.
Thank you, Dr. Pramod. Any question from audience, please? By which mechanism CLC supplementation, in your opinion, might have decreased oxidative stress?
Sir, already I have discussed that cholesterol itself, it is increased the cholesterol phospholipid ratio, first thing. Second thing, it is as its antioxidant property is reduce the free radicals and the reactive oxygen species. That's why this increase the antioxidant capacity of the semen extender.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now I invite second speaker to present comparative efficacy of modified obsing protocol in postpartum stress cattle, Pushpendra Maravi. Dr. Nitin Bajaj will be presenting. Okay, Dr. Nitin, please.
Respected chairman, co-chairman, reporter, and the
respected delegates of DIAS. I am going to present research work on comparative efficacy of modified OSINT protocol in postpartum anisstress cattle. So we all know that there is a period of anisstress after parturition in cattle or in cows, we can say. Then if it is beyond the voluntary waiting period, it is considered as postpartum anisstress. So if it is not treated, it is going to affect the profitability of the farm. This postpartum anisstress is more in buffaloes as compared to cattle, and many nutritional and hormonal approaches have been tried to counteract or to break this postpartum anisstress period and reestablish the cow hormonal and metabolic processes and balance. Hormonal therapies have good therapeutic value to enhance the reproductive efficiency in anisstress cattle, but they have a variable success. Keeping above facts in mind, this study was planned to evaluate the comparative efficacy of modified OSINT protocols in postpartum anisstress cattle. So in this study, we have taken 135 postpartum animals, and that were aging between 5 to 10 years, about 2.5 body condition score in Jabalpur districts of MP, and these animals were reared under same managemental conditions in villages, and the breeding history and the calving history was collected. And after that, we have taken into consideration that animals have crossed 60 days postpartum and have not shown any signs of estrus. And these animals were parenterally examined 10 days apart twice. And after that, we have gone for this examination. 66 animals out of 135 animals were found positive for postpartum anisstress. Out of these 66 animals, we have taken 24 animals, and these were randomly selected and were divided into 4 groups, out of which 3 groups were treatment groups and 1 was the control group. In treatment group 1, we have used the typical OSINT protocol combined with the CIDR, and this CIDR was implanted on day 0 along with the first GnRH injection and was removed on the 8th day. And as common on day 10, we have gone for fixed time air protocol. In second group, that is T2 group, we have reused this CIDR, and that too in OSINT protocol, typical OSINT protocol. Along with that, we have gone for this vitamin E and selenium injection at the rate of 1 ml per 50 kg body weight, and on 10th day, as in OSINT protocol, we have gone for fixed time AI. And these reused CIDR were autoclaved at 724 pounds pressure and for 20 minutes at 121 degrees centigrade. And in group 3, with typical OSINT protocol, we have used mifepristone and HCG. This mifepristone was used in the form of oral tablets that was 1500 milligrams, and that was given after giving copper sulfate tablets. And this mifepristone was given at the dose rate of 1 milligram per kg body weight, and this mifepristone was given 15 to 20 minutes after the copper sulfate tablet. And on day 15th, HCG was given at the dose rate of 2000 international unit intramuscularly, and the control group was not given any treatment. So this is the slide which shows the different preparations that we have used. Parameters of study, the 2 parameters in the form of fertility rate was studied, that was estrus intensity score and conception rate. Estrus intensity score was studied in the form of estrus intensity scorecard as per Sermon 1999, and conception rate was taken in the form of pregnancy rate at days 45 postpartum. Statistical analysis was done as per the Snedeker and Cochrane 1994. So this table shows estrus induction efficiency and conception rate in terms of estrus induction efficiency and overall conception rate. It was found that there was overall conception rate was higher in group T3, that is mifepristone and HCG, while the estrus induction efficiency was good in group 2 and group 3, that is vitamin E and selenium and mifepristone group. This graph depicts the same. when coming to the group-wise total intensity scorecard, we have seen that there was best range of stress intensity was found in group T3, that was 70 to 90%, and that was mean SE was 81.20 plus minus 4.31. Group-wise stress intensity in induced stress in postpartum cow was highest in for intense stress in group T3 and was highest for moderate stress in group T1. This slide shows the pregnancy at days 50 postpartum. Coming to the conclusion, OSING along with mifepristone and HCG protocol provides a better fertility and maximum conception rate as compared to other groups. Reused CIDR have residue progesterone and combine them in OSING protocol also have good estrus induction and conception rate. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nitin. Any question from audience, please? Thank you.
Sir,
thank you, Doctor. Now I invite next speaker to present paper on dystocia due to holocardias amorphous monster in buffalo. Gitesh Saini, please.
Good evening to all. Today I will present my paper on dystocia due to... Yes, sir. Faculty. Yes, sir. Today I will present my paper on the topic dystocia due to holocardias amorphous monster in buffalo. As dystocia means difficult birth. The incidence of dystocia in buffaloes is reported between 2.12 to 4.81%. Dystocia can be due to maternal causes, fetal causes, or both. The incidence of maternal dystocia in the case of buffalo is high as compared to fetal causes. In the fetal causes, the three main causes are the fetal maldisposition, fetal oversize, and fetal abnormalities like malformation and fetal dropsical condition. Regarding the fetal malformations, these can be of two types, like anomalies or monster. If deformity is present in only one organ system, then it is known as fetal anomaly. But if generalized deformity is present, then that type of fetus is known as fetal monster. The holocardias amorphous fetus is an asymmetrical round mass which consists of connective tissue, and skin or hairs may be present. In some fetuses, bones or cartilage may be present, but the major prerequisite is that, according to the Roberts, is that it should be born with a normal viable fetus. So holocardias amorphous fetus can only be born if a normal viable fetus is there. If a single fetus having round mass is present, then that cannot be characterized as holocardias amorphous fetus. The present case was presented to COVS Rampraful, having history of a fetus delivered by a buffalo in the midnight, and after delivery of that fetus, the buffalo was still straining. When the animal was presented to the clinics, owner gave the history that traction was applied at the owner home for the 3 hours, but that traction attempt were unsuccessful. Clinical examination revealed that animal was continuously straining, mucous membranes were pinkish, and temperature was 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Per vaginal examination revealed that cervix is completely dilated and a round structure with ill-developed extremities were present. So from this case was tentatively diagnosed as a case of dystocia due to monster fetus. As the extremities are ill-developed, so it was decided to directly go for cesarean section for the delivery of that fetus. So the animal was retained in later recumbency, and it was decided to go for cesarean section through ventrolateral approach. The surgical site was aseptically prepared. Local anesthesia using 2% liglocaine solution was used, and surgical dissection of muscle and peritoneum was taken place. After giving incision, traction was applied using obstetrical chains, and these pictures depict the process of applying traction with the help of chains. In the end, this monster was delivered, and radiographic examination of this monster revealed that the ill-developed extremities are present, and there is no head or cranial cavity was present in that monster fetus. And On necropsy examination, it revealed that no heart was present in that fetus. Thank you. In the post-operative care, antibiotic therapy, anti-inflammatory therapy was given for 3 days, and after 14 days, suture were removed, and animal recovered completely. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gidesh. Any questions, please? No. Thank you. So next speaker is Dr. Deepti Nain on a comparative study of combination of semen additives in low-dose semen cryopreservation in Murrah buffalo bulls. Dr. Deepti Nain, please. Faculty.
A very good evening to all the respected delegates. Myself Dr. Deepti, and today I am going to present my research work on the topic comparative study of combination of semen additives in low-dose sperm cryopreservation in Murrah buffalo bull. So as we all know, so starting with the introduction, as we all know, buffalo spermatozoa has high amount of polyunsaturated fatty acids in its membrane. So during the time of cryopreservation, there are various changes like reduction in temperature, ice crystal formation, osmotic stress, and oxidative stress and lipid peroxidation. So due to all these changes, there are various kind of structural and molecular alterations in the spermatozoa. So in structural alterations, there can be acrosomal damage, leakage of enzymes, changes in membrane permeability, and decrease in the fertility and motility of spermatozoa. And in molecular changes, there can be changes in the mRNA expression, and epigenetic changes, disruption of the disulfide bonds, and the DNA damage. So there is a need to add some kind of semen additives in the semen to protect the spermatozoa. Also, we can also produce low-dose semen because there is a high demand of semen straws, and production of semen straws is less in our country. So my objective was to compare two combination of semen additives, increased agioxytrate diluent and control for low-dose semen preservation to protect the Murrah bull sperm. So I collected fresh semen and divided into 12 oligots, and 4 were the control, having 20 million, 15 million, and 10 million, and with 5 million doses, and 4 each for the combination of additives. 2 combination of additives were used. First one was cholesterol-loaded cyclodextrins, resveratrol, and cysteine, and second one was anandamide, mitoquinone, and trehalose. So as we all can see, in a combination of additive, there are 3 different additives with 3 different mechanism of action. So the hypothesis of the study was that one additive can act on one organelle of a spermatozoa, but the combination can act on different organelles and can act in different manner and protect different organelles. So first one is CLC. The mechanism of action of CLC is to insert cholesterol in the plasma membrane and to maintain the fluidity and stability of membrane. And second one is resveratrol, which is an antioxidant. And third one is cysteine, which is a part of nucleic acid and also a precursor of natural glutathione. In second combination, anandamide has a lipogenic effect which saves the energy for fertilization. Mitoquinone enters into the mitochondria and inhibit the generation of reactive oxygen species, and trehalose act as a non-permeating cryoprotectant and also a membrane stabilizer. So the doses of all the additives were standardized individually. After that, they were added in combination, but it was found out that they were not working properly. Then they were standardized according to the combination by reducing the concentration of additives. So moving to the results, the post-motility, viability, host percent, and acrosomal integrity was found to be higher in the first combination, having CLC, resveratrol, and cysteine in comparison to control and the other combination. These are the pictorial representations of eosin-negrosin staining, host reaction, and the acrosomal staining, that is Ginsa staining. Here the CTC assay was performed and the non-capacitated spermatozoa were significantly higher in the first group and lower in control and the second group. And the capacitated spermatozoa and acrosomal reacted spermatozoa were lower in CLC combination. Then lipid peroxidation was done using TBA-TCA method, and it was found out that MDA concentration was higher in the control group. CFDA-PI assay was performed and found out that live percent was higher in first group and moribund percent and dead percent were lower in the first group. Then posthokinetic parameters, all the posthokinetic parameters were significantly higher in all the sperm doses in first combination. So I can conclude that the combination having cholesterol-loaded cyclodextrin, resveratrol, and cysteine in the given standardized concentration was found to be suitable in comparison to control and the other group in 10 million sperm doses, and it also gave acceptable results in 5 million sperm doses in low-dose semen cryopreservation in Murrah buffalo bulls in comparison to control. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Deepthi. Any questions, please? One question from my side. Are all those ingredients or additives which you have used, they are water soluble or they need some special treatment? Because extender is combination of some lipid material also from egg yolk, phospholipids, cholesterol, and then water. Also glycerol is also there.
Sir, some additives were water soluble and some were soluble in DMSO.
Okay.
So like mitoquinone was already added to DMSO and after that added to TRIS.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So the next speaker is Dr. Amit Sharma, Comparative Diagnostic Sonography for Assessment of Gestation in Northwestern Himalayan Gaddi, EU. Dr. Sharma, please.
Respected Chairman, Co-Chairman, Rapporteur, and dear delegates. So, topic of my presentation is Comparative Diagnostic Sonography for Assessment of Gestation in Northwestern Himalayan Gaddi Eve. These shall be the contents of my presentation. The ultrasonography, as you all know, is a simple, reliable, non-invasive imaging technique without any side effects. It works on the principle of pulse echo phenomena, and different diagnostic techniques, they have been utilized in case of small ruminants. When I say sheep and goat, then two different techniques they are there. One is the transabdominal ultrasonography and another is the transrectal ultrasonography. In case of transrectal ultrasonography, it works with the linear rectal array probe, which is same probe which we use in case of the large ruminants with the frequency of 5 to 7.5 megahertz. In case of transabdominal ultrasonography, we use it with the help of sectoral probe with a frequency of 3.5 to 5 megahertz, and this is a sectoral or microconvex probe. So with this background, I planned my study with the objective comparative efficacy of sonography technique for assessment of early gestation in Gaddi Eve. So the work was conducted in the livestock farm dairy complex in the CSKHBAU Palampur, and a total of 8 adult Haldi Gaddi Eve, pregnant Gaddi Eve, they were taken for the study. And the different diagnostic techniques, they were utilized. So this is the study design in which the 8 pregnant animals, they were taken up, and either they were synchronized with the double shot of prostaglandin or they were in spontaneous estrus, and either of the techniques, either the transabdominal ultrasonography or the transrectal approach, it was undertaken during the procedure. The first examination was initiated day 25, and after that sequential examination at 10 days interval, they were undertaken in my study. The different biometric parameters or early embryonic or early fetal characteristics, they were evaluated, and the study was continued from day 25 till day 75. Because after 75, it was not possible to undertake the transrectal examinations. So these are the different biometric parameters which were evaluated during the procedure, and which include gestational sac, amniotic sac, crown dump length, then placentum diameter, then we have head and trunk differentiation, we have biparietal diameter, then abdominal diameter, and heart biometry. So these different biometry parameters, they were evaluated during the course of my study. Statistical analysis, it was undertaken by SPSS version 25. So coming to result and discussion, when we say, so these are the different biometric parameters which were evaluated, which includes embryonic parameters and the fetal parameters. And their first appearance by using the different kind of ultrasonographic techniques, they were evaluated. So these are the different parameters which are there. So if we come to the comparative efficacy of different techniques, and if we look at this table, which differentiate that comparative efficacy of diagnostic technique, and if we look at the different biometric parameters, we can say that transsectal ultrasonography, we have an earlier visualization of different biometric parameter in transrectal approach in comparison to the transabdominal approach, which is significantly. This is a table which suggests the comparative ultrasonographic precisional biometric evaluation. By precision, I mean to say that accuracy of identification of different structures. And in this case, if we study at the sequential evaluations, at day 35, if we look at the majority of structure, embryonic biometric structures, they were visualized with 100% accuracy. So we can say at day 35, we can say that these majority of structure which are good enough to say the animal is pregnant on these basis. This is the next table which suggests the transrectal or transabdominal guided biometric parameters, and different biometric parameters, they were evaluated, and their parameters, they were studied. And we have evaluated that both the techniques, there was significant increase in the diameters of various biometric parameters, either by using either of the techniques. This is the correlation of various biometric parameters, they were also evaluated, and this is by the heat map, and we have a heat map for early gestation as well as mid gestation. And during early as well as mid, the positive correlation, they were evaluated by both the techniques. The different predictive equations, they were also evaluated, and these predictive equations were on the basis of linear regression model. And on the basis of linear regression model, if we look at the transsectal ultrasonography, the biparietal diameter was having a determinant coefficient of 97.9%, followed by the umbilical cord diameter with a 95.8% determinant coefficient. In case of transabdominal, we have a highest determinant coefficient was of the abdominal diameter, followed by the heart length. So coming to conclusion, if we say, then transrectal ultrasonography, it offers better and earliest visualization of the embryonic structures than transabdominal approach. The day 35 could be regarded as best time for early pregnancy diagnosis by using either of the technique, whether it is transabdominal or it is transrectal approach. Biparietal diameter, it was regarded as the best biometric parameter for evaluating the gestation age using the transrectal approach, whereas the abdominal diameter was the best for using the transabdominal approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Amit. Any questions, please? No. Thank you. Now I invite Sanchi Kamal on presentation effect of bull urine exposure in augmenting early resumption of ovarian cyclicity in postpartum Sahiwal cause. Sanchi Kamal, please. Are you a student or faculty?
Student, sir.
Student, okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Sanchi Kamal. Success in the dairy farming depends upon an year-round calving interval in the cows and establishment of the postpartum cyclicity. But failure of the dairy cows to have optimum fertility leads to the lower reproduction efficiency and reduced number of lactations, uneconomical milk yield, and poor reproductive performance. So owing to this, we have selected the topic of effect of exposure of bull urine in augmenting early resumption of ovarian cyclicity in postpartum Sahiwal cows. So the primary goal of the livestock sector is shortening the time interval to resumption of the cyclicity postpartum. Some researchers have already studied regarding the biostimulation which stimulate the reproductive precocity. But the factor behind these are the pheromones, which are the volatile and the non-volatile admixtures that signal through the excretory products. So in the preliminary study, we have carried out the bioactivity response of the bull urine spray, in which we used to collect the fresh bull urine from the elite bulls, and also we have stored some of the quantity. So we have sprayed that urine freshly, like that fresh urine on the cows for the exposure, and on also that stored ones. So on that, we have reported that we have found that the percentage of the animals exhibited the Flehmen response, and the mean duration of the Flehmen response was found out to be better in the animals which were exposed to like fresh urine as compared to the stored one. So on the basis of that, we have designed a dispenser device in which we have taken a lightweight halter which was connected with a 4-way connector, in which we have taken cotton as a substance. Then then the urine was loaded into this device, and this charged halter was placed on the animals till the resumption of the cyclicity or up to the 90 days postpartum experimental period. So we have taken total 12 Sahiwal cows which were divided into 2 groups equally, and the device was applied for 3 hours in the morning and 3 hours in the evening. In this way, the bull urine was collected every day in the sterile containers. It was charged and was placed on the animals until the resumption of cyclicity or the experimental period. Coming to the results, we have installed CCTV cameras in a predefined area for the estrus behavior analysis. So on the basis of that, Flehmen response, frequent maturation, tail raising, it was reported, along with the cervical mucus discharge, and chin resting was observed. Coming to the parameters, the postpartum interval to resumption of ovarian cyclicity, first behavioral estrus and first insemination was found to be better in the treatment group, and also the proportion of the animals which was exposed to bull urine resumed the cyclicity before 60 days postpartum was better in the treatment group. Coming to the conclusion that urine stimulation is a safe, eco-friendly and cost-effective method to simulate the natural contact between the bull and the cattle, and bull urine contains the pheromones which enhances the expression and intensity of the estrus and also aids in early resumption of ovarian cyclicity in postpartum cows. So on the basis of that, we have designed a future prospect which can be used, that efforts in the preparation of a sustained releaser devices can be made so that we can entrap the pheromones for the long-term effect. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any questions, please, from audience side? One question from my side.
Yes,
like it's a natural tendency from bull that when animal in estrus is around the bull starts licking genitalia or urine, not a vice versa. Like female do not approach bull for licking, right? So how do you think, or what is your hypothesis behind this? Because you are spraying bull's urine to the female, because it is against nature. Natural tendency is bull starts approaching female in stress and starts licking. So there we can understand easily there is pheromone in female urine and it gives a stimulation to bulls for sexual desire. But in natural condition, cows never or rarely approaches male for licking genitalia. So how do you think it is workable? Your comments, please.
Sir, as bull urine also contains some pheromones, so which are released into the air. So when any bull is around or they are urinating, or any female also if urinating, male or female also absorb those pheromones and show the responses. And also female pheromones also, when they like inhale that, they also show the response. So like bull urine also contains there is an interaction phenomena between like male and female. So the pheromones are present in both, like male also and female. It's a natural prospect that a male approaches, but there is a substance like called pheromones only which interact. So this is, I think, so is the main factor for approaching each other for any of the like, mating behavior.
Okay, thank you, Sanchi Kamal. I invite next speaker.
Thank you, sir.
Manisha Yadav, to present effect of dietary curcumin supplementation on physiological attributes of crossbred bulls during induced heat stress. Dr. Manisha, you are a student or faculty?
Student, sir.
Student.
Good evening to everyone present here. I am Manisha Yadav, here to present my oral presentation on the effect of the dietary curcumin supplementation on the physiological parameters of the crossbred bull during the induced heat stress. Heat stress is the point where the animal cannot dissipate the adequate amount of heat to maintain the body thermal balance, and it occurs by the combination of the environmental temperature, relative humidity, solar radiation, and the air movement causes the temperature of the animal to exceed the zone of thermoneutrality. The current global increase in the temperature as a result of the climate change may have profound implications for the future livestock production, and it adversely affects the bull performance. Today's demand is any supplement which can reduce the adverse effect of the heat stress on the performance of the dairy animals. We have taken the curcumin with 95% purity, and it has many properties like the antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, anti-mutagenic, and anti-apoptotic, antimicrobial, immunomodulatory, lipid oxidation inhibition, anti-cancerous, anti-diabetic, and anti-allergic. Efficacy of the dietary curcumin in mitigating the adverse effect of the heat stress has not been investigated. So, to assess the effect of the dietary curcumin supplementation on the physiological parameters of the crossbred bull during induced heat stress. We have taken the 12 current price bull. These were divided into the two groups, control group and supplemented group. And in the supplemented group, the curcumin is given at the dose rate of 200 mg per kg dry matter intake. And the period of curcumin supplementation before the heat exposure is 60 days. And then control and supplemented, both the group were placed in the psychrometric chamber for 14 days continuously. And in the psychrometric chamber, the temperature was 37 degrees centigrade and the relative humidity is 50% for 8 hours daily, and all the physiological parameters were evaluated twice daily for 14 days. And these are the physiological parameters which we were evaluated: respiratory rate, pulse rate, rectal temperature, and thermal imaging, scrotal surface temperature, and the skin temperature of the different body points by the IR camera. Respiratory rate were increased in both the group, control and supplemented group, but in the supplemented group, the increase in the respiration rate was lesser as compared to the control group. Rectal temperature were increased in both control and supplemented group, but in the supplemented group, the increase in the rectal temperature were lesser as compared to the control group, because the curcumin has an antioxidant property and it scavenges the free radicals, and it alleviates the heat load. Pulse rate is increased in both the control and supplemented group, but the curcumin have no effect on the pulse rate. Dorsal surface temperature were increased in both the group control and supplemented group, but the increase in the dorsal surface temperature was lesser in the supplemented group as compared to the control. There were no effect of the supplementation on the ventral surface temperature. Head temperature were increased in both the control and supplemented group, but the increase was lesser in the supplemented group as compared to the control group. The curcumin has no effect on the scrotal surface temperature. Temperature gradient, curcumin supplementation have no effect on the temperature gradient. Our conclusion is respiration rate, trachea temperature, dorsal surface temperature, and head temperature was significantly lower in the curcumin supplemented group of the bulls, and the dietary curcumin supplementation ameliorate the adverse effect of the heat stress in terms of the physiological attributes of the crossbred bull. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question, please? Dr. Mahanti, please. What was the cost of treatment per animal while feeding this curcumin?
Sir, what?
एक एनिमल को पे कितना खर्च हुआ?
So 27 rupees, because we have for one bull 2.5 gram per day.
5 rupees per day.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh.
So I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Suresh Kumar, strategies to improve conception rate with sex-sorted semen under Indian field conditions. Dr. Suresh, please.
Honorable Chairman, sir, Co-Chairman, Reporter, and my dear delegates. Since morning, we are discussing regarding the sex-sorted semen technology, and our Honorable Chairman, Dr. Ajit Kumar, has elaborated in a nice way that sex-sorted semen technology is new for Indian conditions particularly, and as we all know that in Indian cattle industry, particularly in Indian dairy industry where cattle is there, nowadays the males are very limitedly required, that too only for the elite test of elite for only breeding purpose for bulls, and most of the males, they are unwanted, and as we all know that because of this mechanization, they are no longer required. Hence this sex-sorted semen technology has been introduced in India most 3 to 4 years back through Rashtriya Gokul Mission, and in that also there are some companies or 2 technologies have been discussed in the morning, and they are providing the sex-sorted semen in Indian conditions mostly for the indigenous breeds, and we have evaluated both in our field conditions also and try to improve the conception rate, because in many instances there were complaints from the farmers as well as the state government officials also that we are not getting proper conception rate at the initial stages. So our research advisory committee also recommended that you evaluate the real situation under field conditions so that we may have some of the guidelines or SOPs, or at least we may try to improve the things under Indian field conditions. So considering this, and proper documentation also lacking where that the animals born, whether they are performing well under field conditions or not. So considering all this, we try to evaluate the use of sex-sorted semen, particularly in Indian conditions at farm and field level. And we all know the practical utility. I will not go much more in detail in the morning. It has all been discussed. So because of the replacement herd, particularly nowadays, it is very much required, and particularly the dairy replacement where the efforts are needed, and this technology works very nicely, but there are some hips and cups which need to be resorted. The technology has already been in the morning discussed, that in sex sorting is then, and with this background, usually we started a study in the initial stages to what is the actual situation in Indian field conditions and what strategy we should use to improve the conception rate, which is said to be highly variable in Indian conditions at present. Though the sex of the progeny is almost 90%, it is always towards skewed in female, and that we want, that is there, but the conception rate is a problem. So considering this, we try to address this problem, and so that as a reproduction person, I was asked to take out the study with respect to the site of deposition of the semen, time of insemination, in field condition particularly, and focusing on this aspect we tried. And in this, we used the sex-sorted semen was procured from ST Technologies, from the Rishikesh ULDB, and the Babugarh, which in UP is supplying from the ABS genus. They are also providing, so from both the sources, and the animals were inseminated with sex-sorted semen with respect to a first versus multiparous or pluriparous animals, so that we can have a comparative study, particularly, and site of insemination, uterine insemination versus the uterine horn inseminations, then also the timing of inseminations, and the sex-sorted semen also analyzed with the help of CASA also. We try to analyze, and in the morning also, it was also debated. Based on that, these are the semen procured, and we had used from both the sources, and particularly in the indigenous breed of Gir, Sahiwal, and Red Sindhi we have used. And so in our results, we have found that in Gir, Sahiwal, and Red Sindhi, there is G1, RS, and SW1 from one source, G2, and SW2 from the other source. In Hisar, it was almost 44% we have got, and in a particular group, we have also reached up to 46% conception rate, and total we have produced 59 pregnancies, and out of 58 have cowed. Next, sorry. And in cattle, we have seen that mostly the conception rate is comparatively lower, but up to 34% also in some cases, and overall 24% conception rate in another group. And overall, if we compare, we pool the data, 29.5% conception rate in field conditions we have done, and most of the inseminations were done at the farmer's doorstep with the individual farmer, or even in the herd of some private or farmers which are maintaining 20 to 30 animals under our Farm First program run by our ICRC, IRC Meerut also. And in that we have seen that when the site of deposition was studied, in these cases also, we found that when initially we had started in the 15-20 cases, we couldn't get even a single conception when we inseminated in the mid of the cervix as in the conventional method in the initial stages. Because there also most of the paravets also, and in the veterinarians also, they were using in the initial stages, they were using it just like that as a conventional semen. So we also started in the beginning with the conventional, just as in the conventional semen, that insemination after 10 to 12 hours of the onset of the estrus, or then inseminating in the mid of the cervix, but in initial stage we couldn't get any result up to 15-16 cases. Then we tried to modify that, what it does not looks to be worked with the sex-sorted semen, so what should be the criteria? Then we switched over to the uterine insemination just before the bifurcation, or in the uterine horn ipsilateral to the Graafian follicle. So based on that, we again remodulated our approach, and then we tried, and in that we got that in the uterine horn we got almost 30%, and in uterine body we got 28% conception rate, and total that 59 pregnancies with 29.5% conception rate we could get. Then in conception rate in relation to insemination at estrus, after the onset of estrus also we studied, and in that most the good results about 37.66% were when we inseminated a little later, after 33 to 42 hours after the onset of estrus. In usual conditions, we usually do insemination in conventional semen 18 to 20 hours after the onset of the estrus, or usually in the late estrus, but here we still need to go a little more later. Then it works nice. Here the shows that 25 to 30 hours, 2 hours after the onset estrus, 28%, and 33 to 42 hours after the onset estrus, we got 37.66% conception rate. So based on that, we also compared with our conventional semen also. In that also, we got 44.17% result in Indian, in totally under field conditions. It is not our government, any government farm, but all farmers herd or individual farmers. That are under Farmer First program also. And we also authenticated our first calf born with the red sindhi semen. She again became pregnant with the red sindhi sex-sorted semen, and she gave birth after 30 months. And it confirmed that the reproductive potential of these sex-sorted semen-born cows are also quite okay, and they are also performing very nice. And this cow is giving birth, giving 12 liters of milk in the first lactation. They have reached the peak. And again, she has been inseminated in front of our director sir also for second time with the sex-sorted semen only. We also tried with some CASA analysis also. In one of the cases, as Dr. Ajit was also saying, that where the killing and packing is there, in that we will find only the mortality was a problem, and only 21-22%. The mortality was there, and progressive mortality was even lesser than that. But in the other group where the only sorting and no killing was there, in that because they usually bind the dead sperm first with the charcoal, and then they sort it out, and then they cryopreserve. So in that the mortality is better, that we first group. So they have better conception rate also, and that's why the differences were found. And along with this, the linear progressive mortality and other parameters also studied with the help of CASA. And can we run it? We also some, it is not, I had some video clips also. So the results also shows that in conclusion we can say that sex-sorted semen technology can be applied in Indian field conditions with a little modification, but it can certainly be used and a boon to the dairy farmers for achieving better conception rate. The sex-sorted semen may be preferably done in heifers or at first cows, where the uterine length is comparatively lesser as compared to the pluriparous and larger uterine horns. And then semen should be deposited either in the advanced or anterior third of the uterine horn before bifurcation, or in the uterine horn ipsilateral to the Graafian follicle. That gives good results. And the insemination should be done a little later. In my first case, I was in Delhi on Sunday, and the animal had come in estrus on Sunday, and I inseminated it on the Tuesday morning. The red sindhi calf was born, and that conceived. So because the number of spermatozoa are very, very limited, only 2.2 million are there, so we have to use it very judiciously, and we have to little modify it particularly, not such as the conventional semen we are using. And the expression of estrus in the animal is the most important. Where in silent estrus, if you do, you will not get any result. But if the expression is good, animal is showing all intensity, good intensity of estrus, in those the success rate chances are very, very good. So with this, I complete this and recommend that it should be done a little later, because it should be deposited in uterine horn or in the just before the bifurcation. So that gives a little more. And one more point, Dr. Ajit had in the morning said that thawing is also most important. A little more lukewarm is we are following. Instead of 34, we are using 38 or 39 degree or even 40 degree for thawing. That gives better results for 1 minute in cattle. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing very good practical information. Just a quick question, sir. Who were the inseminators? Like you did 200?
All these 200 inseminators were done myself.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. I have not given to anybody for these all, because it was given to me also as a challenge, because I was one of the committee members where the government has recommended that you do yourself and give us the result, whether it works or not, because the farmers were complaining that it does not work initially in the UP, because most of the semen that was procured from Babugad, and the complaint was lodged, and the semen was sent first Mathura, then this Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel University, and thirdly it was also sent to CIRC Meerut. And we also done CASA analysis also, then another analysis. Then I was also in the committee from the DM and this CDO of the state government animal husbandry department, and we were asked to have a visit of the stations also and do the analysis also, and then you take and you tell us the real picture, what is the condition. So based on that, we procured the semen and we inseminated. Myself had done these inseminations. And still we are having the sex-sorted semen. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for, yeah. Dr. Nishant, please.
Sir. You see, I had said that onset of the estrus. So usually in indigenous cattle also, it is 16 to 24 hours. In some of the cases, particularly in Sahiwal, and we find that in crossbred, it may range even up to 34, 36 hours. But in indigenous also, because here the animals I have used, crossbreds also, Sahiwal also, Red Sinjar, but the semen of indigenous bulls I have used. So it depends, but still a little later is always better. And even I have also got pregnancy after 42 hours. One pregnancy in 42 hours after onset of the estrus. So it varies, but usually the duration, you are right, the duration of the estrus is a little shorter in indigenous, and the silent estrus is also in Sahiwals also. A good amount of animals are showing this silent estrus. But for success rate, it is not to be done for every animal. In the animals which are expressing a good estrus, intensity of estrus is good in such animals, it is working very well. In silent estrus, it may not work, because we are not pinpointing where it is, and the amount of the spermatozoa number are also very limited. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Initially, we used only one straw, but I had said that in 15, 16 cases we did not know. Then afterwards, I used 2 straws. And in some cases where it was a history that it is repeating and long-standing cases, in some of the cases I had 2 inseminations, 1 straw in the evening, and after that also repeated after 8 to 10 hours. Yeah. बाइफर्केशन पे इसलिए जब आप व्हेन यू आर श्योर, अगर आपने, क्योंकि जब आप पाल्पेट करते हैं बहुत जेंटली पाल्पेट करना होता है, अगर बहुत ज़्यादा करेंगे तो वो रप्चर हो जाएगा। उसके लिए क्या है कि केवल साइज ऑफ द ओवरी को आप लैंडमार्क बना सकते हैं। जिस ओवरी में फॉलिकल होगी यूजुअली उसका साइज थोड़ा सा कंपैरेटिवली दूसरी ओवरी से बड़ा ही फील होगा आपको। हर केस में वो तो दोनों में वो व्हेन यू आर नॉट श्योर, उससे बेटर है कि आप बाइफर्केशन पे कर दीजिए, दैट इज मोर बेटर। हाँ हाँ, तो हो सकता है फॉलिकल उसमें लेफ्ट में होगा। ये तो कहा इप्सिलेटरल मैंने लिखा है इसमें कि इप्सिलेटरल अगर आप श्योर है कि फॉलिकल साइज इसका आपका इस साइज में और का साइज आपको बड़ा लग रहा है तो उसमें आप हॉर्न में ही कीजिए। हॉर्न में देखा है ना 46% तक साइज वाल में आया। हाँ हाँ हाँ, लेफ्ट में इसीलिए वो तो फॉलिकल जिस साइड में
Sir, we
होगी
can
उस साइड में
discuss
ही
this
जाएगा।
in gala dinner session as well. Let us finish.
बेस्ट है कि आप बाइफर्केशन पर, अगर आपको श्योर नहीं है तो आप बाइफर्केशन पर कीजिए, दैट इज बेस्ट। उससे क्या यू हैव चांसेस दैट कि साइड में भी अगर इसमें आपने आगे पहुंच गए तो आपको हो सकता है कि भाई अगर श्योर नहीं है तो फॉलिकली साइड में है तो प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है, तो उसमें रिपीट होता ही होता है यूजुअली।
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Abhishek Kumar Verma on cryopreservation of bovine semen using Aloe barbadensis Miller as semen additive. Abhishek Kumar, you are a student or faculty? Student?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Abhishek Kumar Verma. I'm going to present my topic, cryopreservation of Murrah bull semen using aloe vera barbadensis Miller as a semen additive. Cryopreservation exert a physiological, osmotic, and chemical stress on the spermatozoa.
Lead to objective, please. Objective and
To find out the improvement in the frozen semen quality of Murrah bull semen after incorporation of the aloe barbadensis Miller as a semen diluters. To assess the effect of herbal antioxidant on the functional and structural aspect of the spermatozoa through in vitro fertility. Here are the material and methods. Experimental design here. Six Murrah bull are selected and 6 ejaculate collected from the each bull, and then evaluate first initial evaluation, sun color, consistency, pH, and mass motility. If mass motility is more than 3, then go further extension of the fresh semen with the trees, egg yolk, and additive of aloe vera barbadensis Miller. T0 is the control group, and T1 is the aqueous extract of aloe vera, and T2 group is the ethanolic extract of aloe vera, and T3 is the aloe vera pulp, using fresh aloe vera pulp using 5 microliter per ml as a semen diluters. Here the result. In result, we found that the aloe vera pulp is give the better motility percentage as compared to the control group and ethanolic extraction of aloe vera, 5 to 6%. Conclusion. Incorporation of additive such as fresh pulp and aqueous extract of aloe vera barbadensis Miller in semen and diluters significantly improve the post-thaw semen quality as well as functional and structural aspect of the spermatozoa. However, ethanolic extract of aloe vera 20 microgram per ml provides detrimental effect of as compared to the other treatment groups. It is because due to some toxic material present in the powder form of the aloe vera, because we buy the aloe vera from the Just Devi company from the Gujarat. So some preservative are added by the company. I don't know about this. Present study proved that aloe vera barbadensis miller pulp can neutralize the ROS producing during the sperm metabolism. Improvement in post-thaw mortality was observed as 6.6% and 1.1% pulp and aqueous extract of aloe vera barbadensis miller. Thank you, sir.
Any questions, please? Your T2 group, ethanolic extract, ethanol
yes, sir.
or alcohol is spermicidal.
Yes, sir.
It is quite natural कि अल्कोहल के ट्रेसेज भी आ गए तो स्पर्म डेड हो जाएंगे. So उसमें तो आना ही नहीं था रिजल्ट. Like how do you think कि जो आपका पल्प है,
yes, sir.
It worked? What is your hypothesis? How did you?
Sir, because
your,
aloe vera have the some natural antioxidant and flavonoic acid and common like substance, and also it have the antimicrobial, antifungal properties.
So both materials were from market. You didn't prepare.
No, sir. Pulp is the prepared itself.
Yours.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Tarun Kamal, Comparative Radiographic and Ultrasonographic and Surgical Management of Gastrointestinal Disorders in Canines. Tarun Kamal. Is a student, please? Huh? Dr. Tarun, you are faculty or student?
Student, sir.
Student.
Good evening to all of you. Myself, Dr. Tarun from the Vasu Matra, and I am going to represent my research work on the topic of comparative radiographic and ultrasonographic evaluation and surgical management of gastrointestinal disorders in canines. Gastrointestinal disorders are commonly encountered in geriatric dogs, and the clinical situation presents the clinician with formidable diagnostic and therapeutic challenges. The common clinical manifestation of gastroenteritis in small animals include loss of appetite, diarrhea.
Please come to objective.
Objectives are comparative radiographic and ultrasonic evaluation of therapeutic and surgical management of gastrointestinal disorder in canines, and to know which of the diagnostic tools plays more important role in precise and prompt diagnosis of gastrointestinal disorder in canines. In material method, the place of study is the Vasu Matra, and the animals is present in this study is total number of 6 cases of gastrointestinal disorders, which were recorded in canines, which were presented at the Department of Veterinary Surgery and Radiology, in which clinical evaluation and parameters are taken as signalement, anamnesis, physical examination, rectal temperature, heart rate, respiratory rate, color of mucous membrane, abdominal palpation, and dehydration. In first table, detail of cases suffering from the gastrointestinal are divided into 3 groups. First is gastroduodenal disorders, second is mesenteric lymph node disorder, and third is intestinal disorder. In first group is further divided into gastroduodenal foreign body and duodenal stenosis, which both are 1 cases. And in mesenteric lymph node disorder, mesenteric lymph node tumor is 1 case of, and intestinal disorder have 2 intersection and 1 intestinal foreign body. In hematological profile, the dogs were restrained in lateral recumbents and taking 2 ml of blood, and various parameters are taken. And in biochemical profile, also 2 ml blood is collected and cephalic or siphonous veins and syringe or rat top vial, and blood was allowed to clot and harvested by centrifugation at 3000 RPM for 10 minutes. The biochemical profiles are also included, which were BUN, total protein, ALT, serum creatinine, blood glucose, and urine routine, were analyzed as standard protocol. In ultrasonography, we also perform with animals of dorsal recumbency and lateral recumbency with linear array or curve array. The entire abdomen was saved and ultrasound will be applied liberally. Scanning was done on transverse and longitudinal planes. All the gastrointestinal organs were scanned systematically for the stomach like duodenum, jejunum, intestines, and scanned for presence of foreign body, torsion, GDV, and intussusception. In radiography, abdominal disorders were done in all cases in orthogonal views, right lateral and ventrodorsal views will be taken in 55 to 85 kVs and 8 to 20 MAS. A radiography was evaluated for any foreign body, torsion, GDV, and duodenum, jejunum, or intestine were also scanned for foreign body and intussusception. In preoperative preparation, we used a cannulator using a 20 to 22 gauge cannula depending on the dog. IV fluids or broad spectrum antibiotics are given intravenously. After the preoperative preparation, the dogs were kept on the anesthesia for the further surgical intervention. In anesthesia, we given atropine sulfate at 0.02 to 0.04 mg per kg of body weight by IM route as per anesthetic protocol, and an induction is given in the xylazine for a patient of 20 minutes after the atropine administration at 1 to 1.5 mg per kg of body weight. Maintenance is done using the isoflurane and diazepam. Maintenance is done using the ketamine and diazepam.
Come to result, please.
In result, we found in hematological parameter gastroduodenal WBC and international disorder only having the high WBC, and in gastroduodenal disorder RBC and not RBC is low, and hemoglobin and HCT also is low in gastroduodenal disorders. Mean the hematocrit value were lower than the normal physiological range in gastroduodenal disorder due to gastric mucosal lesions because of foreign body, and marked neutrophilia was seen in the gastroduodenal disorders. In biochemical parameters, in all three groups, the value are normal. No fluctuation is seen, and no about urological parameters, dogs suffering from the gastrointestinal disorder are also normal in all aspects rather than in the first group of gastroduodenal disorder, in which the bilirubin and protein was found. And pH, blood specific, all parameters are normal. So we talk about first case of gastroduodenal foreign body. In one case of female pit bull, dog 7 years, was reported with the history of foreign body ingestion. In clinical examination, we revealed anorexia, dull and depressed behavior, vomiting, unable to swallow even water. Radiography of dog found stone grits in the gastroduodenal region. The abdomen off for surgical intervention. In stone grits, the gastroduodenal region found and exteriorized the stomach during the midline incision and removal of stone grits by milking out. These are the stone grits we found, the diameter of 1 to 1.5 inches per stone. In case 2, which were of duodenal stenosis, is found in 6-year-old dogs. In ultrasonic scanning and radiographic images of dog abdomen, no such stenosis was seen, but suspected for gastroduodenal stenosis on the basis of ultrasonography. So we go for barium contrast radiography, in which we gave barium suspension orally to the dog and take simultaneous radiograph at 30-minute intervals each. After 120 ml of microbar suspension of SK company diluted with 180 ml of water was given orally to the patient and take lateral radiograph even every after 30 minutes to evaluate the patency of the suspension through the stomach and duodenal tract. With the comparison of time movement, the surgical intervention is to treat the duodenal stenosis was suggested to the owner, but unfortunately the owner reluctant for this, and later on the animal was collapsed. In case 3, mesenteric lymph node, male Labrador age 8 years, having a radiographic evaluation and oval shaped mass seen in the abdominal cavity, while ultrasonography revealed a spider web-like appearance in the abdominal cavity. In the radiographs shows oval shaped mass present in the abdomen, midline incision on the linear labra is applied and externalize the ligate blood supply and externalize the abdominal tumorous mass for the further pathological intervention. In the case 4, intestinal foreign body was diagnosed in 2.5 months old non-descript male, history was revealed, and in radiographic evaluation, hyperechoic linear foreign body was diagnosed and gas-filled intestinal loops were seen. A USG foreign body object and lateral radiograph thread-like foreign body running through the stomach or intestine. making incision on the anti-mesenteric border, and lead-in foreign body was passing through the intestine on mesenteric body. All the fecal foreign objects was removed and suturing of mesenteric body. In case 5 intercession, 2 cases of intercession were diagnosed, and female in radiographic exam presence of multiple pleating of intestine. In radiograph shows USG shows bullseye appearance, holding the intestine with clamp and remove the anastomosis, and the further intestine was anastomized by the suture material. Conclusion is that out of total 6 cases, 4 cases were died within 1 week. Gastroduodenal case, dog died in owner negligence, and case of lead-in foreign body was euthanized due to severe intestinal damage by foreign body on mesenteric border. The sonographic examination was more helpful in diagnosis of gastrointestinal disorders, and the surgical outcome was excellent in the cases which were early and precise diagnosed and treated. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tarun. Your slides were too much verbose. You should have made crisp slides. You might have seen other presentations also.
Yes, sir.
Limited few important words should be there.
Yes,
you
sir.
have just copy and pasted from whole thesis. So it should not be, your presentation should be crisp, informative. So you will be presenting next paper also?
Yes, sir.
So please go ahead. Please come directly to objective.
Yes, sir. In this study, the objective is to know which the diagnostic tool plays more important role in precise and prompt diagnosis of the genital disorder in canines. Material method is same, that's why I'm skipping. And there are 2 groups, uterine disorder and testicular disorder, in which pyometra, gravitational hysterosil found in uterine disorder, and testicular disorder found in monoarcade and coprolateral, 3 cases only. In this, within the norm, all are normal physiological range in disorder, but in uterine infection leads to systemic infection in uterine, but within the range in testicular disorder. Hemoglobin and RBC was lower than the normal physiological range in uterine disorder. In biochemical parameters, all are normal, and in urological parameter, all are normal. And it's the first case of pyometra, 8 years of female dog. 8 female dogs are found in TVCC, 2 are non-descripted, 4 Labrador and 2 GSD. In cases of pyometra, dogs were reported with anorexia, dull and distressed behavior, and pus discharge intermittent. Ultrasonography of the dogs revealed the pus pockets in the uterus region of the abdomen. In radiography, no such diagnosable uterus impression was seen. After the opening of abdomen through right flank, the voluminous pyometric uterine horns were present just beneath the surgical site. After locating the bifurcation, we ligate and excise out the stump of uterus after the identification of the bifurcation. This is done with the right flank laparotomy, and removed pyometric uterus is sent for the pathological investigation. In case 2, the gravid uterus is found in 1 female dog of 8 years, was reported with gravid uterus, not parturiate normally even within complete gestation period. In USG, it shows multiple pus pockets in the uterus, and radiographs show multiple fetuses in the uterus. Surgical removal of uterus is done with the midline incision, and macerated fetus and pus-filled uterus is found. In case 3, hysterosil, 1 female dog was reported with hysterosil and pyometra. In ultrasonography and radiography diagnosis, it shows hernia of uterus filled with pus pockets. Surgical intervention was performed. Management of hernia by surgical intervention was done using, in the USG image, it shows pus pockets in the uterus, and in radiographic image shows gravid uterus. Then we ligate the stump of the uterus and also excise out the herniated portion of the uterus. In 4th case, we found monoarcade with prostatitis. In 2 GSD dogs, age 7 year and 8 year respectively. In first dog, unilateral intra-abdominal hyperplasic testis with prostatitis was diagnosed, while in second dog, unilateral intra-abdominal hyperplasic testis was diagnosed. Both cases reported with the history of hematuria, frequent urination, and stanguria from last 2 weeks. Ultrasonography, radiographic, and biochemical units are performed. In USG image of intra-abdominal testis, it is of monoarcade, and USG image of prostate tumor with multiple pus pockets. We found in radiographic and ultrasonic both in evolution. In testis, enlarged prostate having multiple fluid-filled pockets in first case, while in second case, enlarged intra-abdominal testis was diagnosed. Midline laparotomy was performed in both the cases to remove hyperplasia testes. In prostatitis, aspirate all the fluid from the prostate and put Foley's catheter into the prostate for proper drainage. In surgical intervention, in first and second images, midline incision to resect out the testes and ligate blood supply. After we aspirate the fluid from the prostate, which are pussy in nature, and insert Foley's catheter of 16 number in the prostate for drainage. After the intra-abdominal hyperplasia or scrotal, both our testes are removed for better and fair prognosis. In case 4, crypto orchid, both the testicles are in the abdominal. In 6.5 years old nondescript dog. Radiographic and ultrasonic images show bilateral intra-abdominal testes and with hypoechoic round testicular membrane was seen around the testes, and radiography is not up to the mark for the identification of the and diagnosis of the intra-abdominal testes. In first image, ultrasonic cryptorchid testes are seen, and in radiographic it was not ideal, so we not consider it. Ligate, after the midline incision, we ligate the testicular blood supply to resect out the testes, and both testicles are removed. Conclusion is that out of 13 cases which goes under the surgical intervention, all are recovered uneventfully, post-operatively within 15 to 20 days. The sonographic exam was more helpful in diagnosis of renal system disorders rather than the radiographic diagnosis. The surgical outcome was excellent in cases which were early and precise diagnosed and treated therapeutically and surgically. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tarun Kamal. Our next speaker is A.M. Walikar. Record flushing embryos in Devani cows. Dr. Walikar, please.
Very good evening to all, respected juries and senior colleagues and teachers, beloved students. So I am presenting the record flushing embryos in Devani cow. It is a doctoral research work actually. So what happened, one incident was there where we flushed the embryos and we got highest number of embryos, which were 25, which is a record in Devani cow. So this is the Indian scenario. I will not discuss the word scenario, but this is known to all that Pratham was the first buffalo calf produced here NDRI 1990, then Samrupa is the first.
Please quickly come to objective, please.
Okay, sir. So the why it is required and all I will not see, but this is the mechanism where the cow is going to ovulate 136 oocyte in her life if you consider each cycle, and then by the moed we are going to get 480 embryos per year. This is the difference of this one technology. These all methods also selection of donor, recipient, and how to prepare and all. So I will come to the main the super ovulation technique and the FSH which is going to give you the wonderful result of moed. So screening of the animal, and this is the main this one architecture of the super ovulation and embryo production, where the selection of animal on 6th day you are going to put the CIDR with the combination of E2 and progesterone. Then the super ovulation regime you will start from the 10th day that is FSH 100 microgram 10th day, morning, evening. Then the 11th and 12th by reducing its dose. And then 13th day, you are going to take out the cedar with the last dose of FSH. And then 14th day, you are going to use GnRH. And we'll be doing EI evening, and next day again 2 times EI. And then confirming its ovarian response by USG on 20th day, and 21st day you are going to flush. So in this, these are this product we used for super stimulation of the ovary, that is Stimofol. And here they assessing the superovulatory response, and by use of the ultrasound, and then observing the estrus, and then doing the artificial insemination, and later the assessment of the ovulation, and the flushing on 21st day. These are the this one catheter, and this one cervical dilator, and the embryo collection, and this one filter. This all we will be using it. So here the technique what we used while flushing, why the number of OAs we got, the oocyte we got, embryos got more, that the 3 places. Earlier we were not knowing, just we were flushing one horn only, and in that horn we were using near about 1 liter flushing solution, and later we got some idea from Dr. Sravanan Durai sir, who is located at Chennai, and he guided us to change the places. So uterine horn milking, and later uterine body also. So for uterine body again we used 1 more bottle for flushing. So like that we flushed 2 horns and the uterine body, near about 3 liter of flushing media we used, and due to that we could get near about 25 embryos. So that was the biggest number we got in one flushing only, and so I am presenting this record. So earlier Rangaswamy's and co-worker, they have recorded up to 16 number of embryos in flushing in red Sindhi cow, and now in Devni cow we got 25 embryos. This is the record I wanted to present. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
You will be presenting your next paper also, Dr. Bijurkar?
No, sir. That's only one.
Yes, yes. Go ahead, please. Oh.
That I have not mentioned here, but 16 were transferable, sir, and 4 or 5 were the second grade embryos, and 4 were degenerated, sir. So total 25 were there. 64%. So 64% were the quality 1 or quality 1 grade embryos we found, sir. Actually, we were not having animal to transfer it. Still, what we did, 3 embryos we have transferred, sir. In our doctoral program, 6 animals were there, but we have transferred it 3 in each animal. We found some of the animals having twins, sir. Some of the animals got 2 embryos in this one ultrasound examination. We got 2 twins, sir. So this was the result, sir. Okay, sir. Still, 4 animals have parturited, and we got very good quality Devni calves in our Devni farm at Bidar Veterinary College, sir. And still 10 animals are yet to parturate. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now, next speaker is Muhammad Mujahid Pasha, fertility response following supplementation of composite herbal formulation along with CIDR zinc protocol in postpartum in stress cows. Are you a student? Faculty. Okay.
So good evening everyone, respected juries, the members and delegates. So my topic of presentation is like fertility response following the composite herbal formulation along with the CIDR protocols or hormonal protocols. So to start with anistrus, so everybody knows the anistrus is a major issue which
please come to objective, please.
So it is causing the major economic loss. In order to summarize, so that is Dr. Posha and co-workers has concluded that so because of the anistrus, we have 193 rupees loss per day per cow. Along with the Kumar and co-workers, they have reported that the 373 rupees will be losing for the owner in case of buffaloes. So in order to avoid this particular problem, so we have come with the objective of using some herbal formulation along with the hormonal protocol to combat the anistrus problem. So here 18 animals were selected for the study. They are randomly organized into different groups. So in one group the animals were kept as a control, and in second group these animals were fed with a herbal composite formulation, that is Istona powder, which is 125 gram of water as fed over a period of 4 days, and later on the animal has observed for the estrus. On observable estrus, these animals were undergone into insemination. And later on, in the third group, these animals were subjected to CIDR zinc protocol. So that is on 0th day, the animal was injected with 20 mcg of GnRH along with the CIDR implant. On 7th day, these CIDR implant was removed and PGF2 alpha was given. So on 9th day, again, the 10 mcg GnRH was given and fixed time insemination protocol was followed. So the composition of these Istona powder is having, so the Gingiber officinale, Piper nigrum, and Piper nigrum, and Nigella sativa, and aloe vera. In some of the studies, they have seen this aloe vera has effect on the follicular dynamics, which will increases the follicular growth and development. Along with that, Gingiber officinale will have the actin-integrated gingerol, which is a potent antioxidant, which is used and which is helps in the aid in the ovulation problem. So these are some of the pictures. So coming to the results here, out of entire study, in control group, only one animal has exhibited estrus, but there is no consumption rate. But here in case of second group, we have got 4 animals have exhibited estrus on the duration of 7 days post-treatment, and out of that 2 animals had got conceived. But in case of CIDR zinc protocols, all animals are exhibited the estrus and only 4 animals have got conceived. So after 60 days of the post-AI, we have the pregnancy diagnosis. So here are some of the hormonal changes. So as you can see, there is a significant increase in the progesterone concentration in group 2 and group 3. This might be because of increase in the cyclicity and the consumption rate. As the progesterone concentration is more here in case of group 3, so because there the number of animals are more which is conceived. So some of the biochemical changes, as such there is no change in the biochemical parameters was observed. There is no significant difference in between the groups. In the cholesterol, there is no significant difference. But here in case of calcium and phosphorus, there is slight changes of the significant increase in the calcium was observed in case of second group. It might be due to the components present in the Istona powder, which is having some tonic effect or regenerative effect of these particular things, we might aid the result. So in order to conclude this, by using these hormonal protocols in these animals, so the cost calculation will be very much important, where they using the CIDR and the hormonal treatment, it requires a lot of economic point of view, but by using these herbal powders, Istona can be used as an alternative approach for the treatment of anistrus, and which is easily dispensable to the farmers, where compared to the hormonal and the synchronization protocols, the technical person should be required to carry out these particular things. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Pasha. Our next speaker is Ankita Kumari, Surgical Management of Soft Palate Injury in Camel. Are you a student?
Good evening to all. My presentation topic is surgical management of soft palate injury in camel, report of 2 cases. As we know that dula is the diverticulum of the soft palate.
Please skip this introduction.
Case 1 was presented with history of camel fight, and clinical findings were protrusion of the injured soft palate, dysphagia, animal was depressed, and extension of the neck. And case 2 was presented with history of soft palate injury by canine tooth, and clinical findings were severe dyspnea, dysphagia, and extension of the neck, and a palpable and painful swelling at pharyngeal region was observed. And we diagnosed is by radiographically, and the lateral radiographic view of pharyngeal region was taken, which revealed soft tissue mass density at the pharyngeal region. And surgical intervention was decided, and the camel were controlled in kneeling position, and for sedation we gave xylazine hydrochloride at the dose rate of 0.3 mg per kg body weight, and induced with ketamine hydrochloride at the dose rate of 1 mg per kg body weight. And after achieving proper depth of anesthesia, the oral cavity was opened and irrigated with the PP solution. And this is the surgical procedure. After sedation, we apply mouth gag and irrigation of mouth cavity. And then in case of entrapped soft palate, we extracted out soft palate by anchoring a long hook in its body. And soft palate was held in hand with towel and pulled out of oral cavity. And after that, we resect soft palate with long handle seizure at the base by twisting and pulling it. And after that, we irrigate the mouth cavity with light PP solution. And in case 2, where adhesion at the base of soft palate in pharyngeal region was found, so we pus-filled soft palate was extracted out, and this picture is showing resected soft palate in case 1 and case 2. And after resection, animal was offered soft diet for 10 to 12 days, and animal were administered with antibiotic and analgesic. And this is the post-operative picture. In conclusion, the surgical resection of dula was performed successfully in both camels, and the recovery was uneventful in both camels. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sonu Meena.
सर एक और है गिड का.
You a student?
Yes, sir. Good evening to one and all. My presentation topic is surgical management of salivary fistula in 2 adult male dromedary camels by ligation of Stenson duct. Salivary fistula is an uncommon problem and can be seen in cattle, buffalo, and camels.
Introduction, please.
2 male camels of 10 years and 12.5 years were presented in clinical complex with having history of abnormal opening beneath the lower eyelid at the left and right cheek and dribbling of saliva from the opening. During the clinical examination of oral cavity, injury at buccal mucosa of left and right cheek, presence of coarse feed material lodged into the predental space between 4th and 5th cheek teeth, that causing continuous injury of the oral mucosa and dribbling of saliva were observed. Initially, conservative treatment was advised, including the broad spectrum antibiotic and NSAID for 7 and 3 days respectively, but without any improvement, so that surgical management was advised further. including firstly the camel was restrained in sternal recumbency and followed by the sedation by xylazine. Local infiltration of 2% lignocaine hydrochloride was done. Surgical site was prepared aseptically. 10 to 12 centimeter skin subcutaneous incision transfers to the path of Stenson's duct was given to locate the Stenson's duct. Exteriorization of Stenson duct by placing ligatures and inject 7 to 10 ml of the LUVAS iodine solution inside the duct to destroy secretory activity of the parotid gland and ligate the duct with pre-placed sutures. Skin and fascia were closed in routinely by using silk number 2. There is a picture immediate post-operative. In post-operative care, regular flushing of oral cavity with potassium permanganate solution and dressing of suture line with povidone iodine, antibiotic, NSAID and soft diet were advised. After 3 weeks, there was complete healing. In conclusion, parotid duct ligation is the best method to manage salivary fistula with early diagnosis. Proper surgical technique and proper post-operative care required for management of salivary fistula. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is surgical management of GID in a goat, Ankita Kumari.
Good evening to all. My presentation topic is the surgical management of GID in goat, a case report. The animal was presented with history of anorexia, excessive bleeding, head pressing and circling movement. Clinical examination revealed softening of the skull bone at the occipital region and diagnosis based on history and clinical
Procedure,
signs.
please skip it.
In surgical procedure, first we restrain animal in lateral recumbency and subcutaneously injected lignocaine hydrochloride 2% solution. After that, the area between the two horns over the occipital bones prepared aseptically. Then we made V-shape skin incision over the mid-occipital region where softness of the skull was found. After that, we elevated the periosteum and exposed the skull. And after removal of circular piece of atrophied bone with BP blade, then we inserted a traumatic needle underneath the meninges, give blood incision over the meninges to expose the brain. Then we inserted a sterile small pipe in brain and gently flushing of normal saline solution via syringe to increase the intracerebral pressure. Then progressively protruded out the cyst from the incision side. And after that, complete cyst protruded out and appeared as a water-filled bowl. And after complete cyst removal, we placed bone pieces on the site and skin incision was closed with non-absorbable suture material by using simple interrupted suture pattern. And post-operatively we give antibiotic, analgesic and multivitamins, and we advise animal for deworming and antiseptic dressing with betadine. And the goat showed marked clinical improvement after the surgical removal of the cerebral cyst, and no circling movement and head pressing was seen after the removal of the cyst. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last presentation is successful surgical management of gastric dilatation and volvulus in a dog, Manoj Kumar Ahirwar. Dr. Manoj, please. Are you faculty? Okay, thank you. Please come to directly procedure.
Yes, sir. Good evening, respected chairman, sir, co-chairman, and respected dignitaries. I'm going to present a case of surgical management of GDV in a dog, a case report. Next. Next. इसके पहले हाँ this is the case in GDV. What happened? The stomach rotate on its right side through the mesenteric axis, and spleen come to stomach go to the left side and spleen come to the right side. Next. In case we find GDB in a 9-year-old female, and the owner told the history as abdominal distension and frequent retching. Clinical examinations on the distended painful abdomen, congested mucous membrane, respiratory distress, unproductive vomiting, dehydration, and temperature was elevated. Next. Diagnosis was we made on the basis of the symptoms told by the owner, and we had done the auscultation and find in the paracostal region and find the ping sound. Then we had done the one right lateral radiograph and dorsoventral radiograph. Next. We can see in right lateral radiograph, abdomen was distended, filled with gas, and reverse C sign or double bubble appearance we can see. Next. In dorsoventral radiograph, we can find the pylorus appears as filled structure to left to the midline. So after that we have decided for the surgery. Pre-medication was done with the atropine sulfate at the dose rate of 0.04 mg per kg body weight and diazepam 0.2 mg per kg body weight. Induction was made with the propofol 5 mg per kg body weight IV, and maintenance of the anesthesia was done with the 2 to 3% isoflurane. In surgical procedure, we had done, first of all, we told the severity of the case to the owner. Owner agreed for the surgery. Then we had done the nasogastric intubation. And after taking all the aseptic procedures, we just prepare the animal for surgery. And in surgical procedure, we just gave a midline incision to the xiphoid. From xiphoid to the pubis, and then we bring the organs to the its normal place, as stomach on the left right side and spleen on the left side, and then we remove the damage or necrosis tissue. Then we done the incision on the left wall of the lateral wall of the abdomen, and we have fixed the abdomen with the lateral abdominal wall, and that we done by the right side gastropexy. Next. In radiograph, we can see in the intraoperative photograph showing incision on the abdominal wall for gastropexy. In photograph B, we can see showing the gastropexy completed. We have fixed the abdomen with the abdominal wall. Stomach with the abdominal wall. Next. Post-op radiograph we have taken, and we can see abdomen and spleen both are placed in the normal size, and this is the showing the normal X-ray. Next. In post-operative care, we advise antibiotics, ceftriaxone at the rate of 25 mg per kg body weight, analgesic Melonex at the rate of 0.2 mg per kg body weight, and fluid therapy linger selected for 3 days. Antiseptic dressing we had done with the povidone iodine for alternate dressing for till the healing. On 10th day, we have removed the sutures. Next. Conclusion, the dog was recovered from without any complication. Next. A discussion. Preoperative and postoperative arrhythmia have been associated with an increased mortality in case of GDB. So that we have to manage with the drug like lidocaine and atropines. Gastropexy should always be performed in conjunction with abdominal exploration and derotation of the stomach. If we find the case of GDP, then we have to do the exploration, removal of the dead and necrotic tissue, and we have to fix the abdomen, stomach to the abdominal wall. Next. Recommendation for the clients, and feed several small meals a day rather than one large meal. Avoid stress during feeding. Restrict exercise before and after meals. Do not use an elevated food wall. Do not breed first degree relatives, and seek veterinary care as soon as a sign of bloat are noted. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ahirwal. So this finishes our presentation. So in this session, total 3 lead papers and 17 papers were presented by different speakers. I thank at the end, I thank my co-chairman, Dr. Rajesh and Dr. Harshit Verma, rapporteur in assisting me. Thank you very much. Thank you all. And now dice is handed over to organizing committee, please.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Ashok Kumar Mohanty, sir, and Dr. Anand Kumar Pandey, sir, to come on the stage. I request Dr. Ajit Kumar, sir, to come and receive the felicitation for successful completion of the technical session. Dr. Rajesh Kumar as a co-chairman. Dr. Harshit Verma as a rapporteur. Thank you very much, sir, for successful completion of the session 3. Thank you very much. Thank you.